Mecha battle starting from Gundam. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 249, Scrap Recyclers Union. The Archangel successfully arrived at the cosmic headquarters of the Scrap Recyclers Union, the civilian dock, Banneker. Since there was no identification signal from the Atlantic Federation, Yang Hui asked Luo to say hello in advance, so there was no problem with the temporary docking. What a rare guest, Yang Hui, you actually came in person. Dark skin, tall body, bulging muscles, monotonous jacket vest, black hair, a bold smile showing white teeth. The strong man with thick eyebrows and big eyes gives people the first impression of a bold big brother. But, if you think so, you will definitely be deceived without leaving any pants. Some of the world's evaluations of scrap recyclers are completely correct, that is, hyenas, insidious and cunning, sweet-talking, and can do anything to survive. This is absolutely true. Luo and his friends are special. Can a good person be the leader of such a group of people? Haha, Maddock, is this the first day I met you? Yang Hui sneered and took a step back, avoiding his warm hug. Tisk, the kids nowadays are getting less and less cute. Sure enough, when Maddox saw that this trick could not fool Yang Hui, his enthusiastic face immediately withdrew and instantly turned into the face of a profiteer. Let's talk business, Maddox, are the supplies ready? Yang Hui asked bluntly. When communicating with an old fox like Maddox, it is better to talk less. The more you talk, the more mistakes you make. Any information that is leaked inadvertently can be caught by him and then the price will be raised crazily. It's ready, but boy, you are quite powerful. You have this kind of ship. Are you interested? As he said, Maddox approached Yang Hui again, ready to put his arm around his shoulders intimately, but was slapped away by Yang Hui and rejected directly. Not interested. Don't be so direct, how about we discuss it again? At worst, this batch of supplies will be sent directly to you, and I will just record it a little bit. I said, I'm not interested, hurry up and prepare to transport the supplies, transport them to the port, and then let your people leave. Yang Hui said coldly to Maddox, not giving the old acquaintance any face at all. In that case, the price. Okay. Yang Hui didn't want to beat around the bush with Maddox, so he agreed without any bargaining. Tisk, I got it. Maddox saw that Yang Hui didn't intend to reveal anything, and his attitude was getting colder and colder, so he didn't dare to test Yang Hui's bottom line anymore. Regular price, old rules. The reason why Yang Hui dared to agree to Maddox's price increase without asking for the specific price was because he knew that Maddox was a smart man, and his attitude had been released. If you dare to mess around, then I will make you pay back everything with interest tomorrow, no matter how much I pay today. Moreover, Yang Hui's attitude had already told Maddox that he should not ask about the battleship and should not do anything, otherwise he would bear the consequences, so he did not spy on the situation of the Archangel anymore. Just like Yang Hui said before, this group of people are all smart people, and they know what they can know and what they can't know. Yang Hui, won't there be any problems? Baki Lulu asked Yang Hui in a low voice. In order to hide her military identity, she changed into casual clothes. The red top was tied tightly with a white belt, and the black slim shirt and black hip skirt perfectly outlined the curves of her figure. The black and gray stockings wrapped her slender legs, and her feet were wearing high-top Martin boots. The short black-haired beauty showed her heroic spirit with a hint of charm and sexiness. No, this is the attitude you should use towards people like them. The more you give in, the more they will push their limits. Some of your comments are correct. Most waste recyclers are hyenas. I see. Contact the Archangel and let the people on board pay attention. After the supplies are transported to the port of call, make sure that all the people have left before disembarking to carry the supplies. And change all your clothes. Don't let them recognize that you are from the Earth Army. Remember, you must encrypt them. I see, but those refugees. In the previous exchange, Yang Hui did not mention the transfer of refugees, which made Baki Lulu wonder if Yang Hui had forgotten about it, or didn't want to let the refugees disembark. After the supplies are replenished, I will discuss the acceptance of refugees with Maddox. When negotiating with them, you must not reveal all your cards at once. After a transaction is completed, you can discuss the next transaction. Otherwise, there is a high probability that you will be cheated and lose everything. Yang Hui instructed. Is that so? Yes. But why do you? Although he stopped talking halfway, Yang Hui knew what Baki Lulu wanted to ask. As a core figure of a country, why did he have to deal with such a group of people? So Yang Hui answered directly, I'll take you around here later, and you'll know why. Okay. Don't say it. Before coming here, Baki Lulu was full of contempt and disdain, but after really coming here and seeing the process of Yang Hui dealing with him, Baki Lulu was full of curiosity about this place. Yang Hui took Baki Lulu to meet Luo and his team. On the way, Baki Lulu had already transmitted the message to the Archangel, and even encrypted it according to Yang Hui's request. On the way, Yang Hui deliberately took a detour and passed through the trading area and manufacturing area inside Banakur, which opened Baki Lulu's eyes. Most of the stalls in the trading area are not worth watching. Most of them are trivial small parts. Baki Lulu doesn't know what these parts are used for, and they look tattered and have no value. But some shops are selling amazing things. They have everything from the Federation's regular weapons to Zaft's parts. And even though you know that these are definitely wreckages picked up from somewhere, they look like brand new. Then there is the manufacturing area, but it is better to say that it is a processing area and a renovation area. Here, there is no ability to manufacture from scratch. Fighters, tanks, MA, and MIS parts are all repaired, refurbished, and modified in this place. That's right, it's a modification. Even the most worthless fighters and tanks have been modified in various ways, and they can really improve the original performance and firepower. What surprised Bakalu the most was that there were Zaft military MIs that had been completely repaired here, Zion, Shigu, Baku, Zwat, Gen. Everything is available, and they have all been modified in various ways. How could it be? So I told you, there are a lot of talented people here, do you believe it now? Yes. Okay. Although Yang Hui liked the expression on Bujalulu's face at this moment, as silly as a country bumpkin coming to the city, he still reminded her, control your expression, don't let them think you have never seen the world. In this place, being worldly means being easy to bully. Upon hearing this, Bujalulu quickly controlled her expression and returned to her serious state, but still asked Yang Hui in a low voice, what's the matter with these MIs? They are sold to mercenaries, killers, other colleagues, and even countries on Earth or Zaft. This. No way? Why would the Earth Army and Zaft buy things from them? Does the Earth Army have its own MIs? Excluding the newly developed G, the Earth Army does not have its own MIs. If it wants to study its own MIs, having a reference will greatly improve the efficiency of the research. The G plan also conducts basic research based on the captured Zine. Then Zaft. As far as I know, the underwater and desert specialized models of Zion are the prototypes taken from here, and they were officially mass-produced after research and upgrading. Well, Baki Lulu said that nothing you say can scare me, because I am numb. However, this numb state was broken again after meeting Luo and others. This is G. Arriving at the separate area where Luo's team was, Luo immediately took Yang Hui and Baki Lulu to visit the big treasure he had obtained this time. Seeing the familiar head, Baki Lulu immediately became uneasy. What G? Do you know what this MIS is? Luo asked Baki Lulu. He didn't know what this machine was called. He only knew that he found two at that time, one blue, one red, and a golden right arm. They could only be called red, blue, and golden. The blue one was borrowed to someone, and the red and golden arms were brought back to be used as his own special machines and spare parts. Without answering Luo's question, Baki Lulu subconsciously reached for the pistol at her waist, but Yang Hui grabbed her hand. Stop, this is not G. How is it possible? Look carefully. Baki Lulu looked at the red MIS in front of her and took a closer look. She found that it was indeed very different from G. It did not have the iconic PS armor. The armor was made of bubble metal, while G's armor was not made of this material. Although it was also equipped with a miniaturized beam weapon, the shape was different from G's standard weapon, and the overall design was also different. What on earth is this? I don't know. Anyway, I saw it in Heliopolis. There should be two more, but the blue one was borrowed and the gold one only had one arm left. Luo spread his hands and said. Hearing this, Baki Lulu did not ask Luo what was going on, but stared at Yang Hui. Yang Hui was extremely depressed by Luo's big heart. Now he couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. MBFP series, Heretic, the red machine should be P02, which is Orb's development plan. Yang Hui knew that if he didn't tell her, Bujalulu would not let him go, nor would he let Law go, so he just said it. What? Orb's Ms. X2 Bujalulu and Law were shocked at the same time. Wait? Why would Orb, a neutral country, develop its own Ms? Do they want to start a war? Bujalulu asked, grabbing Yang Hui's collar. Yang Hui didn't get angry when he saw this, but just sighed. Should he give Bujalulu a small lesson on the world situation? Chapter 250 The Best Luck in the Universe. Honestly, Nadal, sometimes you are so naive and cute. Yang Hui said to Baki Lulu calmly. What did you say? Do you think Orb is not in a war now? Of course. Hasn't Orb always advocated neutrality? Aren't you sure we won't join a war? In that case, why? So in your eyes, war is just about killing each other with weapons. Well, that's normal. After all, you are a soldier and you can only see these. What do you mean? Economic war, trade war, diplomatic war, spy war. What? Hearing Yang Hui's words, Baki Lulu was stunned. Her hands had already loosened Yang Hui's collar and she was speechless. Orb has been involved in a war for a long time. It is a war without the smoke of gunpowder, which is more dangerous than fighting with real swords and guns. Yang Hui adjusted his collar and spoke calmly to Baki Lulu, and even to Luo, Yamabuki Juri, and Liam Kalfi who were present, to let them know the true cruelty. In recent years, the Earth Union, led by the Atlantic Federation, has been putting pressure on neutral countries on Earth, reducing trade, imposing economic sanctions, and political oppression. It has never stopped for a moment. I don't know about other countries, but Orb has become increasingly difficult in recent years and has had to make more compromises. This transaction is one of them. Besides, what will Plant think when the Earth Army's new battleships and new Ms appear on Orb's colonial satellites? Will they think that we have surrendered to the Earth Union? Will they launch an attack on Orb in order to strangle Orb in advance? Once the other side launches an attack, what will Orb use to resist? What should we use to protect our citizens? You can ask the Earth Union for help, we can. Do you believe this yourself? Bakalulu couldn't answer Yang Hui. She wanted to answer with certainty, I believe it. The Earth Army will definitely protect Orb. But, after seeing more things, this answer was stuck in Bakalulu's throat, and she couldn't make a sound. Weapons don't exist for war, and war has never been a goal, but just a process to achieve a goal. Yang Hui talked freely, looking up at the Astray Gundam Red Machine. The Atlantic Federation's goal is political hegemony, or even to eliminate all adjusters. The Earth Union's goal is to fight for more rights. Plant's initial goal is just to strive for a peaceful and fair living environment for adjusters, and Orb just wants to protect the country and citizens. Such a simple, but difficult goal. You can join the Earth Union, in this case. Then what about the adjusters of Orb? Orb is the most special country in the world. Not only does it firmly adhere to a neutral attitude, it is also the only country on Earth where natural people and adjusters coexist and live together in peace. For all the citizens who trust Orb, they can only insist on neutrality and will not surrender to either Plant or the Earth Union. In order to achieve this goal, Orb needs to become stronger, strong enough to protect the country and its citizens from both the Earth Army and the Zaft Army. Do you understand? Baki Lulu understood what Yang Hui meant and agreed with his statement. Although they were in different forces, they had the same desire to protect their country. I will report this matter to my superiors truthfully. Baki Lulu said seriously. This was her responsibility. No problem, this is what you should do, and... Yang Hui paused, pointed at the Astray Gundam Red and continued to say to Baki Lulu, this was originally one of the contents of the deal between me and Brigadier General Halberden. Why did Yang Hui agree to let Baki Lulu follow him to the Scrap Recyclers Union? Why did he deliberately take a detour to take Baki Lulu to learn more about the Scrap Recyclers? Why did he take her to see Luo when he knew that Luo would show the Astray Gundam Red? Why did he tell her so much and a long time? He just wanted to plant seeds in Baki Lulu's heart, and then promote them to sprout and bloom, and change her simple thoughts. Yang Hui's evaluation of Baki Lulu, a qualified soldier, a failed soldier. Because of the iron-blooded style of her military family, Baki Lulu pays more attention to the rules of the army than the duty of protecting civilians. As long as she can achieve greater results, she will not hesitate to use civilians. Although this point was changed a little bit in the original plot during the quarrel with Malu, it also led to her future tragedy. In this case, it is better to use more force to change her thinking, expand her horizons and mind, so that she can trust Yang Hui and not separate from the Archangel when she is in Alaska. Baki Lulu nodded and stepped aside, no longer expressing her opinions to Yang Hui. But Luo walked up with a helpless look on his face, scratching his hair and complaining to Yang Hui, "I say, we are just scrap recyclers, is it really okay for you to say this to us?" Luo seems to be careless and often has a stubborn mind, but he is not stupid. He heard that Yang Hui's words were not only said to Baki Lulu, but also to them. "So, how about you help me?" Yang Hui grinned and asked. "You really haven't given up yet?" "I refuse. My goal is to be the strongest scrap recycler, and I don't want to be involved in the war." Luo directly rejected Yang Hui's invitation. As expected, Yang Hui shrugged and didn't care. Anyway, he didn't know how many times he was rejected. But it doesn't matter. People like Luo can only be friends and companions, and can never be forced. Based on Yang Hui's understanding of Luo, Luo will eventually take the path of opposing war, but he has not experienced enough shocks now. After obtaining the Astray Gundam Red Machine and establishing a bond with the giant serpent tail, Luo has embarked on an unusual path. One day, he will consciously join it, and Yang Hui also has the trump card of Promise Fortress. With Luo's personality, it is impossible for him not to be curious about the infinite world. "By the way, this is your machine, right? Do you want to recycle it?" Luo pointed to the Astray Gundam Red Machine behind him and asked Yang Hui. "Will you sell it?" "Of course not." Facing Yang Hui's question, Luo gave a hearty and direct answer. "That's all." Yang Hui rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, when did Luo learn to tease people? "Hey, this is my treasure, I won't give it to anyone else, we are the closest companions." Yang Hui rolled his eyes at Luo again. He had just picked up the red machine from Heliopolis, and they had only fought together once at most. How could they be the closest? "It's okay to give you the machine, but you have to let me copy a copy of the data," Yang Hui asked. "No problem." "That's right." Luo suddenly thought of something and pulled Yang Hui to the other side of the hangar. There were a bunch of parts scattered in front of them. These were also found in the ruins of Heliopolis. "They should be useful to you." Yang Hui stared at the parts in front of him in amazement, and then looked at Luo. A suffocating aura immediately made him sigh. The best luck in the universe is really not kidding." There were many parts scattered in front of Yang Hui, and they were very scattered, but they were roughly divided into two colors, green and purple. If Yang Hui couldn't tell what the parts were, then he could really go back to the mother's womb and rebuild. Gundam Astray Green and Gundam Astray Purple. According to Yang Hui's memory, although he didn't have much impression of these two machines, he also knew where these two machines ended up. One was accidentally obtained by Orb's ace pilot Barry Howe, who almost turned a real machine into a super machine. The other was taken away by the extremely evil organization, Librarian, and the final transformation was almost a super machine. And now, how come these two machines, which should have been in the state of parts, were picked up by Luo? "That's right, I have the best luck in the universe." Luo wiped his nose and said proudly. "Name a price, I want all of them." "Why are you so polite?" "I'll give it to you if I say so. After all, you gave it to me." Luo pointed at the Astray Red Machine and smiled. "No, let's put it in a different way. I will pay you the price of the whole machine according to the market price." "It's settled, Luo. Friendship is friendship, business is business, we can't mess it up. I have already received a reward for the red machine. As a natural person, the data that can freely drive Ms. is now a priceless treasure." Yang Hui said to Luo. "Really? Then I'm at a loss." Ha, that's not it." Yang Hui did not copy the data of the Astray Red Machine immediately, nor did he pack up the parts of the green machine and the purple machine and take them away. If the Archangel and G are the secrets of the Atlantic Federation, these are the secrets of Orb. They can't be taken to the Atlantic Federation and then robbed by them. So he directly placed another commission order with Luo and his team, asking them to escort the Dawn Society and Heavenly Pillars to Orb, and the data of the green and red machines were given to Director Erica Simmons, and the purple machine was given to Mina. The key requirement was that the purple machine could only be given to Mina alone, and not even her twin brother Gina, who looked like her, or her old father, could take it over. He would naturally not refuse a friend's commission, and the reward for the delivery was a free opportunity to modify the red machine. Both are Dawn Society and Heavenly Pillars could take it over, and Luo would not refuse this reward. After finishing the communication with Luo, Yang Hui left with Baki Lulu. He had just received a communication that the material supply had been completed, and then he needed to discuss the reception of refugees with Matic. That Luo is a natural person? Baki Lulu asked on the way. Yes. Then he. Don't even think about recruiting him. I've tried to recruit him countless times but failed. You are even less likely to do so. Don't underestimate me. We are the Atlantic Federation. Invite, threaten, and finally force. Oh, it's useless. Luo is soft-hearted and can only be friends. We can't force him. And I was not kidding just now. Luo's luck is really terrible. I know, but I will report everything I see to my superiors. It's up to you. Yang Hui really didn't care about Baki Lulu's report. This was also the duty of a soldier and should be followed. Moreover, if he reported it, Yang Hui could guarantee that the Atlantic Federation would not take it seriously. Even if they did, they would not sincerely recruit him. They would more likely use force to force him. In this way, wouldn't it give Yang Hui a chance to win over this group of people? Chapter 251 Refugees Unable to Leave. Yang Hui took Baki Lulu to Maddox to discuss the refugee deal, but was taken directly to Maddox's office by his younger brother. As soon as they entered the door, the smoky environment made the two frown. Maddox, you let the guests stay in such an environment to discuss business. There's nothing we can do. We are just garbage collectors. How good of an environment can we have? Maddox shrugged casually, but still turned on the ventilation system to the maximum to make the air in the room a little fresher. This kind of clumsy temptation can be put away, Maddox. Don't think I'm easy to fool. Yang Hui did not enter the room, but waited for Maddox to come out. He knew that this office was not a room for receiving guests. Compared with the smoky room, the reception room was not luxurious, but it was definitely clean and tidy. Of course, I don't have the idea of fooling you, Yang Hui. You are the most distinguished regular customer, but he. Maddox sneered at Baki Lulu beside Yang Hui. What do you mean? Baki Lulu frowned. It's nothing. Although we are garbage collectors and do whatever it takes to survive, we are not blind or deaf. After all, some businesses look like hot cakes, but they are actually hot potatoes. Don't you think so? A soldier lady from the Earth Army. You. Baki Lulu was about to draw her gun subconsciously, but Yang Hui stopped her. How did you find out? Yang Hui's brows also frowned. He had prepared to hide the identities of the Archangel and Baki Lulu before he came here. Nothing, just heard some interesting information. Maddox shrugged, and then immediately put away his casual and dissolute look and became extremely serious. So, Yang Hui, is the transaction with you or her? It's me. I understand, please come this way. What's the matter? Baki Lulu asked Yang Hui, which contained two meanings. One was to ask Yang Hui why the other party knew her identity, and the other was that the other party's attitude was not very friendly to the Earth Army. Let's talk about it later. Let's solve the refugee problem first. Okay. After arriving at the clean and tidy reception room, Yang Hui took Baki Lulu to sit opposite Maddox. Why? Is it strange that I know your identity? Maddox saw Baki Lulu staring at him with burning eyes, shook his head and smiled. Although there was no answer, the silence and the sight had already told Maddox the answer. 7 hours ago, Heliopolis collapsed. Rumor has it that it was done by the Atlantic Federation and Zeft. This. With a simple message, Baki Lulu has already got the answer. It seems that her understanding of the Scrap Recycling Merchants Union is still too superficial. The other party also has its own intelligence system. Okay, Maddox, there are a group of refugees on the ship. I would like to entrust you to receive them and send them back to Orb. Name a price. I can't do it. What happened? Yang Hui didn't think Maddox was playing tricks. A direct refusal meant that he really couldn't do it, instead of waiting for a price. The last batch of regular ships departed 2 days ago. There will be no ships heading to Earth in the short term. Not even one. No, we also have various situations. Okay, I got it. After the conversation, Yang Hui took Buja Lulu away directly, but before leaving, Maddox gave Yang Hui a piece of information. If you're in a hurry, go through the wreckage area. There might be a surprise. Thank you. You're welcome. After all, you are a most distinguished guest. After leaving, Bakalulu quickly asked, wait? What happened? Did the negotiation break down? Or is it because of my identity? It has nothing to do with you. Although the Earth Union, especially the Atlantic Federation, has always been the most unwelcome customer of the Scrap Recyclers Union, they will only make things difficult and raise the price. Then what's going on? Why can't we accept refugees? I haven't told you before that the Scrap Recyclers Union is actually divided into two groups, the Earth faction and the Universe faction. The two factions are each independent and want to be the boss, so the relationship between them is not very good, but the connection between the two sides has not been completely cut off. There is still communication and transactions, so the two sides have drawn a boundary and cannot cross it easily. Every once in a while, there is a batch of regular ships traveling back and forth between the two sides. If you miss it, you can no longer cross the border. This is the rule, and those who violate the rules will be expelled from the Union. Is there such a relationship? Yes. But the person before was not. Bakalulu was talking about Luo, because Yang Hui entrusted him to go to Earth, and the other party agreed. He is an exception. Luo is the only one who has no clear faction, but has established good relations with both sides. It must be said that people with good luck have privileges wherever they go. For example, Luo's best luck often helps both factions find some hard-to-find treasures. Not only that, relying on his good luck, he has helped both sides resolve many conflicts. In addition, Luo's technology is the first person recognized by all scrap recyclers. Both the Universe faction and the Earth faction have asked him for help. He has a wide range of friends, so he is the only exception. Then can he? It's difficult. You have seen his ship. It can't hold many people. It's impossible to take all the refugees away. I know. Bakalulu also gave up the idea of asking Luo for help. After all, the handling of refugees may cause disputes if not handled with care. If not all refugees can be taken away, then who should be taken away? Who should be left behind? How to determine this? Instead of letting them argue and not being able to completely get rid of the trouble of refugees, it is better to leave them all behind temporarily. It just so happens that some volunteers can also fill the vacancies of the Archangel. Back on the Archangel, Bakalulu reported the situation to Meru. Of course, now on the bridge, there were many people talking, so she only reported the situation that supplies and refugees could not be accepted. Hey, can't we get off the ship? Why is this happening? Didn't we agree that we can get off here? Liar. You are all liars. Silence. Bakalulu shouted angrily, quieting down all the quarreling people. Let me explain. At this time, Yang Hui took the initiative to stand up. After all, they were all citizens of Orb. Kid? Who are you? What qualifications do you have to explain? My father is Yang Hongayu. Do I have the qualifications? Yang Hui glanced coldly at the shouting man, who is the one who started the quarrel just now. Yang Hongayu? Who is he? Don't think. You are the young master of the Yang family. The man wanted to shout at Yang Hui. He had always been a person at the bottom of society, so it was normal for him not to know the people above, and he also wanted to take this opportunity to gain some benefits for himself. But he had never heard of Yang Hongayu, but others had. Among the refugees who were rescued, there were also several people of good status. For example, the doctor who treated Malu's gunshot wound after boarding the ship was a top doctor in Orb. It's me, Dr. Bruno. It's been a long time since I last met you. It's you, Master Yang. What's going on? Why do we have to stay on the ship of the Earth Army? The situation is a bit complicated. There are no ships going to Earth in a short time, so we can't hand you over to them. But I promise that I will definitely send you back to Orb safely. Yang Hui promised everyone. I know, Master Yang, I believe you. With the first one, there will naturally be the second one. They all accepted Yang Hui's promise, but some people wanted to make trouble. But Yang Hui just said a word to make these people stop. You can get off the ship now, at your own risk. Get off the ship by yourself? What a joke. They don't understand the Scrap Recycling Merchants Union. In their eyes, they are just a group of hyenas who collect junk. Instead of getting off the ship and staying with the hyenas, it is safer to stay on the ship. After solving the refugee problem, Yang Hui went back to his room to rest. He had been busy since boarding the ship and had not had a good rest. Bakalulu also wanted to rest, but there were still things to report to Malu and Mew. What? Orbis? Yes, that's right. Hearing Bakalulu's report, Malu and Mew were not calm. If what the scrap recycling business union saw and did shock them, Orb's development of his own Ms was even more shocking. What is all this? Is Orb planning to start a war? Mew covered his face and said with a headache. Then, Bakalulu hesitated for a moment and told the two of them all the explanations Yang Hui had given her. After listening to it, the two were silent. Haha, what an incredible kid, is he really only 16 years old? Mew laughed bitterly at himself. It's a different position. It's really hard to imagine what kind of environment he grew up in. Malu sighed and said. This sentence resonated with Bakalulu. Born in a military family, she was educated with iron-blooded ideas since childhood and lost the childhood that normal children should have. While other children were playing with their friends, she had to face mountains of study materials and a list of training that could never be completed. But, she felt that what she had experienced might not be a big deal in front of Yang Hui, because Yang Hui's knowledge and skills were much better than hers. When she thought of this, Bakalulu felt distressed for no reason. She felt different for no reason, but Yang Hui was still a teenager and had to go through so much, so what was the meaning of her being a soldier? Captain, should we report this intelligence? Bakalulu asked rarely, and this time, she was shaken. Report it, don't forget our identity. Malu said this tiredly, there was no way, this was the duty of a soldier. Understood. By the way, didn't you buy something else? Didn't you say there were many complete MAs? It can increase our combat effectiveness. Mew asked. As soon as she finished speaking, she was greeted with a look of Malulu and Bakalulu as if she was a fool. Who will drive? Do you have money? Oh, Mew was embarrassed. He was the only regular pilot on the Archangel, and Kira still forced him to drive the strike Gundam. If it weren't for volunteers, the Archangel's crew would not be complete, and Mew almost forgot that the Archangel's supplies were all paid for by Yang Hui. Chapter 252, The Bait I Can't Refuse. The scarce supplies were fully replenished. No matter which route they chose, they no longer had to worry about the shortage of supplies before arriving at the lunar base. However, which road to take next became a problem for the three. The wreckage area? It is indeed the shortest route, but Mew looked at the space map with a headache. From their current position, passing through the wreckage area is indeed the shortest route, but the wreckage area is originally a large wreckage space area that has gradually gathered together due to the gravity of the Earth. If they are not careful, the Archangel will also become a member of the wreckage. But choosing other routes will take a long detour. Although they have temporarily shaken off the pursuers of Zaft, no one knows when the enemy will catch up. Taking a long detour means a longer time, which also means that the probability of fighting with the enemy will be greatly increased. Moreover, the intelligence given by Maddock at the end is also worth thinking about by the three. Surprise. To be honest, the last thing we want to encounter now is a surprise. Mew shook his head and said. But, Lieutenant Bakalulu, are you sure that the other party has known our identity? Malu confirmed with Bakalulu. It's impossible to be sure. Bakalulu shook her head. Even if the Waste Recycling Merchants Union has its own intelligence network, the information of the Archangel is confidential within the Atlantic Federation, and they can't get it. And combined with Maddock's answer to Bakalulu, it should be only a judgment to a certain extent, and her reaction gave the other party a definite answer? Thinking of this, Bakalulu wanted to slap herself. But it is very likely. Is that so? Malu couldn't judge for a while. She also agreed with what Mew said. What the Archangel needs least now is a surprise. Wait. I suddenly thought of a possibility. Mew suddenly exclaimed. What possibility? Could this information have been originally intended for us? Mew suddenly thought of a possibility, but quickly denied it. No, it shouldn't be. Yang Hui also said that the other party's relationship with the Atlantic Federation is not very good, and with their style of doing things, they will not give information to customers who meet for the first time for free. Yang Hui is a possibility. How about we ask Yang Hui to analyze it? X2 When Malu and Mew heard Bakalu's suggestion, they were stunned for a moment, and their expressions became very strange. Why, what's wrong? No, it's just unexpected that you actually want Yang Hui to provide advice. Bakalu's decision really surprised the two. According to Bakalu's personality, The three of them are now discussing the action route of the Archangel. This is the internal military affairs of the Atlantic Federation. It is impossible to invite Yang Hui, an outsider who is an important member of ORB, to participate. Even if Yang Hui wants to join, Bakalu should use the reasons of internal military affairs and military secrets to expel him. I just consider that Yang Hui knows them best. Instead of the three of us making random guesses, why not ask Yang Hui to analyze it? Of course, the final decision still needs to be made by the captain. Bakalulu blushed and explained. Malu and Mu looked at each other and smiled at the same time. Okay, then let Yang Hui take a look. Yes, Captain. Soon, Yang Hui was awakened from his sleep and was taken to the captain's office by Bakalulu. Captain Lamias, Captain Fleka, is there anything else you can help me with? Yang Hui asked a little depressed. He hadn't rested for a long time. Who knew that Bakalulu dragged him out of the bed not long after he fell asleep? Malu and Mu were stunned. They heard complaints and dissatisfaction in Yang Hui's tone. At the same time, they looked at Bakalulu, wanting to know how she had offended Yang Hui again. The situation is urgent. The Archangel's route is more important. You can sleep any time. The two understood that Yang Hui was resting, but was dragged here by Bakalulu. Well, Yang Hui, we really need your help now. The Archangel can't stay here forever, so you have to bear the responsibility. Malu apologized. Alice, the Archangel's next action trajectory is internal military affairs. Is it really okay for me, an outsider, to participate? Yang Hui sighed and asked the three people helplessly. The three people were stunned and smiled self-deprecatingly. They had worried about whether Yang Hui would gather intelligence or secretly control the Archangel. They didn't expect that the first sentence he spoke was to avoid suspicion. It's like this. The reason we asked you to come is. Then, Malu told Yang Hui the reason for their hesitation and the reason for asking him to come. After listening, Yang Hui also frowned and began to think. After about 2 or 3 minutes, he gave an answer. Matic is a man who won't give away information until he sees the rabbit. He won't give away information for free. He must have some ulterior motive. Yang Hui said to the three people. Is it a trap? The three people frowned and were about to reject the idea of going directly through the wreckage area, but Yang Hui's next words made them hesitate again. It is very likely a trap, but Matic will never do anything without a purpose. Judging from his cunning, even if this is really a trap, there must be a bait, and this bait is very tempting to us, so tempting that we can't give it up. Such an important bait? What could it be? I don't know, a bait that is tempting to both of us. Wait. The wreckage area. Julius 7. Yang Hui may have thought of what this bait is. The Julius 7 side in the center of the wreckage area. At this point in time, there is only one very important bait for Yang Hui. Lacus Klein. Because Yang Hui traveled back and forth between Orb and Plants several times for the purpose of cooperation, he had contact with Plant's top leaders Siegel Klein and Patrick Serra, and naturally met Lacus, and, to be honest, after several exchanges, his relationship with Lacus was really not bad, and they were good friends. If Lacus really went to Julius 7 to prepare for the memorial event as in the original plot, then her situation is very dangerous now. But that's not right. Because in the original plot, before Kira found Lacus, he had already met the reconnaissance type, Zion, that went to rescue her. Logically, without the appearance of the Archangel, she should have been rescued by the Zaft army. Is there any variable? If this is true, then Lacus is really in danger, and Yang Hui must go to the wreckage area anyway. Lacus is important to Yang Hui, but what about the Archangel? What is important? If Madoc guessed that the Archangel was a warship of the Earth Army, he would have thought that the voyage of this warship was not something Yang Hui could easily control, so the information he gave was definitely not for him alone. He hoped that the Archangel would also go to the wreckage area, so what is the bait that Malu and Bakalulu can't ignore? The 8th Orbital Fleet. The Advanced Fleet. Just analyzing the intelligence in hand would definitely not lead to this conclusion, but Yang Hui knew the plot. After learning that the Archangel was missing, Dwayne Halberton sent the Advanced Fleet to meet the Archangel, but before the meeting, it would be attacked by the cruise team and eventually destroyed. The Archangel that went to rescue was finally saved by Bakalulu using Lacus's life as a threat, otherwise, even the Archangel would sink here. But the time, route, and events have all changed, so Will it be the same as before? Or maybe, it will be even worse. Seeing that Yang Hui had entered a state of thinking, the three did not dare to disturb Yang Hui. Now, they still regarded Yang Hui as the backbone. Even if Yang Hui was not a soldier of the Earth Army, they would listen to his advice seriously. Go and take a look and you will know. Yang Hui finally decided. But, if it is a trap, what should we do? Malu said worriedly. That's right, with the current combat power of the Archangel, it can't withstand the attack of the Zaft army. Mew added. Then find helpers to enhance the existing combat power. Helpers? Could it be friendly forces? But we are now. No, not the Earth Army. Not the Earth Army. Yes, wait a minute. After speaking, Yang Hui turned and left the captain's office, and came back not long after. When he came back, he brought some kind of sophisticated instrument that they had never seen before. What is this? I secretly brought it on board with a strike Gundam. It's a quantum communication device that I developed independently. It can communicate in real time over long distances. It's still in the experimental stage, so it's not yet popularized. I only gave it to people who need to contact urgently when necessary. Yang Hui activated the communication device while explaining to the three people. Long-distance real-time communication. Hey. Is this really possible? You did it yourself? This is simply. The three people couldn't believe it. As soldiers, they had experienced an isolated and helpless environment. They knew very well what this meant. If they had the same equipment and contacted the 8th Orbital Fleet at the beginning, their crisis would be reduced by more than half. Zizzy. There is a commission. Zizzy. Received. Answer. Zizzy. It seems to be connected. Hearing the voice of the other party in the communication, Yang Hui smiled. This was just a test product with the longest communication distance. The other party's position was erratic. Whether he could contact him was also unknown, but fortunately he succeeded. This is Yang Hui, please reply if you received it. Received. Zizzy. This is. Giant Serpent's Tail. Zizzy. I didn't expect it would take a day. Zizzy. The content of the commission. How long does it take to reach the wreckage area, near the ruins of Julius 7? Calculate the route. Zizzy. It takes 3 days. 3 days. It's in time. I now formally entrust you to meet me near the ruins of Julius 7, and serve as an escort. The reward. I heard from Luo that you have already got that machine, right? That, the recycler. Zizzy, that's right. The reward is that, Dawn Society, will tailor-make your machine for you, how about it? Okay. I'll go out immediately. Zizzy. This time I'll leave my life in your hands, since it's a commission. Zizzy. I will definitely complete it. Chapter 253 Wang Liumei's one-man show. The communication ended, the arc on the surface of the communication equipment jumped, and the operation ended with a puff. The little smoke and dust indicated that its life was over. Fortunately, it worked, otherwise it would be troublesome. Yang Hui patted the remains of the equipment, thankful that it could last so long. Who is the other party? Mercenaries. Maru asked. Well, the mercenary organization, Giant Serpent Tail, is very outstanding mercenaries. I have cooperated with them several times, and the current mission completion rate is 100%. Wait, the helpers you are talking about are not a group of mercenaries, right? Can they really help us? Baki Lulu questioned Yang Hui's decision. Also, Archangel and GR. Confidential matters, I know, but... Yang Hui looked at Baki Lulu helplessly. Can you calculate the time? How long has it been since the 4Gs were taken by the Zaft army? Oh, the data has been extracted long ago, and even Plant has received it and started researching it. In this case, is G-Plan still confidential? Baki Lulu was speechless after being asked. Also, good mercenaries know what to ask and what not to ask. Giant Serpent Tail is the most professional. They will only focus on the commission and will not inquire about the information of the Archangel. Giant Serpent Tail and Kong Yun are the best mercenary organizations in the world. They have a small number of people, but they are all absolutely elite. The success rate of the mission has always been above 90%. They only care about the content of the commission and never ask about other things. It is for this reason that Yang Hui is assured to cooperate with them. Otherwise, even if Kong Yun is the protagonist of another storyline in the Gundam Seed world, Yang Hui will not be assured to cooperate with him. After all, the missions that require him to use mercenaries are not very public. Even so, how much combat power can mercenaries have? Wait, you said that machine, is it the one mentioned before? Yes. I still can't agree. I don't think it's very reliable either. The reputation of mercenary organizations has always been not very good. It's decided. Let's follow the shortest route, pass through the wreckage area, and go to the lunar base. In the end, Malu agreed with Yang Hui's suggestion. Captain. Hey, this is not a joke. I believe Yang Hui, he won't joke either, he's also on this ship. Malu explained, isn't it difficult to accept a proposal to go to the Scrap Recycling Merchants Union to resupply supplies? But we successfully shook off Zaft's pursuit and got enough supplies. I believe there will be no problem this time. This reason made the two unable to refute. Perhaps this is a problem of vision and knowledge. Most of their ideas are conventional, while Yang Hui's ideas seem to be unrealistic, but they are highly executable. Then it's decided. Malu immediately notified the bridge and asked them to reset the route. The Archangel set sail. Malu actually had another reason that she didn't tell the two, that is, she found a sense of security in Yang Hui. Suddenly she was attacked, and Yang Hui helped her. Suddenly she became the captain of the Archangel, and Yang Hui supported her, and now, Yang Hui once again made an incredible suggestion, but she was still willing to believe Yang Hui. Just like before, she couldn't explain what this sense of security and trust was, but she was willing to follow her heart to make a decision. That's it, I'm going to take a break, I'm exhausted. Yes, you've worked hard. Seeing this, the three of them didn't know what to say. Yang Hui was not a soldier, but he had helped them a lot. He had been working so hard until now, and it was time for him to take a good rest. However, after returning to his room, Yang Hui locked the door, took out his pad and sent an encrypted message, and this was his final trump card. Just like the original plot, when the cruise team changed their route to pursue the Archangel, a recall order came from the plant mainland because of the collapse of Heliopolis, and Orb issued a strong protest. For a time, the plant parliament was in a state of tension, and Cruz and Aslan, the only person present when Heliopolis collapsed, were urgently needed to go back for questioning. Now, regarding the collapse of Heliopolis in the territory of the United Emirates of Orb, a temporary hearing committee is convened. Siegel Klein, as the speaker and host, announced the start of the meeting and introduced the special guests who joined temporarily to everyone present. In this hearing committee, the representative of the United Emirates of Orb, Ms. Wang Liumi, will participate in this hearing committee as a special member. Please take care of me. Wang Liumi, who was sitting at the end of the seat, stood up and bowed to the members. So young. This is just a child. The country of Orb is finished, and they actually let a child come to diplomacy. It's ridiculous. The other members of the meeting talked a lot, and most of them had a contemptuous attitude towards Wang Liumi. But Wang Liumi didn't care at all. Anger is always the worst way to solve problems. She now represents Orb. When she shows her true ability and strives for more benefits for Orb, they will know how painful it is to be slapped in the face. First, Laolu Cruz, we want to hear your report. Yes. Cruz, who was sitting on the side, stepped forward and made a detailed report on the collapse of Heliopolis, and also uploaded the battle record. The above is the whole process. After listening to the above, you should be able to understand that the actions of my troops are not to attack Heliopolis itself, but the root cause of its collapse lies with the Earth Army. After the report was completed, Cruz returned to his original position and waited, and the members present also expressed their opinions. Sure enough, Orb and the Earth Army are in collusion. It is them who violated the treaty. Does Orb have any explanation for this? The pressure came to Wang Liumi, but in her opinion, this was not pressure at all. If it was just Cruz's one-sided statement, it would be easy to say, but with a battle record, it is an ironclad fact that cannot be denied. Modified the battle record? Haha, that would only give Wang Liumi more opportunities to slap them in the face. You have the battle data in your hands, so can't I have it in my hands? I disagree with your accusations. I think you all object to the fact that Orb breached the contract first and colluded with the Earth Army. Wang Liumi responded calmly, with a smile on her face. Humph, it's already a fact, and you're still refuting it. After all, you're just a child. No matter my age, I'm representing Orb now. Senator, can I think that you are showing contempt for Orb? Wang Lumei asked the speaker without changing his expression. What did you say? The spokesman slammed the table and stood up. In his eyes, Wang Lumei's unchanged smile was the greatest mockery and contempt for him. Silence. Senator Ellsman, please pay attention to your attitude. Senator Ellsman's behavior was not only throwing his own handle to the other party, but also disrespecting the hearing committee. Siegel Klein had to scold him harshly. Tisk. Then Miss Wang, please explain your opinion. At this time, except for the reprimanded Senator Ellsman, no one dared to treat Wang Lumei as a child anymore. Even the domineering Patrick Sala began to take her seriously. If nothing else, her smile was worth their attention. A young girl, surrounded by old foxes and enemies, could still remain calm and composed. It was a bit unbelievable. First of all, Orb has never colluded with the Earth Army, nor has it ever violated the Neutrality Treaty. Assisting the Earth Army in developing MIS is just an international trade incident. Orb has reached a deal with the Atlantic Federation, that's all. What a joke. If developing MIS is just a deal, then what is not a deal? On September 12, CE69, Orb reached a deal with Planned, and Aurora Society, sent technicians to assist the Zaft Army in perfecting the mass-produced MIS, Xeon. Orb received a large amount of rare materials as a reward. On January 3, CE70, Orb reached a deal with Planned to assist in the development of Earth-specific MIS, and Orb learned of the new Transjammer deployment plan in advance as a reward. On February 14, CE70, for humanitarian reasons, Orb informed Planned of the Earth Army's impending attack on Julia 7 in advance. As a result, due to your distrust, you failed to prevent the tragedy from happening, but one of the important members of Orb took away an important family member of someone present in advance and survived, and was rewarded with someone's verbal friendship. In March CE70, one by one, from the trade of materials to the rescue of important personnel and the development of mobile suits and battleships, each one is a fact that no one can deny. The faces of the people present, whether moderate or radical, became more and more ugly. The above is the entire content of the cooperation between Orb and Planned, which involved several assisting developments of mobile suits and battleships. So, may I ask, has Orb colluded with Planned a long time ago? If so, why didn't the Earth Federation get any help from Planned when it put pressure on Orb? Why did they destroy Orb's colony satellite, Heliopolis? Faced with Wang Lumei's questioning, everyone was speechless and couldn't refute it at all, as if this hearing committee was her one-man show, and everyone else was reduced to spectators. Regarding the collapse of Heliopolis, Captain Ralu Kreutzer has already reported that it was not our attack that caused the collapse of Heliopolis, but the Earth Army. I also have a different opinion on this matter. Wang Lumei interrupted the speech of Isalia Jewel, an important member of the radical faction, and uploaded a more complete video recording. This is the video recording I extracted from the wreckage of Heliopolis. It is more complete than the report submitted by Captain Ralu Kreutzer. The screen was played, and several key scenes were picked out, including Zaft's commando team performing blasting operations inside Heliopolis, Zion, actively attacking the spaceport command room of Heliopolis, and Zion, entering Heliopolis, with heavy bombing equipment for fortress attack operations. These scenes all deny the previous arguments and block their way to shift the responsibility to the Earth Army. This is. So, on behalf of Orb, I lodge a serious protest to Planned. I request an explanation for the destruction of the Orb United Emirates colonial satellite, Heliopolis, which led to its collapse, and offer reasonable compensation. Wang Lumei's powerful voice echoed in the silent conference room, like a loud slap in their faces, and like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's heart. Chapter 254 Wang Lumei's victory. Wow, so amazing. Aslan was almost stunned sitting on the side. Aslan was just listening in, and he felt very nervous when waiting to be called to speak. Wang Lumei looked even smaller than him because of her petite body, but she was able to remain calm and composed in such an occasion, and her counterattack left the top members of Planned speechless. Wang Lumei, the only daughter of the Wang family, a famous diplomat in Orb, is rumored to be an amazing genius. It is indeed extraordinary to see her today. Cruz whispered to Aslan. Well, I knew her when I was a child, but I didn't expect that she had such a side. Really? That's really interesting. Cruz was not worried at all about the disadvantage of the Planned members. Instead, he found it very interesting, and maintained an imperceptible arc at the corners of his mouth. Everyone at the hearing committee remained silent, and in the end, Patrick Sarah stood up and talked to Wang Liumei. So, what compensation does Orb want? Others might find it difficult to face the accusations raised by Wang Liumei and the protests from Orb, but Patrick Sarah and Siegel Klein, who had dealt with Orb, no, it should be said that they had dealt with Yang Hui a lot, knew that the ultimate request was compensation, and the nominal explanation and apology statement were all excuses. What Orb wants is nothing more than what you lose, you get. So, impossible. Plant can't cede territory, not now, and even less in the future. I think you misunderstood, Chairman Sarah. What Orb wants is just to rebuild Heliopolis, but Plant will bear all the manpower, material resources and financial resources. Orb has never thought of asking Plant to cede a colony satellite to Orb. Wang Liumei replied calmly. It's impossible. Building a colony satellite requires huge manpower, material resources and financial resources, and Plant cannot accept it. It was Isalia Jewel who raised the objection. Now the battle between Zaft and the Earth Army is becoming increasingly fierce. Now the Earth Army has even created its own MIS. Since it has been successful, it is not far from mass production. At that time, the pressure on the Zaft Army will be even greater. It is impossible to pay huge manpower, material and financial resources to compensate Orb's losses at this time. Then may I ask, what compensation can Plant propose? The value is equal to Heliopolis. Wang Liumei asked Isalia Jewel. This. Isalia Jewel couldn't answer, and it was impossible to answer. If Wang Liumei was unreasonable and asked for an exorbitant price, they could naturally refute Wang Liumei, but the compensation request proposed by Wang Liumei was reasonable, and she didn't even ask for more because of this matter. She only asked for the same compensation as the collapsed Heliopolis. This was already a concession. Okay. Patrick Sarah agreed, but added a condition, but not now. Please give a clear time, Chairman Patrick. 1 year later. No problem, but please make a formal apology statement and compensation clauses after the meeting, and compensate Orb for rare resources. Here is the list. Wang Liumei certainly knew that this was a tense period for the Plant and Zaft armies, and they simply could not come up with enough manpower, material resources, and financial resources to rebuild Heliopolis for Orb. Moreover, the two sides were fighting in full swing now. Even if the Plant agreed, would the Earth Army watch them rebuild without causing trouble? Even if it was built, in the war years, Heliopolis, which was outside the existing system of Orb, would only be a burden. So 1 year later, according to the current development trend of the war, even if there was no ceasefire after 1 year, the war would enter a state of easing. This would be the best time for Orb to make rapid progress. The participants at the meeting took the list of materials and nodded. They were all within a reasonable range. Although it was a bit painful, it was not unbearable. Okay, it's decided. I will hold a press conference tomorrow to formally issue an apology statement and compensation terms. Siegel Klein agreed. In that case, I will wait for good news. Wang Liumei stood up and bowed slightly to everyone, and left the venue. Her goal had been achieved. Siegel Klein did not announce the end of the meeting, which meant that the other party's topic had not been concluded, and it was not convenient for her to be present to listen. After Wang Liumei left, everyone's faces were quite ugly. This was a major failure in diplomacy, especially the recorded video, which undoubtedly slapped them hard in the face. The recorded video submitted by crews must have been processed, and a large amount of evidence of the Zaft army was deleted, in order to shirk responsibility. Who would have thought that Wang Liumei could find a complete recorded video in the collapsed Heliopolis in such a short time, catching them off guard? However, the matter was a foregone conclusion, and no matter how upset she was, it would be useless. The next topic was also very important. Then, let's move on to the next topic, Captain Cruz. Are these mobile suits of the Earth Army really worth the sacrifice? Patrick Sarah had received a data report of the X series a long time ago, but he still brought it up on this occasion, in order to let the moderates know that the Earth Army also has amazing mobile suits and they will face a more severe war environment. Regarding its amazing performance, there happens to be a pilot in my unit who has driven one of them and fought against the last one that failed to be captured. I would like this pilot, Aslan Sarah, to report to you. Aslan Sarah is allowed to report. Yes. Aslan stepped forward and began his report. First, about the Holy Shield. Wang Liumi left the hearing committee and did not return to the residence arranged by Plant for her, but waited in front of the fossil outside the meeting room. This was also expected. Siegel Klein and Patrick Serra would definitely talk to her privately. Can you help me contact Miss Klein? Wang Liumi asked the guards around her. Excuse me, do you have anything to do with Miss Klein? Nothing, Miss Klein and I are friends. It's a rare opportunity for me to come to Plant, so I want to meet Miss Klein. I'm very sorry, Miss Klein has already set off for the ruins of Julius 7 to prepare for the morning ceremony of Bloody Valentine's Day, and is not in Plant at the moment. The guard replied respectfully. As early as the beginning, Siegel Klein and Patrick Serra had already instructed them that as long as it did not involve military and political affairs and confidential matters, any needs could be met. That's really a pity, I miss her a lot. Wang Liumi and Lakis are friends. It's not just talk. In the past, Yang Hui secretly went to Plant with Wang Liumi and Wang, either together or one of them. After several contacts, they also became friends with Lakis. Maybe it was because of Lakis's identity that she couldn't make friends normally, so she quickly accepted the two of them, right? By the way, I also know Aslan, but there is a difference between men and women. Both of them are engaged, so it's not suitable for too much contact. About 15 minutes later, the door of the conference room opened, and the congressmen who attended the meeting dispersed. Siegel Klein brought Aslan to Wang Liumi. It's been a few years, hasn't it, Miss Wang? Yes, it's been almost a year, and it's been a long time since I last saw Aslan. Yes, it's been a long time. Aslan nodded and replied. I didn't expect you to have become so great after not seeing you for a year. It makes me feel like I've aged, ha ha ha. Siegel Klein laughed. Chairman Klein and Chairman Serra are in the prime, and I still have a lot to learn from you. Wang Liumi said modestly. I don't think so. You can already make all of us unable to refute you in this kind of occasion. You are already one of the most outstanding diplomats. At this time, Patrick Serra also came over, with a rare soft smile compared to the serious face at the meeting. You are too polite. Am I really too polite? Haha, your style is exactly the same as that boy. Marry a chicken and follow the chicken, marry a dog and follow the dog. Although he is still a fiancé, he is destined to be my husband. Even if I can't have him alone. Chairman Serra, please don't stir up trouble between me and the royal sister. Haha, that brat is really lucky, but he deserves this blessing. Patrick Serra laughed. Your orb's laws are really strange, and they actually allow polygamy. Siegel Klein joked. Only in this way can I and the royal sister be satisfied at the same time. Ha ha ha. Aslan, who was standing aside, felt that his three views were almost overturned. Siegel Klein was nothing. In his eyes, he was originally a very kind elder, but his father Patrick Serra was not like that. He usually liked to have a stern face and didn't smile too much at his biological son. Now he smiled like a neighbor's uncle, which scared him. By the way, Speaker Klein, Chairman Serra, you two left me here alone. Is there something you want to talk to me about? The pleasantries were almost over, and it was time to get down to business. Wang Liumi didn't believe that she was kept here just to reminisce about the past. If they were to reminisce about the past, they should have held their home. Well, I guess Yang Hui got a lot of benefits from this deal with the Earth Army. Not bad. You two should know that Yang Hui never suffers losses in his deals. Well, it seems that Orb is very ambitious. Patrick Serra asked, his eyes regained their sharpness. He just wants to protect his homeland. Orb's neutral concept has never changed and will not change. That's why I say he is very ambitious. Aren't you afraid that your ambition will kill you? As he spoke, Patrick Serra's smiling face suddenly disappeared, and a serious, earnest, sharp, iron-blooded and domineering sense of oppression came over him. Of course not. Facing Patrick Serra's momentum, Wang Liumi was as unmoved as a mountain, and answered without hesitation. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 255, Positions, Differences, and Struggles. Really? Then we'll see. Patrick Serra put away his oppression and returned to his usual state. Aslan. Father. Miss Wang will stay in Plant for a few days. You will be responsible for receiving her. Yes. As the Speaker of the Senate and the Chairman of the Military Committee, Siegel Klein and Patrick Serra have countless things to do, and it is impossible for them to accompany Wang Liumai all the time. It just so happens that Aslan also knows Wang Liumai and has no military duties for the time being, so he can take over this job. Long time no see, Miss Wang. Long time no see, Aslan. Now is private time, you can call me by my name. Okay, Wang Liumai. How are you and Lakers? Hey, what's going on? Aren't you an engaged couple? Well, you also know our situation. I joined Zaft and spent most of my time in the army, and she also has her own things to do, so. That's really a pity. Isn't it the same for you? Yang Hui. The two chatted along the way, but Aslan suddenly shut up when he mentioned Yang Hui. What's wrong? Wang Liumai asked Aslan. Nothing, nothing. Aslan quickly ended the topic. Although he also wanted to know the answer, why Yang Hui appeared in Heliopolis, there were so many people around, it was not a good opportunity to ask. Seeing this, Wang Liumai did not ask any more questions. Following Aslan's intention, she shifted the topic back to family matters and came to Sarah's house. You are Liumai? Oh, it's been almost a year, right? You are getting more and more beautiful. Arriving at Sarah's house, a gentle and kind lady came to meet her. She was Patrick Serra's wife, Aslan's mother, and the family member of a certain important person who was saved by Wang Liumai at the hearing committee, Renaya Serra. On February 14, CE 70, 1 month before the Bloody Valentine's Day incident, Yang Hui secretly told Plant the Intelligence that the Earth Army was going to launch a secret attack, but neither Siegel Klein nor Patrick Serra took it seriously. After all, the two sides had not yet fought a full-scale war, which led to the tragedy. After learning all this, Yang Hui found an excuse to transfer Renaya Serra in advance and saved her life. This was also the beginning of Yang Hui's connection with the top leaders of Plant. The people who were responsible for taking Renaya Serra away were Wang Liumai and Wang, so compared with Yang Hui, the behind-the-scenes commander, she had a better relationship with Wang Liumai and Wang. It's been a long time since we last met, Mrs. Serra. Come in quickly, kid. Why didn't you inform me earlier before you came so that I could prepare? No need to be so troublesome, Mrs. Serra. I came to Plant for official business. Is it about Heliopolis? Yes. Although Renaya Serra was only an agriculturist, as the wife of Patrick Serra, she also knew the importance of right and wrong. After a brief silence, she skipped the topic and said, Liumai, what do you want to eat? I'll cook for you tonight. Anything is fine. I'm not picky about food. Okay, then you sit at home and I'll prepare it, Aslan. Mother. Entertain Liumai well. Yes. Renaya Serra took the servants out to shop. She was going to prepare a big meal to entertain Wang Liumai, and at the same time, she was leaving space for Wang Liumai and Aslan. From the moment she entered the door, Renaya Serra noticed Aslan's hesitant expression and guessed that Aslan had something to ask Wang Liumai alone. After everyone left, Aslan asked the servants to leave. After making sure that no one was around, he asked Wang Liumai, why is Yang Hui in Heliopolis? How should I know? Yang Hui is very busy, and it's hard for us to meet now. Wang Liumai answered casually. Aslan knew that the other party was perfunctory. He was about to get anxious, but when he saw Wang Liumai's next move, he stopped. While answering, Wang Liumai took out an exquisite black box from her handbag and pulled out 2 antennas from the edge. The red indicator light kept flashing, and after a few seconds it turned green. Wang Liumai put the black box on the table. What is this? Signal jammer, Aslan. I didn't expect that your carelessness is still the same. Wang Liumai sighed and thought. This is my home? Why are you interfering with the signal? Could it be? It is precisely because this is your home that you need to be more careful. Chairman Serra is very powerful. How could it be? How did you know? I don't know, but I am now representing Orb. I have to be careful with my words and actions and cannot leave any loopholes. Whether there are or not, necessary precautions must be taken. Wang Liumai explained. In fact, she didn't know whether Sarah's home was monitored or not, but the content of the conversation that followed was very sensitive. If the news leaked out, her previous gains might be ruined. Forget it, you are very powerful now. Really? I think you are still far from it. Forget it, can you answer my question now? Have you read the OS of the Holy Shield? Wang Lumai answered Aslan. How do you know the name of the Holy Shield? GAT-X series, called G-Plan, inside the Earth. Orb is the assistant, I am the direct contact person, and Yang Hui. Directly involved in the assistance? But, wait, the OS was written by Yang Hui. Now, Aslan suddenly recalled the vague familiarity when he rewrote the OS. Wasn't that Yang Hui's special code? That's right. What on earth is he doing? That kind of OS is not something that humans can use, right? Can such an OS be handed over to the Earth Army? Aslan asked with a headache. Yang Hui is a person who will never suffer a loss, but the OS he wrote is absolutely impossible for natural people to use. Not to mention natural people, even adjusters are quite difficult. Can such an OS be handed over to the Earth Army to complete the transaction? Wait, what if this is Yang Hui's plan? Aslan suddenly considered another possibility, that is, Yang Hui deliberately wrote a monster version of the OS, the purpose of which is to prevent the Earth Army from using it in a short period of time. This is the backhand he left in this transaction. But it's not right. If the Earth Army uses this as an excuse to refuse to pay the final reward, wouldn't it be a waste of effort? Unless it can be proved that such an OS can be used by natural persons. But, can such an OS really be used by people? Is it possible? After excluding all the impossibilities, the final conclusion made Aslan dizzy. This was simply an answer like a fairy tale. Yang Hui. Aslan looked at Wang Lumai with his eyes wide open. The conclusion was so shocking that he couldn't say it out loud. Who knows? Wang Lumai didn't know what Aslan wanted to ask, but from his expression, she guessed that the question he wanted to ask might be related to Yang Hui's secret, at least a secret that had not yet been exposed. In this case, Wang Lumai would definitely not be able to give Aslan a definite answer. No matter how good their relationship was in private, they were now people from different forces. I know, then Yang Hui in Heliopolis. Makes sense, but I didn't expect that we would be enemies when we met again. Are you enemies now? Wang Lumai asked Aslan in return. Are you not? That depends on how you look at this issue. Wang Lumai spread her hands and said. Different positions and different goals will lead to disagreements, and disagreements will lead to fights. From Yang Hui's perspective, G-Plan is a plan he participated in and assisted, so he naturally has to protect this plan to gain greater benefits for himself. Moreover, the Zaft army launched an attack on Heliopolis. As a senior member of Orb, Yang Hui naturally has to protect Heliopolis. From Aslan's perspective, he is a member of the Zaft army. Zaft and the Earth army are enemies, and it is understandable to attack the Earth army. Moreover, he is a soldier, and obeying orders is the duty of a soldier. Therefore, both sides are right, but because of different positions, there are disagreements and fights. But, does this mean that Yang Hui and Aslan have become enemies? Moreover, a temporary hostile relationship is not something that cannot be changed. Well, it's really tiring to talk to you now. Aslan said depressedly. This is growth, after all, the current situation of Orb is so serious. It's you who surprises me, Aslan. As the son of Chairman Sarah, you are still so innocent. Oh, it seems that you will be eaten by Lakis in the future. Wang Lumai covered her mouth and chuckled. Looking at Aslan's current state, it can be concluded that he still doesn't know the true side of Lakis, that is the real monster. The reason why Wang Lumai has achieved what she has now is because she hides a sophisticated soul under the appearance of a young girl, and Lakis. Wang Lumai and Wang both know that on the surface she is a naive and cute naive girl, but on the inside she is dark, and her methods, vision, and ideas are not inferior to those of experienced politicians. She is a natural political talent. Let's forget it. Although Lux and I are engaged, we don't see each other that often. But haven't you all accepted it? Yet, just like Yang Hui once said, who can tell what will happen in the future? That's true. Okay, I've seen you and Yang Hui, but what about Wang? How is she? Sister Wang. Why? Did something happen to her? Seeing Wang Lumai hesitate to speak, Aslan said worriedly. That's not the case, it's just, I won't tell you. Aslan, Wang's current true situation is Orb's top secret, and it must not be leaked before she officially steps onto the world's big stage. Catch unknowingly, a long time has passed, and the sound of the house door rang out. Lenoisera has returned. Wang Lumai put away the signal jammer, and the two ended the previous topic. Chapter 256 Pink Princess. The next day, Klein held a press conference as agreed, publicly issued an apology statement for the collapse of Heliopolis, and announced that he had reached a settlement agreement with Orb and announced the compensation terms. However, Klein still used a little trick. After doing all this, he also made public the fact that the Earth Army used Orb's neutral territory as a cover to develop MIS, and claimed this matter as the main reason for the collapse of Heliopolis, calling on the Earth Army, as one of the participants in the collapse of Heliopolis, to apologize to Orb and make compensation. This old fox. Wang Liumi felt a headache about this. He thought he had won a complete victory, but he didn't expect that he was still tricked by this group of old foxes in the end. Now, Orb is about to face the full oppression of the Earth Union, especially the Atlantic Federation. Compared with planned, the Atlantic Federation can really be called a madman. With its powerful military force, it has always held the attitude of "I will beat you until you obey" in diplomatic affairs. Moreover, the military leaders of the Atlantic Federation are basically from Blue Cosmos. They are very sharp in their attitude towards the adjusters, and they have always oppressed other countries that do not hate the adjusters as much as they do, especially Orb, where natural people and adjusters live together. Now Klein has announced the news of the reconciliation between Orb and Plant, and even blamed the Earth Army. Plant is far away, and Zaft is deadlocked. They have no way, but Orb is a soft persimmon that is easy to bully. Thinking of this, Wang Liumi immediately sent a message to Orb on Earth, especially contacting her father in this world and Yang Hui's father, asking them to immediately contact other neutral countries, as well as the East Asian Union, the South African Unified Organization and other member states of the Earth Federation that have good relations with Orb, to support them in resisting the suppression of the Atlantic Federation and the Eurasian Federation. And she herself has to return to Orb as soon as possible, otherwise, her father and Yang Hui alone may not be able to withstand it. Are you leaving now? Can't you stay a few more days? Rinoisero reluctantly asked. Although she had seen the news and the apology statement and thought about the deeper level, Wang Liumi was still a girl after all. Shouldn't adults worry about such things? It was already difficult for her to go to Plant for diplomatic negotiations alone. I'm sorry, Mrs. Sarah, I have to return to Orb. Okay, if you have a chance, come to Plant again, and bring the Emperor with you next time. Okay, Mrs. Sarah, I'll take my leave first. Wang Liumi said goodbye to Rinoisero and went directly to the spaceport, where she happened to meet Aslan on his way back to the team. Wang Liumi? Are you leaving? Yes, there are still things to deal with in the country. The purpose of this trip has been achieved, and it's time to go back. I don't know when we will see each other again. There will be a chance. Are you going back to the team? Yes. Aslan nodded and whispered to Wang Liumi, Lakas's ship disappeared. How could it be? I don't know. My unit will set out immediately to launch a rescue operation. I wish you can find Lakas. Thank you. Then we will part ways now. Okay. Wang Liumi separated from Aslan and boarded the shuttle to return to Orb. If we set off now, aren't you afraid of accidents on the return trip? That's why you are traveling with me as my guard, right, Tiria? The person who had been waiting for Wang Liumi's return in the shuttle was Tiria. This trip was bound to affect the relationship between Orb and Plant. In order to prevent the other party from jumping off the wall, Tiria is allowed to accompany him as a guard. Of course, Tiria is not traveling alone. This shuttle is much larger than an ordinary shuttle. Behind the cabin is a container for Ms., and Tiria's body is in it. At the same time, Wang led Setsuna and Lyle to wait not far from the Plant Colony satellite group. In case of emergency, Tiria can also take Wang Liumi to reunite with Wang and others and retreat safely. But now, it is not Zaft that needs to be guarded against, but the people of the Earth Federation. By the way, Yang Hui sent a message, asking us to go to the wreckage area immediately and wait. Now at this time, Wang Liumi frowned slightly. It was not that she felt that the timing was bad. As long as Yang Hui needed it, it would be no problem to put herself in danger. At most, she would return to Plant immediately and stay for a while. What she was worried about was whether Yang Hui was in danger. Wang, Setsuna, Lyle and Tiria are the biggest trump cards Yang Hui has reserved. According to their plan, they will not be exposed at this stage, but Yang Hui took the initiative to send a message to ask them to go out, which means that the time has come when they have to use them. So, after we meet up, let's go to the designated coordinates immediately. What about your safety? I can go with the ship. The matter of orb can be left to orb's people to hold off for a while. Will this affect Yang Hui's plan? When you received the communication, the plan had already changed. I believe Sister Wang has made corrections. Okay. Without wasting time, the shuttle set off immediately, left the territory of planned, and met up with the silent transport ship. You're back. Well, Sister Wang, have you completed the plan correction? It's already completed. We will most likely be exposed in advance, but Yang Hui instructed us to act as mercenaries first. You need to rush back to Orb immediately. The Atlantic Federation will definitely put pressure on Orb. It doesn't matter. I've sent a message to him and Yang Hongyu. We can hold on for a while. That's good. We'll set off immediately. Yes. Turning to the other side, the Archangel had entered the wreckage area at this time, and, as expected, the Archangel picked up the escape pod that Lakis was riding in, but unlike the original plot, the long-distance forced reconnaissance receding type, Zion, that came to find Lakis was not directly destroyed, but was captured by the Archangel after losing its combat capability. The two Zaft pilots were temporarily detained, and Lakis was questioned by Meru, Bakalulu and Mew, but Yang Hui also participated in this questioning. After all, Lakis greeted Yang Hui immediately after leaving the cockpit. It was obvious that they knew each other early. Thank you for bringing back my escape pod. I'm Lakis Klein. The beautiful and gentle girl sat in front of the four people without any fear. Instead, she was calm and gentle. She was not afraid because the other party was from the Earth Army. The white sleeveless long dress highlighted her pure temperament, and the golden hairpin on her long pink hair made her look cute. Hello, Lakis, hello. During the self-introduction, hello, who was held in Lakis's palm, flapped her ears putchy, asking everyone not to ignore her existence. This is my friend, hello. Of course, Lakis did not forget hello, and was very enthusiastic to introduce him to Meru and the other two. Hello, you two. That's enough. Meru and Mew both felt a headache, while Bakalulu was full of thoughts. They didn't know Lakis, but they knew the last name Klein, the last name of the chairman of the Plant Council, if they guessed correctly. Klein, the current chairman of the Plant Supreme Council, I remember whose name is Siegel Klein. Siegel Klein is really my father, do you know him? Oh, Alice. Being asked back by Lakis with a natural and cute expression, Malu and the other two felt their heads aching, secretly sighing that Lakis was really an innocent young lady, and didn't understand what was going on now. Alice, why would such a young lady come here? Malu asked. I came here to prepare for the memorial ceremony for Julia 7, and then our ship encountered the ship of the Earth Army. The three of them roughly guessed the subsequent development after hearing it. As expected, they asked for an inspection, and Lakis's side agreed, but they became unhappy after learning about their purpose, and the dispute eventually escalated into a conflict. Under the protection of the entourage, the young lady entered the escape pod and escaped, and was then picked up by them. Hearing this, the three of them looked at Yang Hui with complicated expressions. In this regard, Yang Hui could only shrug his shoulders. The Earth Army's actions were expected long ago. Even if it was a civilian ship, the attitude towards the adjuster would not change because of civilians or identities. The inquiry ended here. Lakis was told to stay in the room and not walk around in the ship. Yang Hui was pulled to the captain's office by the three again to discuss how to deal with Lakis. Sure enough, we should find a chance to send her away. The identity of this young lady is too sensitive. Mew suggested. Alice, this can't be the surprise mentioned in the intelligence? This is too. To be honest, Malu is now regretting it. If she had known that they were waiting for a hot potato, she would never agree to pass through the wreckage area. I personally suggest that we keep her in custody and hand her over to the military leaders after we arrive at the lunar base. As the daughter of Siegel Klein, she has unimaginable value for us. Bakalulu's opinion is in line with the Atlantic Federation's approach. From the perspective of the Earth soldiers, it is indeed correct, but... Sorry, if possible, can you hand her over to me? Yang Hui asked. You? What do you want to do? I don't want to do anything. She is my friend. I don't want to see her fall into the hands of the Earth Army, especially the Atlantic Federation. That won't work. I approve. Captain. Second Lieutenant Bakalulu, I really can't see such a girl being used by the military leaders. You should be able to imagine what she will encounter. Malu persuaded. As an Earth soldier, She certainly knew that Bakalulu's approach was correct, but she couldn't accept such a lovely girl being treated inhumanely, even if the girl's identity was very important. This is a very important person to the Earth Army. If you can hand her over to the military leaders, do you know how much benefit you can get for the Earth Army? Because I know, I ask you to hand her over to me. Yang Hui did not use the righteousness to persuade Bakalulu, but only asked them in the name of Lakis's friends. Lieutenant Bakalulu, I approve it. Let's deal with this matter like this. Seeing that Bakalulu still wanted to argue, Malu simply slammed the table and made a decision. Bakalulu was helpless, and she couldn't change the result. The higher the rank, the more powerful the person. Who asked Malulu to be the captain, and she also had a share of the credit, but in this case, the catchphrase could not be escaped. I will report this matter to the higher authorities truthfully. I will bear all the responsibilities. After the conversation, Bakalulu glared at Yang Hui hatefully and left alone. Yang Hui was a little depressed, because he felt an inexplicable resentment from Bakalulu's glare, and he didn't know what was going on. However, after confirming Lakis's handling, Yang Hui came to Lakis' room again. Yang Hui, you're back? Are you okay? I'm a little hungry, can we go eat? Can you stop acting in front of me, Lux? Chapter 257, Phrase Struck by Lightning. Sure enough, as soon as Yang Hui said this, Lux's innocent temperament disappeared instantly, and her dull eyes immediately turned into a wise glow. This is the real Lux Klein. As the daughter of Siegel Klein, how could she be a naive person? However, Lux's acting skills are really amazing. If Yang Hui hadn't known Lux's true face long ago, he would probably have been fooled like Malu and the other two. How was my performance just now? Great. Although it was a headache, Yang Hui still gave the most accurate evaluation. But I really want to thank them, otherwise I might be in real danger. No, if we don't show up, you will be discovered by the rescuer, Jin, and then continue to prepare for the memorial ceremony. So Lakis, we have known each other for so many years, can you be a little more sincere? For the sake of Wang and Liu Mei. I can't fool you, Yang Hui. Compared to you, Aslan is much worse. I won't be happy if you praise one and criticize the other, although Aslan is indeed silly and cute most of the time. Yes, by the way, why are you on the Earth Army's battleship? You can think of it as a transaction. I see. Just stay in the room obediently for this time, don't walk around, I'll find a chance for Kira to send you back. That's great, Yang Hui, but, the Miss Pilot who picked me up. Kira? What's wrong with him? So his name is Kira. It's nothing, I just feel that he is very sad. His situation is indeed a bit complicated. Can you tell me about it? Anyway, I'm bored now, just take it as a way to kill time. What bad idea are you planning again? In your heart, am I so annoying? Lux looked at Yang Hui with resentment. Good guy. She can't be a professional actor, tears come easily. However, Yang Hui, who knew how sinister Lux was, would not be fooled, I'm telling you. I won't believe it even if you really cry. As soon as these words came out, the mist in Lux's eyes disappeared immediately, and her face was full of unhappiness. You are really annoying. I really don't know what Liu Mei and Wang's sister like about you. What's wrong with me? Isn't it? You are only allowed to see through others, but not others to see through you. Haha, if I was so easily seen through, I wouldn't be alive now. The topic suddenly became heavy, and Lux didn't want to let the atmosphere continue. I'm really a little hungry, is there anything to eat? Wait, I'll get it for you. Yang Hui turned and went out, and when closing the door, he specifically told Lux not to leave the room. In the original plot, Lux repeatedly left her room, and no matter how many times she locked the door, it was useless. When Yang Hui watched the anime, he thought about this question. Is it really the plot arrangement that the door lock has always been problematic? After coming to this world and interacting with Lux more, Yang Hui laughed. Bullshit door lock problem. Who would have thought that the seemingly harmless little hello actually has an advanced foolproof hacking program hidden inside? Attacking the database to steal confidential documents or intelligence is definitely impossible, but opening a small door lock is simply too easy. In addition to Lux's acting skills, it is impossible for anyone to suspect that she has cracked the door lock. So locking the door is useless, it is better to beg sincerely. All the way to the cafeteria, before entering, I heard phrase quarrel. I don't want to deliver food to that adjuster girl, it's so scary. Free. who was reminded by Miria, also noticed Kira's presence and quickly explained, "Of course, Kira is different, I know this, but she is from Zaft, right? Adjusters are not only smart, but also very athletic. What if I'm in danger? Right. But I don't think she will suddenly pounce on you and attack you." Even Kaz, who was the least firm in his position, did not support Free's opinion. Who can say for sure? The ability of an adjuster can't be seen from the outside. What if she is very powerful? Free, are you a member of Blue Cosmos? Miria asked carefully, paying attention to Kira's expression all the time. No. Frey was not a member of Blue Cosmos, so she denied it excitedly, but it did not mean that she did not agree with Blue Cosmos' point of view, but what they said is not wrong. People who are not sick but have modified their genes are violating the laws of nature and are wrong existences. Frey woke up and looked up. Sure enough, Kira's face became quite ugly, and he distanced himself from Frey. Kira. No, I'm not talking about you. Frey explained hurriedly, but it had no effect. Kira turned around and wanted to run away. He had been treated with a lot of cold stares on this ship because of his identity as an adjuster, and Frey's words completely aroused the anger and pain in his heart. But Kira ran into Yang Hui after just 2 steps. Sorry. Kira apologized and tried to run away, but was grabbed by Yang Hui. I'm telling you, if I wasn't in good physical condition, I might have fainted. Why are you so flustered? Yang Hui. Hey, aren't adjusters and natural people both human? Huh? Yang Hui. Yang Hui's words made Kira, Mirialia and Kaz fall silent, only Frey turned her head away proudly. Evidence 01, fossils of whale-like creatures with wings were found on Jupiter's satellite Europa, named Evidence 01, proving the existence of alien creatures. You all know it, right? Yang Hui asked when he came to the food pickup area. The fossils of that alien creature. Kaz exclaimed. Yes, although it is a fossil, it also proves that humans are not alone in the universe. Do you think that in the eyes of creatures with bodies hundreds of meters long and able to travel through the universe by flesh, are there any differences between natural humans and adjusters? So, whether it is an adjuster or a natural human, there is only one name, that is, human. This is the same as the skin color of a person. But adjusters are different. Smarter, better motor nerves, better physical fitness. How can they be the same? Frey argued, but in Yang Hui's view, it was just the rich girl throwing a tantrum, and isn't this just simple jealousy? I'm not? This is not jealousy. Haha, if this is not jealousy, what is it? Yang Hui turned his head and smiled casually at Frey. Frey, as the eldest daughter of the Astor family and the daughter of the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Atlantic Federation, do you know how many people envy you? How is it possible? I don't. This has nothing to do with you. Just because of your birth, you deserve the envy and jealousy of many people, whether you are a natural human or an adjuster. No, how could I? Frey was anxious, and quickly pulled Miriam to think, hoping that she could prove it for herself. We are friends, right? You are not jealous of me, right? Miriam's expression became complicated when she heard it, but she still said the answer in her heart. I did envy you, Frey. How could it be? After getting the unwanted answer, Frey let go of Miriam and stepped back in panic. So, Frey, you are too well protected by your parents, and you don't know what the outside world is like. Many things you take for granted may be fairy tales in the eyes of others. You are just a canary and have never left the birdcage. How could it be? How could I? Frey, who had lost her composure, looked at Yang Hui angrily and shouted, what about you? Aren't you the same? The eldest son of the Orbiang family. What qualifications do you have to teach me a lesson? Hearing this, Yang Hui took 2 meals and prepared to leave, but before leaving, he slightly turned his head to look at Frey, and his cold eyes almost froze Frey's soul. Do you want to try it? The darkness I have experienced. Not only Frey, but also Kira, Mirialia and Kaz were frightened by Yang Hui's temperament at this time, like the 9 netherworld ice, which made people feel no temperature at all. However, the frost turned back into a smile in just a moment, and Yang Hui's eyes regained their warmth. Kira, follow me. Me? Is there something? I'm taking you to make some friends. You don't have many friends who are adjusters, do you? Yang Hui explained, and then pretended to be sad. But your expression now makes me sad. Sorry. Let's go. Follow me. Lakis is the most famous idol of plant. If you can get an autographed photo, you won't have to worry about the rest of your life. I won't do that. A simple joke dissolved the awkward atmosphere. Kira himself didn't realize that the fear and trepidation that had just appeared had been completely resolved, and he followed Yang Hui to the room where Lakis was. The three people who stayed behind all lowered their heads and remained silent. Am I, really? Freya. Don't touch me. Freya slapped Mirialia's hand that was close to her and retreated to the corner. Freya. Aren't you jealous of my status? Aren't you jealous of my life? Then don't pretend to be so close to each other as friends. These words hurt Mirialia. She shook her head and got up to leave. To be honest, she was not that familiar with Freya. She only regarded her as a friend because she was Sai's girlfriend. There was definitely envy, but there was really no jealousy. Freya. We have never been jealous of you. At this time, Kaz, who was about to leave together, explained to Freya, it's normal to envy friends. I also envy Thor and Sai. They both have girlfriends, but we are still good friends. After the words fell, Freya was left alone. Her brain had lost the ability to think. She could only shrink into the corner, sit on the ground, hug her knees, bury her head between her knees and cry. Chapter 258, Giant Snake Tail, Arrival. The door opened, and Lakis was very happy to see Yang Hui coming back with 2 plates of food. Lakis was indeed hungry, but she was a little unhappy because Yang Hui brought 2 plates. Really, in his eyes, was she a girl with a big appetite? But when she saw the person following Yang Hui, she immediately became interested again. Eat. Yang Hui placed a plate of food in front of Lakis and took the other plate to eat. This made Lakis blush and shy. It turned out that she had misunderstood Yang Hui. She lowered her head and ate silently. Kira, this is Lakis, Lakis Klein. Hello, it's our first meeting. Please take care of me. My name is Kira Yamato. Hello, Kira, just call me Lakis. Seeing Lakis put on the mask again, Yang Hui's mouth twitched. This is really a demon. She can easily change her status and there is no barrier at all. Kira, are you also an adjuster? Yes. Then why did you board this ship? Isn't this the ship of the Earth Army? This. Kira didn't really want to answer this question, so he looked at Yang Hui with a look of help. I brought him and his friends on board. In order to survive, they had no choice but to board this ship. Yang Hui said. Is that so? It's very uncomfortable. After these words came out, not only Kira was stunned, but even Yang Hui's eating action paused and put down the tableware. Yes. Kira nodded with difficulty. Fighting is a sad thing. I don't want to fight either, but Kira is really a gentle person. Lakis comforted. You obviously don't want to fight, but you still have to join the battle. Is there any reason? Yes. Yang Hui. Lakis looked at Yang Hui with a smile. Although there was no responsibility or anger, Yang Hui could see from Lakis' smile that there was a silent questioning and accusation. Born in this chaotic and turbulent world, who isn't fighting? Aren't you the same? Yang Hui turned his head to look at Lakis. Hearing this, Lakis's mask was removed, and she regained her mature temperament. A sad atmosphere spread in the room. I don't like others to control my destiny, and I don't want to hide under the table and pray for others to save me when danger comes. I want to dominate my own destiny, that's all. After saying this, Yang Hui quickly ate up the food and left with a plate, but before leaving the room, he still eased the heavy atmosphere. By the way, Kira is my good friend with Aslan in elementary school, and Lakis is also Aslan's fiancé. Speaking of it, the world is big, but it's really small, haha. After Yang Hui left, Kira withdrew from his astonishment and suddenly turned back to look at Lakis. Oh, Kira, you are also Aslan's friend? It's really predestined. Lakis asked with an innocent smile. Me, your fiancé? Aslan's. Yes. That's true. Kira smiled bitterly twice, agreeing with what Yang Hui said. The world is really big, but sometimes, it's really pitifully small. Aslan. I met him. Really? That must have been a good meeting, right? Can you tell me about it? Well, it's just different from what you imagined, not so friendly. Then, Kira began to confide in Lakis about everything he encountered in Heliopolis, why he joined the battle, and how he and Aslan became enemies. Perhaps because they were both adjusters, Kira also opened up and had no doubts about Lakis. He told Lakis everything he had experienced. And Lakis just listened quietly, occasionally comforting Kira, but more often just acted as a listener, understanding how this kind boy was forced into the vortex of war. Yang Hui left the room and went directly to the bridge. He had received one of the surprises sent by Maddock, and the second one was coming. Yang Hui, you are here. How is she? Malu asked Yang Hui. No problem, Kira is watching her. Kira. To be honest, Malu was still worried about leaving Kira to guard Lakis. She knew Kira was kinda not a soldier. If Lakis made some excessive demands and Kira could not see the deep meaning, it would be very likely to bring danger to them. Moreover, Lakis and Kira are both adjusters. What if Lakis turned Kira against them? What should the Archangel do? Don't worry, I have said hello. Lakis will not do anything wrong. That's good. By the way, Captain Lamias, have you received any communication requests from nearby? Yang Hui asked. He had notified Giant Serpent's Tail to wait for them nearby early in the morning. According to the time, they should have made contact by now. Not yet. Beep beep beep. Captain, we've received a communication request from an unknown signal. Yang Hui had just asked about the tail of the giant serpent when the other party sent a communication request. Take it. Yes. The screen lit up, and the girl on the screen had short brown hair, making it difficult to tell her gender. This is the tail of the giant serpent. Excuse me, is this the ship that Mr. Yang Hui is on? Long time no see, Feng Hui. Why are you in charge of communication? Where's he? Where's Elijah? Where's Reed and Loretta? Are all the adults on your ship dead? Yang Hui teased. I'm the agent of the tail of the giant serpent. It's natural that I'm responsible for contacting the client. Please don't underestimate me. The girl turned into an angry steamed bun and complained to Yang Hui. Feng Hui, a trainee member of Giant Serpent's Tail, is also the only daughter of another member, Loretta Yaz. Although she is not yet a formal member, she is active as a manager of Giant Serpent's Tail, and has represented Kong Yun in business negotiations. Although she is young, she has insight and action beyond that of an adult. Hey. Master Yang Hui, we are listening. You want to say bad things about us behind our backs? No way. As the rough and fiery voices sounded, the rough and strong man with short golden hair and the brown-skinned woman with a single ponytail squeezed out Feng Hui's and occupied the screen. The rough and strong man is Reed Wheeler, a formal member of Giant Serpent's Tail, a former sergeant of the Earth Union. In the past, he was dismissed because of his alcoholism, but because of his high reputation, he still has connections within the United Army. Because of his excellent intelligence-gathering ability, he has always been the intelligence core of Giant Serpent's Tail. The woman's name is Loretta Yaz, Feng Hui's mother. She is a single mother who is good at fighting skills and blasting. She is a hot mom who is mainly responsible for standing operations and undercover. Occasionally, she will wear reinforced armor to support combat. She is good at taking care of people and is very popular among mercenaries. Many people are eager to become Feng Hui's stepfather, but no one has succeeded yet. So as an adult, can't you have a little self-awareness? Yang Hui teased. Tisk, you annoying brat, I wouldn't have accepted your commission earlier. My daughter is still the cutest. What are you doing? Mom, I'm commissioning now. Get out of the way. A cold voice sounded, and Lita Wheeler and Yaz's mother and daughter made way at the same time, revealing the voice behind them. The cold face, even with orange sunglasses, could not hide his tough and handsome appearance. His dark brown hair was not well taken care of and looked a little messy, but it did not affect his tough temperament at all, but added a touch of chic. Kong Yun, the leader of the mercenary unit, Serpent Tail, is deeply trusted by his comrades and has a long-standing reputation in the underground world for completing impossible tasks. As the absolute core of the team, Kong Yun is even known as the strongest mercenary. Long time no see. You look like you're doing well. Well, are you starting the commission now? The commission starts, as the escort of this ship, until you escape from Zaft's pursuit and arrive at the Atlantic Federation lunar base. Understood, the commission starts. This is Kong Yun style, direct and straightforward. Even if he has a good relationship with acquaintances, he won't exchange too much small talk, everything is based on the task. But Kong Yun doesn't accept all commissions. Unlike other mercenaries who are willing to do all kinds of dirty work for money, he often considers whether to accept mission requests from a moral and political perspective, so he rarely accepts deliberate killing, suppression or other sabotage missions, which also provides a good reputation for Serpent Tail. After the communication ended, everyone looked at Yang Hui. Didn't you tell them? Yang Hui asked Malu. Oh, I haven't had time yet. Malu was embarrassed. She had indeed forgotten to inform the crew about this matter. In addition, she rescued Lakis later, so she really forgot about the incident. Then, Malu informed everyone about Yang Hui's hiring of Serpent's Tail, but it did not cause any waves. After all, Malu was the captain and their military chief. They only needed to obey orders, and the mercenary guards also added a layer of security for them. They paid for it, so only a fool would be happy. At this time, a new hope appeared in front of everyone. Captain. Huh? What's wrong? Received an encrypted pulse signal. This is the encrypted pulse signal of the Earth Army's 8th Orbital Fleet. Are you sure? Can it be tracked? Bakalu asked quickly. Working. Start analyzing. Zizzy. This is the advance of the 8th Fleet. Montgomery. Archangel. Reply. It's Commodore Halberton's troops. Yahoo! Is he looking for us? Where's the location? Is it Major Koopman's troops? Great! The heavy hearts of Malu, Bakalulu, Arnold and others who had been here all the way were finally relieved. They felt like they had finally found their home. But Yang Hui was the only one who showed a worried expression after everyone else. Chapter 259 Danger approaches quietly. Wait a minute, they should still be far away from us. But if we can reunite. Yes, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Ho. Yang Hui, what's wrong with you? Both Meru and Bakalu saw that Yang Hui was not happy at all, but worried, and they couldn't help but feel nervous. Is there any problem with this encrypted pulse signal? Bakalu asked anxiously. No problem, Zaft can't forge the encrypted signal of the Earth Army. Then why are you? I'm just worried. Will the activities of the advance fleet be discovered by Zaft? Everyone was just happy and didn't think about this level. Now Yang Hui reminded them, and they were shocked. If Zaft also discovered the traces of the advance fleet, then the advance fleet would be in danger. Meru thought, if a separate advance fleet was discovered by the Zaft army, they would definitely find a way to eat it up. Not only that, if we are really discovered, Archangel can't go to join them, otherwise, our whereabouts will be exposed. Baki Lulu added. She also thought of this problem. After the Earth Army and Zaft went to war and were completely suppressed by Zaft's MIS, the Earth Army's fleet has not had a small fleet traveling alone again. And the advance fleet sent by Dwayne Halberton to respond will definitely not be too many. If they are discovered by Zaft, will the other party guess that this is to respond to the Archangel? If they think so, then the Archangel's undiscovered traces will be exposed to the eyes of the Zaft army and face fierce pursuit. Do we still need to reply to the Montgomery? The communication control asked hesitantly. Yang Hui, what do you think? Meru was in a dilemma. On the one hand, she wanted to reunite with the friendly forces, which was also the goal and hope of all of them, and at the same time, she didn't want the efforts of the advance fleet to be in vain, but on the other hand, she had to consider the safety of the Archangel. If the advance fleet was discovered, compared with the military strength of Zaft, the Archangel could not save the advance fleet, and she would also be trapped. In the end, she decided to ask Yang Hui's opinion. The indescribable sense of trust and security made her regard Yang Hui as the backbone. Not only Meru, but also Baki Lulu, Arnold and others looked at Yang Hui, waiting for his answer. Reunite. Anyway, the advance fleet is looking for the Archangel. Whether Zaft can find them is still unknown. After the reunion, even if they encounter an attack from the Zaft army, they will have more combat power to resist. Yang Hui said. Great. Everyone began to cheer again. After all, they all hope to reunite and not continue to be orphans in the universe. What if they are discovered? Wouldn't it be more dangerous? Baki Lulu asked. Even if we don't join the fleet, it doesn't mean we are safe. We have used a trick to get rid of the pursuers temporarily, but the subsequent voyage is in full view. It is difficult not to be discovered. In this case, we might as well join the friendly fleet and strengthen our combat power. Indeed, the mercenaries. Let them continue to protect us. Before we are completely safe, More strength means more safety, right? Okay, I understand. Baki Lulu did not argue anymore. She herself did not realize that her iron-blooded style was changed little by little under Yang Hui's subtle influence. Not only did she consider the rules of the army, she was no longer stubborn, but she would listen to others' opinions and accept their ideas. Her thinking became more rounded. Everyone returned to their jobs and became busy. They couldn't wait to meet the friendly forces and join the fleet, and they also prayed that the Zaft army would not find them. But Yang Hui knew that, excluding the understanding of the original plot, the probability of the advance fleet being discovered by the Zaft army was also very high. Now the Earth army has been suppressed by the Zaft army in the space battlefield. Apart from defending a few military fortresses and bases, it has not made any achievements. Therefore, a large number of space domains are under the surveillance of the Zaft army. It is really difficult for the advance fleet to swagger and look for their traces without being discovered. Therefore, it is certain that the Zaft army attacked the advance fleet. However, Yang Hui did not prepare a trump card. Wang and others who were rushing over, as well as the giant snake tail, hired in advance, and finally, Lakis. In fact, Yang Hui was eager for the Zaft army to attack. Only in this way would he have the opportunity to return Lakis. Otherwise, when the Archangel successfully reunited with the 8th Orbital Fleet, it would be really difficult to return Lakis to Zaft and planned. Thinking of this, Yang Hui left the bridge and prepared to discuss this matter with Lakis. Horizontal ellipsis. Turning to the other side, the cruise team, which had set off urgently, was heading towards the wreckage area at full speed. Lakis was no longer just an idol to planned. To many people, Lakis was a pillar of soul, supporting them in their fight against fate. If Lakis really had an accident, the morale of Plant and Zaft would be devastated. However, Cruz didn't want to rescue Lakis from the beginning, and even hoped that Lakis would get into trouble. This would be of great help to his personal plan, and he had found a more interesting prey. Captain Adis called Cruz to the bridge to report his findings. What's wrong? Those should be the ships of the Earth Army. But what are they doing in this place? Looking at the signs on the space map, Captain Adis was puzzled. If Longlegs, Zaft's codename for Archangel, wants to go from this space to the Earth Army headquarters, what does it need to do? Cruz asked Captain Adis. So, is it really a supply ship? It could also be a pickup ship. If it's a supply ship, if I'm not mistaken, the Longlegs should have completed the supply, but they have been in a silent state, and the Earth Army doesn't know their situation. That means it's a pickup ship. Our position should not have been discovered by the other side, right? Don't lose it, be careful to track it. Cruz ordered. Are we going to chase it? But Captain Adis was not overwhelmed by the military merit in front of him. Their team also had other tasks to shoulder, the important task of searching and rescuing Lakis. Of course, the search for Lakis Klein must continue, but we can't let them go for a girl. I don't want to be a laughingstock for future historians. But the Longlegs may not necessarily join them. That's even better. It won't take much time to eat up the pickup fleet. Isn't it good to get some military merit for free? Cruz smiled. Although they only have the Vesalius now, with 4 misses, including an Aegis, it is really easy to destroy the advance fleet of the Earth Army. Yes. Where are the Kamov, Rachni and Boit? Kreutzer asked. The Kamov is on its way to join us, and Rachni and Bolt are still on standby at the designated location. Well, tell them to come and join us, as quickly as possible. Huh? Is that necessary? Captain Adis was even more confused. What on earth was Kreutzer trying to do? It was easy to destroy the advance fleet with the Vesalius alone, and it wouldn't be difficult even with the Archangel. Now he had to call in friendly forces. Isn't this just using a cannon to kill a mosquito? Call them. If I'm not mistaken, that person should be on the Longlegs. With that person, no matter how much preparation we make, it's not excessive. That person? Who is it? Captain Adis was stunned. He couldn't imagine who in the Earth Army could make Kreutzer so afraid. It's not confirmed yet, but it's better to be prepared. Cruz didn't point out Yang Hui's identity. First, he really didn't confirm it. Second, before completely eliminating Yang Hui, he didn't dare to spread the news. Although he had never met him, he still knew a thing or two about Yang Hui's ability. If the news of Yang Hui and the Archangel spread, Yang Hui might use it to turn the tables. Cruz's heart was not on Plant, but he couldn't watch Plant being controlled. The Heliopolis incident had already caused a lot of bleeding. If Yang Hui slaughtered them again, The balance between plant and the Earth army would be unbalanced, which was not what he wanted to see now. I know. I will immediately send a message to the Kamov, the Rachni team and the Bolt team. Well, we have to be prepared too. If we can't say it, we will encounter some troubles. Yes. That's the situation. Remember? Yang Hui asked Lux. I'll remember. Thank you, Yang Hui. Will there be a battle? Kira asked anxiously. Except before the collapse of Heliopolis, no battle had ever happened in Yang Hui's guided route. This was what Kira wanted. If he could keep the state and get off the ship when the Archangel was safe, that would be the best. But now, he might have to drive the Strike Gundam to fight again. When he thought of this, he was nervous, afraid, and even resisted. Well, can you do it? Yang Hui asked Kira. Seeing this, Yang Hui got the answer, you wait in peace on the ship, leave the battle to me. No. This time, Yang Hui was not forcing Kira with words, but really intended to fight Zaft on behalf of Kira. He didn't want to continue using Kira. His arrival had changed the future. Many people and things were wrong. He didn't need to stare at Kira and refuse to let go. Even if his identity was exposed at that time, he could suppress the impact to the minimum. At most, he would go to plant in person to confront the old foxes of the Supreme Council. Only Kira. What is the strongest adjuster? Get the hell out of here. When Kira grows up, he may not be as strong as him. There are also Graham, Setsuna, Lyle, T-Iria, Fleet, SM, Gerhardt. Which one's potential is inferior to Kira? There is no need to force Kira to do something unpleasant for Kira's future. But Kira still held Yang Hui. Kira also saw that Yang Hui was serious this time. He really wanted to replace him to drive the Strike Gundam. When he thought of this and recalled the previous conversation, Kira mustered up his courage again. I will fight. I said I will protect you, and Thor and the others. Kira said seriously. Okay. Yang Hui felt Kira's awareness and did not persuade him to think about it again, but this time, he did not plan to stay on the battleship as a spectator. Chapter 260 Character Collapse. What? Repair this Xion. Maintenance leader Matic almost jumped up after hearing what Yang Hui said. Yes, can it be repaired? Of course not. The Archangel only has spare parts for the Strike Gundam. Although it was developed according to the frame and basic technology of the Xion, the results are completely different. They can't be used together at all, and Matic looked helplessly at the broken Xion. The head was gone, the right hand was gone, only half of the left hand was left, and the right leg was also empty. The large reconnaissance backpack on the back was still floating in the universe, and it was in the state of parts, and the long-range sniper rifle was broken into 2 pieces. In this state, how can you let me repair it? I fixed it for you, but the Strike Gundam's weapons can't be used by the Xion. What are you going to do? Play bumper cars? There is another serious problem. Even if it is repaired, no one can drive it. Captain Flaka tried it a long time ago and couldn't drive it at all. However, Yang Hui looked at Matic without saying a word, and told him the answer with his eyes. Don't tell me you are going to drive this thing. Yes. Are you kidding me? Matic really jumped up this time and almost hit the container next to him. I'm not kidding. Then isn't that just a joke? Matic cursed. Don't you have any idea of your identity? Captain Ramius asked you to stay on the Archangel for your safety, and that's what you said at the beginning. Now you tell me you want to drive this Ms. to participate in the battle? Are you kidding? No, absolutely not. It's better to be prepared than to worry, Uncle Matic. Just use it as a reserve force. There's nowhere to hide on the way forward, and there will definitely be a fight. The safety of the Archangel cannot be guaranteed by relying solely on Kira and Captain Flaka to fight Zaft. Then can you guarantee the safety of the Archangel by driving this thing? Also, didn't you hire mercenaries? Let them protect us. If you're worried that the combat power is not enough, find more mercenaries. Where can I find them now? Serpent's Tail, only ask them to help because they often cooperate with each other. I can't find other mercenary organizations, and I don't trust other mercenary organizations. Archangel is a confidential matter after all. What if the people we find are unreliable? Isn't it more dangerous? Then it's none of my business. I can't help you fix this, Xion, anyway. I can't do it. Looking at Matic, who was like a dead pig not afraid of boiling water, Yang Hui was at a loss. No matter how he tried to persuade him, He still refused to listen. Forget it, I won't make it difficult for you. I'll go find Captain Lamia's. Go away. Don't disturb me while I'm working. Really, young people nowadays like to fantasize all day long. Are you crazy about driving them as? Don't you know that it is a toy exclusively for the adjuster? What a joke. I haven't lived enough. You just want to scare me to death. Matic was still cursing when he left, which made Yang Hui laugh and cry. But, before long, Yang Hui felt that this was not bad, because he ushered in a new round of lessons, and it was even more severe. I really don't know what you are thinking. We are about to meet up with a friendly fleet, and you asked to drive the Miz at this time? Are you kidding? Are you crazy? If you want to find trouble, find a hatch to open and go swimming in the universe. By the way, write a waiver and a suicide note in advance. Don't implicate us all. Although it was different from Bujalulu's scolding, this time, Malu was not going to agree with Yang Hui's suggestion again, because it was too ridiculous. Yang Hui's identity was too sensitive, and any problem would be a big deal. Although she was very grateful for the help Yang Hui provided them along the way, if she had a choice, Malu would still refuse Yang Hui to board the Archangel. She really couldn't bear this responsibility. Not to mention that she couldn't bear it, all the Earth troops on the ship couldn't bear it, even their immediate superior, Brigadier General Duan Halberton, couldn't bear it. I won't agree, Yang Hui. Then there's nothing we can do. Seeing Yang Hui spread his hands and turn to leave, Maru and Bakalu thought to themselves that it was not good. Yang Hui must not have given up, but was looking for another way. Stop right there. What do you want to do? Yang Hui, don't be impulsive. I'm not impulsive. Yang Hui turned around and told Maru and Bakalu with a very serious expression, I never thought of going there to die. I also seriously considered driving a Miz for the first battle. Captain Lamia's, you should know that I wrote the OS before G. Did you write that perverted OS? Bakalu was surprised. This was the first time she heard of it. It's not important. What's important is that you should know why Brigadier General Halberton accepted the OS, even though he knew it was difficult to use. What's going on? Bakalu turned and looked at Maru. Well, I do know, because Yang Hui used this OS for simulation training and can use it perfectly. Malu said intermittently. She and Duan Halberton were the only people in the world, besides the Emperor and his own people, who knew that Yang Hui could drive a Miz. And, it was very powerful. When the two saw the simulation data, they were almost scared to death. What? How is this possible? Baki Lulu looked at Yang Hui at this time without looking at him. This is the fact. Yang Hui spread his hands, and his proud expression was telling Baki Lulu that I am so good, but I am also helpless. But this, how is this possible? You are not a natural person. Baki Lulu asked in surprise. I'm a natural person. Then, who told you that natural people are definitely worse than adjusters? Adjusters only raise the starting point, and do not represent the end point. Don't forget that adjusters were also invented by natural people. So. Looking at Baki Lulu staring at him, Yang Hui really wanted to laugh. It seemed that Baki Lulu didn't care about what he said, and just wanted to organize himself to do what he wanted to do. I said I'm not impulsive, I just want to find an idle machine. No. I said. No matter what you say. Yang Hui, Baki Lulu, are you sure your character setting is not broken? If it can increase your own combat effectiveness, shouldn't you agree to it as soon as possible? Yang Hui deeply suspected that he had overexerted himself, causing the character of Bakalulu to collapse. However, his stubbornness was still there, but he felt that he had used it in the wrong place. Yang Hui, I also don't agree with you driving a Miz to attack. No matter how good your driving skills are, no one can guarantee your safety on the battlefield. But Yang Hui wanted to tell the two that if the Archangel sank, he would be finished, but he was interrupted by Bakalulu as soon as he opened his mouth. No buts. You can make trouble if you want, but don't involve others. You can do whatever you want after you leave the Archangel. Bakalulu taught him a lesson. To be honest, what Malu and Bakalulu said made sense, especially that if he got into trouble, it would affect everyone on the ship, which made Yang Hui's original firm idea begin to waver. But, it was just a wavering. Okay, I won't drive that broken Zion to attack. Yang Hui compromised. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. They all thought that Yang Hui had given up his plan to fool around, but they could only say that they still didn't understand Yang Hui. If Lakis was present, she would definitely be able to hear Yang Hui's other meaning. Not driving the Zine to attack, that is, driving other machines to attack. It was a simple word game, but it was also Yang Hui's favorite trick. It was not the fault of Maru and Bakilulu. In their opinion, apart from the broken Zine, there was no machine that Yang Hui could drive. There were only the Strike Gundam and Mobius Zero on the Archangel, both of which had owners. But how could they have thought that Yang Hui would get a machine that he could drive from somewhere else? After calculating the time, Yang Hui applied to Maru for temporary permission to leave the ship. Now? Where are you going? Isn't it because we don't have enough combat power? I found a team of helpers just in case. Huh? The transport ship, which was running at full speed, was approaching the wreckage area. Setsuna and Lyle were on duty in the cockpit as temporary helmsmen with the sick. Arrived at the designated coordinates and entered silent mode. Setsuna reported while looking at the navigation space map. Really, Yang Hui really likes to order people around. I was just about to go back and rest, but there was a new mission. Lyle complained. I haven't performed a mission for more than 10 years. Setsuna complained expressionlessly. Why not? Transporting confidential materials, collecting data, teaching rookie pilots. Not really. Okay, it really doesn't count. The example Lyle just gave was just a joke. These missions were not even as good as the simplest missions they performed in the Gundam world. They were Gundam messengers, and their job was to fight, but since they came to this world, they had never encountered a formal battle. So, it really couldn't be called a mission. Lyle was just joking, trying to make the lonely cockpit warmer, but he found out that he was wrong. The word joking didn't exist in Setsuna's dictionary. Have we arrived at the scheduled coordinates? At this time, Wang Liuma and Iria came to the cockpit together. We're here, Miss Wang. Do you want to contact Yang Hui now? Wait a minute, wait for him to contact us. According to my prediction, it should be soon. That's good, this place is not a good choice for tourism. Looking out the window, there were scattered debris of all sizes, the wreckage of warships, and the large ruins in the center. This was not a garbage recycling station, but a cemetery surrounded by countless resentful spirits. Sure enough, other worlds are not peaceful either. Lyle sighed. Although he had expected it before coming, he had another idea after witnessing it with his own eyes, and this world is even crazier than the world they were originally in. The world is twisting. I will cut it off. Setsuna's eyes flickered, and his thoughts became more determined. No matter where we are, heavenly people, and disputes, will be eradicated by us. Iria agreed. You are worthy of being the Gundam messenger of celestial being. Wang Liuma covered her mouth and chuckled. This was not a mockery, but recognition, because she was also a member of this group, and changing the world was what she had always wanted to do. Okay, everyone, wait patiently. Since Yang Hui asked us to go out, it proves that her plan is about to begin. Wang said to everyone. Understood. X4 At this moment, the transport ship's communication sounded. Chapter 261 A Battle Without a Chance of Winning. Wang, it's me, Yang Hui. Yang Hui's voice appeared on the communication screen of the transport ship, and everyone present laughed. Even the most serious Setsuna and Iria had a war mark on their lips. They came to this world, which was different from the Gundam Age world. Yang Hui, Wang and Wang Liuma were born in the high level of Orb. It can be said that they were bound to this country from the beginning. After learning about the situation in the world in detail, even Wang believed that they had the best chance to master this world only in Orb. Why is it to master this world instead of completing the mission? Because every mandatory mission they have now cannot just be aimed at completing the mission, but to connect this world with the Promise Fortress. The Earth Union was directly excluded, and the internal chaos was in a mess. The strong countries bullied and the weak countries had no power. Moreover, behind the first powerful country, there were organizations such as Blue Cosmos and Logos that were secretly controlling, making it difficult to stand up. Plant can also be ruled out, because none of the 6 people in a team, including Setsuna, Lyle and Iria, who were reborn as orphans, are adjusters. It is not difficult for natural people to gain a foothold in Plant, as long as you can make achievements and do not hate adjusters, but if you want to control the country of adjusters, don't even think about it. Finally, only neutral countries are left. Among all neutral countries, only Orb has the best foundation, and only Orb has the opportunity to emerge. However, orb has a good foundation and is a neutral country. These advantages are also disadvantages. The first bird to come out will be shot. Orb was naturally suppressed by the joint efforts of the Earth Union and planned, and even secretly forced the Orb team. An orb is an island country with scarce resources. Even if it has leading science and technology, it is difficult to display it. Fortunately, Orb's network of relationships is not bad. Even several countries in the Earth Union have maintained friendly relations with Orb, so Orb can support it until now. After they came, they secretly carried out many plans, filling in the holes of Orb little by little. Yang Hui was even more popular, going back and forth between the Earth Union and planned, and won more resources and opportunities for Orb, which led to the current stable Orb. But it was not enough. Orb's stability was only temporary. Once the Earth Union or plant took Orb seriously, Orb's situation would fall apart in an instant. In order to avoid this outcome, Yang Hui would secretly participate in various cooperations between the two forces, seek resources and technology, and develop Orb's military strength. Because there were too many tasks and they were too busy, and the concealment requirements were extremely high, Setsuna, Lyle, and Tieria were hidden from the beginning, hiding in the Heavenly Pillar, secretly training Miss pilots for Orb, testing new Miss, and preparing for the rise of Orb. Wang and Wang Liumei also had their own things to do, and a team was rarely together. Now, they finally have the opportunity to gather together. Moreover, this is a signal that they will stand in front of the stage from behind the scenes. Yang Hui, what's the situation? We haven't encountered any enemies yet. Our current coordinates are XXXX. Come and join us immediately. Understood. By the way, did you bring that with you? Is the situation so serious already? Not sure yet, it's better to be prepared. Okay. After the communication ended, Wang frowned deeply. She predicted that this operation might expose Setsuna, Lyle, Tieria and their machines. Because of Yang Hui's influence, she developed the habit of keeping her trump card and brought that mentioned by Yang Hui with her, but it's best not to use it. Setsuna and the other two and the machine can use mercenaries to cover up their identities, but once Yang Hui uses that, not only will Yang Hui be exposed, but the identities of Setsuna and the other two will also be difficult to cover up. According to their plan, it's not the time for Yang Hui to be exposed yet. Miss Wang, let's go and meet up with Yang Hui first. Setsuna, Lyle, Tieria, check the machine and make all preparations. Understood. X3 Liumei. What do you need me to do? Let Haro prepare that. Understood. The four of them left, and Wang was the only one left to drive the transport ship. As it moved in the direction designated by Yang Hui, she began to reperfect the plan and prepare a second plan. Once Yang Hui was exposed, how should they deal with the next crisis? On the other side, Yang Hui ended the communication and looked up at Malu and Bakalu with strange expressions. What do you mean? What is that? Malu was still hesitating whether to ask Yang Hui, because this involved personal secrets, and it might even be Orb's secrets, but Bakalu didn't care about that. She wanted to eliminate all unknowns to ensure the safety of the Archangel. Sorry, personal privacy, no comment. Yang Hui didn't intend to tell Bakalu. Just like Wang was worried, it was not the time to be exposed yet, so if it could not be used, it should not be used. For the safety of this ship, you must tell us. What identity are you questioning me with? Lieutenant Bakalulu. Yang Hui took a step back, his expression stern. I want to remind you first, Lieutenant Bakalulu, I am not a soldier of the Earth Army. You have no right to ask about my personal privacy. But your behavior has affected the safety of the Archangel, so you must tell us. So, are you spying on the confidential matters of Orb, Lieutenant Bakalulu? If so, you can arrest me now, but I have the right to remain silent. If the situation comes to this, you must consider the consequences carefully. Yang Hui reminded Bakalulu seriously. Bakalulu stared at Yang Hui, her back teeth were almost broken. Okay, Lieutenant Bakalulu. Captain. As Yang Hui said, he is not a soldier, so he has the right to remain silent, and we cannot arrest him, at least not now. I understand. Bakalulu had no choice but to give in, but this matter. Report it if you want. After Bakalulu left, Yang Hui's face could no longer be tense, and he sighed and said nothing. Yang Hui, Lieutenant Bakalulu. I know. What are you going to do? Let's get through this crisis first. Okay. Yang Hui and Malu tacitly did not delve into this matter. For some things, it is best to see through them and not speak them out. As for the future, only those who survive are qualified to talk about the future. Soon, the transport ship that Wong and others took met with the Archangel and the giant serpent's tail. After making a brief contact with the Archangel as mercenaries, they remained silent. But Malu and Bakalu, who were present at the time, knew that Wong and the others were definitely not just mercenaries. However, since Yang Hui did not say it, they could not ask. After receiving the news from the advance fleet, the Archangel no longer sailed silently. Everyone was looking forward to joining the advance fleet as soon as possible, and directly took Tail of the Serpent and Heavenly Man to full speed. Course turned to bearing 45, Mk10A, course correction completed, power 60%. After a few more days of sailing, the Archangel finally got in touch with the advance fleet and agreed on a meeting place. Not long after, the advance fleet appeared in the range of the radar system. The radar detected 3 ship shadows, the frigates Montgomery, Bernard, and Raoul. Great! Ha ha ha! Everyone cheered, and Malu, who had been bearing a heavy pressure, also breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a lot lighter on his shoulders. But this joy did not last long before it was interrupted. Zzz. Huh? What is this? What happened? It's a jammer. The nearby space is being disturbed. Everyone thought it was not good. Even volunteers like Thor, Murialia, Sai, and Kaz knew that sudden strong and large-scale interference in the universe was either a terrible cosmic storm or an enemy. And cosmic storms usually have obvious precursors, so it can only be the latter. Suspicious heat distribution of battle detected ahead. It is speculated to be the advance fleet. Fighting. Montgomery called, "Stop the rendezvous." Archangel immediately turned around and disengage. Captain Bujalulu waited for orders. What is the enemy's combat power? Yellow Zone 257, Mk40 found in Nazca class, Yellow Zone 501, Mk60 found a Laurasia class, Orange Zone 339, Mk19 found 4 Laurasia classes. What? The thermal pattern matches, Zion, 29 units. In addition, wait a minute, this is Aegis. X303 Aegis. Not only that, X102 Dual, X103 Storm, X207 Thunderbolt. Ah. So, it's Team Cruise. Seeing the enemy's combat power, everyone was silent, or they were scared. How could the advance fleet alone resist such combat power? Even if the Archangel joined in, it would be impossible to resist. Captain. With Archangel as the priority and considering the best decision, Bakalulu wanted to remind Meru to turn around immediately, because there was no chance of winning this battle. But there are still. Thor reminded Meru and Bakalulu that Frey's father was still on the ship. To him, he was the father of his friend, but to the soldiers on the ship, he was the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, a very important official. Everyone stopped what they were doing and waited for Meru's decision. Even if we turn around now, we can't guarantee that we can escape. Everyone. Level 1 combat configuration. Archangel, go to support the advance fleet. Captain Lamia's, permission to leave the ship. Yang Hui also came out from the fire control position and asked Meru. Kwang Yun is very strong, and Setsuna, Lyle, and Tiiria are all very strong, but the number of enemies is still several times that of ours, and even the latest 4Gs have joined the battle. The blue machine is still just basic equipment, not a future bug. Setsuna and the other 3 also have defects in their bodies and cannot fully exert their strength. If they want to protect more people from surviving, Yang Hui must join the battle. No. Meru refused outright, because she knew that if she did so, they might not be able to survive, but some of Yang Hui and Orb's secrets would definitely be exposed in advance, and she didn't want to do that. Yang Hui. As a soldier, Bakalulu agreed to Yang Hui's request, but as an individual, her thoughts coincidentally coincided with Marlu's. Is it still the time to care about those things? Yang Hui questioned. No, the Archangel must go to support the advance fleet immediately, and can't stay here for you alone. Marlu still didn't agree. Damn it. Yang Hui guessed Marlu's thoughts, and knew that he really shouldn't be exposed at this time, but he had to survive to have the right to talk about the future. There's no other way. Seeing that Marlu didn't give in, Yang Hui could only use the last resort, go to the battle area at the maximum speed, and then connect to the Zaft Army's channel and tell them that Lakis Klein is in our hands. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 262, The Light Still Fading, extra chapter for Rafilo. What did you say? Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Yang Hui to use Lakis as a bargaining chip to force Zaft to stop the war. This was using civilians, a despicable act. Do as you say. At this time, Yang Hui's tone was unquestionable, showing the momentum of a superior to the fullest. People who didn't know would think that Yang Hui was the captain of the Archangel. When everyone was in a daze for a moment, Yang Hui took control of the communication control and contacted the Giant Serpent's Tail and Heavenly Man, guarding the Archangel. Giant Serpent Tail and Heavenly Man, listen to the order. He, Setsuna, Lyle, Tactical Formation A10, raid the enemy fleet, Alij, T area, escort our ship and your ship, enter the battle area at full speed. Your ship always follows the Archangel, and the subsequent command will be in the charge of the Emperor of Heavenly Man. Understood. XN in theory, Giant Serpent Tail is just a mercenary and should not obey the command of Yang Hui or Emperor, but this is not the first time that they have accepted Yang Hui's commission. There have been several difficult tasks. Giant Serpent Tail was frightened at the beginning of receiving the commission, thinking that these tasks were basically asking them to die, but relying on the execution plan given in advance by Yang Hui or Emperor, they were able to complete the commission without any danger every time, which also made everyone in Giant Serpent Tail recognize the tactical arrangements and command capabilities of Yang Hui and Emperor. As for the current situation, only the command of Yang Hui or Emperor has not allowed them to see any hope of victory, otherwise, he is likely to give up the commission and evacuate first with his companions. Yang Hui. You. There's no time to reply now. Where's Kira? Has Captain Flaka sortied? Not yet, not yet. The Mobius Zero, Flaka has entered the sortie program. The Strike Gundam. Kira hasn't boarded yet. What a hassle. Yang Hui immediately connected the communication of the Mobius Zero and conveyed the order to Mew, Captain Flaka. Yang Hui? Why is it you? Let's talk about it later. After the sortie, the Zero will follow the Archangel and join the battle with the Archangel. What did you say? Do as I say. If you still want to live. Mew wanted to ask what was going on, but the communication was directly cut off. What the hell is going on? Mew was confused and immediately reconnected with the bridge to inquire about the situation. Hey. What's going on? Why is Yang Hui in command? First, follow his instructions first. Malu replied hesitantly. What do you mean? The command of the MIS and MA units will be temporarily handed over to Yang Hui. I will be responsible if there is any problem. To be honest, Malu no longer had much thinking ability at this time. The momentum that Yang Hui just showed gave her a blow. According to the best plan, the Archangel should immediately turn around and leave the battle, regardless of the safety of the advance fleet. But Malu could not let the friendly forces be destroyed in front of her eyes, so she made the wrong decision to rescue the advance fleet. Although the decision was made, Malu didn't know how to do it specifically and how they should survive. When her thoughts were confused, Yang Hui stood up and gave her an unwilling but most correct approach. Originally, Malu didn't want to use despicable means to force Zaft to cease fire, but Yang Hui didn't give her a chance to refute. At this time, Yang Hui made people follow him unconsciously and obey his command. Mew also knew that the question of command would not be answered for the time being, and he was very distressed, but the captain had spoken, so he could only follow Yang Hui's instructions. After Yang Hui finished communicating with Mew, he left the bridge and went to look for Lakis. When he arrived at Lakis's door, he found Kira there, not ready to attack. Kira. What are you doing? Go and attack. Yang Hui. Go. Oh, okay. Kira was also shocked by Yang Hui's momentum at the moment, and agreed without thinking about it, but was stopped after running 2 steps. Kira. Fred, what's the battle configuration? Where is the advance fleet? Frey asked anxiously. I don't know, I haven't heard anything. Nothing will happen, right? Dad's ship won't be destroyed, right? If you continue to hold Kira, not only will your father's ship be sunk, but we will be sunk too. Yang Hui shouted, interrupting Frey's entanglement. How could it be? Kira, go. Oh, okay. Kira left, and the panicked Frey found Yang Hui again. You lied to me, didn't you? You must have lied to me. How could my father's ship be sunk? But my father. Wake up. The more severe scolding scared Frey back 2 steps. This is a battle, not the time for you to act like a big lady. Go back to your room and don't interfere with other people's battles. But, in panic, Frey saw Lakis beside Yang Hui, and her face immediately became ferocious. Then kill her. Isn't she from Zaft? Isn't she an adjuster? Let them retreat. Otherwise, kill her. Frey wanted to grab Lakis and pull her to the bridge, but Lakis was blocked behind Yang Hui. Frey couldn't succeed and could only fight with Yang Hui. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. As long as you threaten her, it will definitely work. Pa. Facing Frey, who had lost her mind, Yang Hui slapped her in the face without hesitation. This slap stunned Frey, covering her red and swollen face, looking at Yang Hui in disbelief. You hit me? My father never hit me. If you keep messing around, I'll hit you again. Why don't you try? Frey really wanted to mess around, even to go crazy, but she was frightened by Yang Hui's cold eyes and air-freezing temperament, and she even held back her tears. Go back to your room. After saying that, Yang Hui took Lux to the bridge, ignoring the soul-lost Frey. Luxury, I'm counting on you this time. On the way to the bridge, Yang Hui said to Lux with apology. It's okay, if I can stop the battle and save more people, I'm willing to do my part. Lux shook her head and comforted Yang Hui with a smile. If I can, I really don't want to do this. It's okay, I know, if I don't agree, you won't force me. And you will join the battle, I don't want to see you fight. No one likes to fight, Lux, but many times, only fighting can protect what you want to protect. Does that include me? Lux asked Yang Hui with a smile. Well, including you, because you are my friend. Just a friend. What else? Yang Hui glanced at Lakis unhappily. He would not make one of the 3 major misunderstandings. He knew that this was Lakis trying to calm his increasingly irritable mood, but, could you please not make trouble at this time? Soon, Yang Hui took Lakis back to the bridge. At this time, he could already see the battle situation through the glass of the bridge. What's the situation? Yang Hui asked. The Raoul sank, the Bernard was severely damaged, the Montgomery was in danger, and there were not many MA troops left. Yang Hui nodded and took over the communication control work again. Setsuna, Lyle, report the situation. The nearest Laurasia class is 400 meters away. The Zaft army has noticed us and is in contact with Duel, Storm and Thunder. There are also 6, Zine. Setsuna reported in a flat voice. Change the raid to guerrilla warfare, kill as many enemy Miz as possible and attract their attention. Understood. X3 the location of the Montgomery. Green Zone 33, MK22 Bravo. Elijah, T area, immediately support the Montgomery. Understood. X2 Captain Flacca continues to guard the Archangel, not to annihilate the enemy, but to force them to retreat. Understood. After reissuing orders to the Miz and MA units, Yang Hui checked the current distance between the Archangel and the Zaft fleet. 30 seconds left. Yang Hui gritted his teeth. Under strong interference, it would take another 30 seconds for the Archangel to cover the Zaft fleet within the communication range. Whether the Montgomery, which was in danger, could be saved depended on these 30 seconds. But Zaft didn't give them 30 seconds. The 3 planes were entangled by Duel, Storm, Thunder and several surrounding, Zion, and failed to stop the Zaft fleet from advancing. The second when the Montgomery entered the main gun range of Vesalius opened fire. The thick beam of light passed through time and space, cut through the darkness, and penetrated the Montgomery with brilliant colors. Damn it! Yang Hui punched the control table. He didn't expect that he had made such preparations, but he was still a step late. The advance fleet was almost wiped out, the MA force was almost gone, and the 3 frigates were all sunk. What? At this moment, the door of the bridge was opened again, and a low, hoarse, desperate voice interrupted everyone's horror. Free. Why are you here? Sai hurriedly left his seat and was about to take Free away from the bridge, because the explosion just now was the Montgomery that Free's father was on. That's not Daddy's ship, right? Hey, Sai, tell me, that's not Daddy's ship, right? With a stiff expression, Frey looked at Sai as if begging. Sai turned his head away with a painful expression, not knowing how to answer. He could indeed deceive Frey, but this matter could not be concealed, and Frey would soon know the truth, so there was no point in hiding it. Don't. Sai, take her away. Yang Hui shouted. Yes. Sai nodded, and immediately took Frey, who has almost collapsed, away from the bridge. At this time, more than 10 seconds, which seemed like several centuries, finally passed, and the Zaft fleet entered the communication range. Yang Hui did not hesitate and connected to the Zaft communication channel. Notify the Zaft army. This is the Archangel of the Earth Alliance Army, and this ship is protecting Lakis Klein, the daughter of Siegel Lakis, the chairman of the Plant Supreme Council. Thank you for the 5,000 reward from Orfillo, and I will add more for you. Love you. Chapter 263. I won't be silenced, right? What? That's Yang Hui. And Lakis. Miss Lakis? How could it be? Damn natural person, despicable. No one questioned the authenticity of this communication, because it was not just an audio communication, but a video communication, and Lakis was standing next to Yang Hui. When Cruz saw this scene, his expression was very complicated. On the one hand, he was happy, because his guess was right, Yang Hui was indeed on the Archangel, and now not only he knew it, but all the Zaft troops present saw it, so he could make a big fuss about Yang Hui's identity. But at the same time, he was very distressed, because Lakis's existence was also confirmed, and now they could no longer attack the Archangel, unless they had the ability to paralyze the Archangel's combat capability while ensuring the safety of the Archangel's hull. However, this was also impossible, as several new machines that looked like the X-series were very tricky to deal with. I am Yang Hui, the son of Yang Hongao, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the United Emirates of Orb. Due to the collapse of Heliopolis, we have received humanitarian assistance from the Archangel, which belongs to the Earth Federation Army, and am temporarily under the protection of the Archangel. Similarly, our ship accidentally discovered Miss Lakis Klein's escape pod during the voyage and took her in out of humanitarian considerations. This is really troublesome. Cruz thought, gritting his teeth. Based on international relations and the personal safety of Miss Lakis Klein, I hereby call on both sides to cease fire immediately. The Zaft army will immediately retreat and agree to return Miss Lakis Klein to your army at coordinates 905 in 5 hours. However, during this time, your army cannot engage in combat in any form or for any reason, otherwise it will be regarded as your army giving up its responsibility for Miss Lakis Klein. Miss Lakis Klein will also be handed over to the Earth Federation Army for free disposal. At the same time, it will be regarded as a declaration of war against the United Emirates of Orb. This is hereby notified. After the communication ended, the Zaft army did not attack the Archangel, Giant Serpent's Tail, and Celestial Being, again, and Setsuna and others did not attack the Zaft army again. They immediately returned to the Archangel and escorted the Archangel out of this space. On the contrary, the Strike Gundam did not make any move after the Aegis Gundam stopped, and drifted foolishly in the universe. Kira, please reply, Kira. Yang Hui. Come back if you have any questions. Okay. Kira had never thought that Yang Hui would do such a despicable thing, using the personal safety of a young girl to threaten the Zaft army to cease fire. At this moment, he seemed to not know Yang Hui. Athrin also felt the same way. He never thought that Lakis would fall into the hands of the Earth army, and he never thought that Yang Hui would use Lakis to protect his own safety. Yang Hui, why did you do this? Athrin's mood was very complicated. On the one hand, he suspected that Yang Hui must have his reasons for doing this, but on the other hand, he was very angry that Yang Hui used Lakis's safety as a way to survive. It's embarrassing. You came to support and saw that the situation was not good, so you used this trick. Cruz sat on the chair and sneered. Captain Addis looked at Cruz in a panic. Yes, I know. All troops stop attacking, turn around, and head to the agreed coordinates. Yes. On the Archangel, the bridge fell into a mysterious silence, and everyone looked at Yang Hui and Lakis. Yang Hui, this is your choice. I can only do this. Neither I nor you want to die here. Yang Hui answered Meru's question calmly. Yang Hui's decision is correct. At this time, Baki Lulu recognized Yang Hui, the Archangel and the Strike Gundam cannot be destroyed here. I know, Natal. Maru lowered her head with a complicated expression. She knew that Yang Hui's approach and Baki Lulu's words were both correct, but she just couldn't get over the hurdle in her heart. Everyone was silent, unable to express their opinions, but Baki Lulu soon opposed Yang Hui's approach. But you shouldn't have agreed with his Aft army to return Miss Klein. She is our last guarantee. As long as she stays on the Archangel, the Zaft army will not dare to attack us, and we can. Natal. Yang Hui turned his head and looked at Baki Lulu blankly. This was the first time that Yang Hui called Baki Lulu by her name. Did I say something wrong? No, you didn't say anything wrong. As he spoke, Yang Hui took Lakis away from the bridge and stopped before leaving. But don't forget that Captain Lamias has given me the right to dispose of Miss Lakis Klein. After speaking, he took Lakis away, leaving everyone silent. Baki Lulu lowered her head unwillingly. At this moment, she wanted to regret and forcibly take back Lakis's disposal rights. If Yang Hui disagreed, she would directly imprison him. Lakis was not only their life guarantee, but also an important political weight. As long as Lakis was in the hands of the Earth Union, Plant would be cautious and give the Earth Army more advantages. As for Lakis's identity as a girl and a civilian, who cares? What about civilians? Are civilians innocent? In the bridge, Thor, Murialia, Sai, Kaz, and Kira, who was fighting in the strike Gundam, who among them was not a civilian? Are they innocent? Why can Lakis be excluded, but Kira and others can't? Just because her last name is Klein? Just because she is the daughter of the chairman of the Plant Supreme Council, her status is higher than Kira and others? No, in the war, no one is innocent, no matter whether it is male or female, old or young, civilian, noble, state leaders. There is no difference in status. If we talk about status, didn't the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Atlantic Federation just die on the Montgomery? Moreover, if you really think that her last name is Klein, Lux is even less likely to be innocent, because her last name can already shake the direction of the war. But she can't do it. She really can't do it. Enough, Natal. Seeing Baki Lulu's struggle, she scolded in her low voice. Captain. Don't embarrass the army anymore. Malu said with difficulty. Although this is the most reasonable choice, although this is what Yang Hui did, can Malu and others really enjoy it with peace of mind and put all the responsibility on Yang Hui? Some people may be able to do it, but Malu and everyone present can't do it. Along the way, Yang Hui provided them with too much help. Until they met up with the advance fleet, they did not encounter any attacks from Zaft, and they replenished the scarce supplies without any danger. Not only that, the cost of the supplies and the cost of contacting mercenaries for escort were all borne by Yang Hui personally. Even this time, Yang Hui took the initiative to report his name and identity, which was considered to be taking all the responsibilities. Yang Hui was just a civilian protected by this ship, and he was not a member of the Atlantic Federation, so he had no obligation to help them. But Yang Hui did it, and did it the best, so they naturally could not enjoy it with peace of mind. And, whether it was their decision or not, Yang Hui's behavior did protect their safety, but at the same time, it did make them embarrassed. Not only Baki Lulu, but all the soldiers present bowed their heads in shame. On the other side, Yang Hui took Lakis back to the room and fell silent. He felt that he also needed to calm down. Yang Hui, are you okay? Lakis said worriedly. It's okay, I'm used to it. Yang Hui shook his head and answered Lakis. Now it is the third world. In the Gundam world, although he was misunderstood and hated, that was his goal, and people who knew him had been supporting that great cause. Moreover, as a behind-the-scenes organization, he did not need to worry too much. In the Gundam Age world, he became a hero admired by thousands of people. Although he was also exposed to the dark side, it was all left to others to deal with. He only needed to worry about fighting. But it was different in the Gundam Seed world. He not only had to worry about fighting, not only had to plan for a small organization of a few or dozens of people, but also rose to the entire country, because he controlled the country of orb, politics, economy, diplomacy, people's livelihood. He had to consider everything, and there could be no omissions, including the dark side, which he also needed to deal with personally. There are so many things to consider and so many things to worry about that it is inevitable that there will be times when you are not thoughtful enough, and at such times, you must take emergency measures to recover the losses. Once you do this, you will be suspected, distrusted, disapproved, and even hated and resented by others. To be honest, Yang Hui also thought that it would be enough for him to go back to his old job and be a hero, but when he thought about the world, Promise Fortress, the challenges he would face in the future, and the heavy responsibilities on his shoulders, he couldn't do it. Lakis felt the fatigue hidden deep in Yang Hui's heart. She didn't comfort him, but just gently held Yang Hui's head in her arms, hoping to relieve his complicated mood and fatigue. Aren't you afraid that Aslan will misunderstand you by doing this? Yang Hui felt a warm embrace and teased in a very unpleasant way. This is just mutual comfort between friends. Lakis replied calmly. It seems that we have different understandings of the word friend. Maybe, but Yang Hui, do you remember? Remember what? 10 years ago, when you first came to Plant? No need to say. But I want to say. But I don't want to listen, and I don't want you to say it. You know. I don't know, at least now, I don't know anything. Yes, now. Lakis smiled brightly. This answer was what she wanted. At this moment, the door of the room was opened, and Kira rushed in aggressively. Yang Hui. What on earth is going on? Ugh. Halfway through his words, Kira was stunned when he saw Lakis holding Yang Hui's head in her arms, the two of them looking very intimate, and he felt like I know too much, will I be silenced? Chapter 264, Grief-stricken and turned into a mad dog. Kira? Come in. Kira's sudden intrusion did not panic the two. Lakis still let go of Yang Hui with a smile as warm as spring breeze. She hoped that others would see this scene. Yang Hui glared at Lakis unhappily and landed smoothly to let Kira in. Kira's mind was blank. Yang Hui had already introduced Lakis, Aslan's fiancé, and Yang Hui had been friends since childhood. He also knew that Yang Hui and Aslan were also friends. So, you are so close, what is it? Dye Aslan's hair for free? Give Aslan the power of life? What is this? Come in. Oh. Kira, who did not have much thinking ability, naturally obeyed and entered the room, and even forgot to close the door. Are you here to question me? Yang Hui asked Kira. Yes, that's right, why did you do this? After Yang Hui's reminder, Kira remembered what he wanted to ask. But as soon as he asked, he was confused again. If Yang Hui and Lakis had an ordinary relationship, it would be possible to do so, but from what he just saw, it was obvious that the relationship between the two was very unusual. Based on Kira's understanding of Yang Hui might use his friends, but he would never hurt his friends, so. You misunderstood, Kira, Yang Hui did this for me. Yang Hui did not answer, and Lakis explained for Yang Hui. Is that so? But, although Lakis explained for Yang Hui, Kira could not figure it out anyway. How could he live a miserable life with her safety as a threat for her? Yang Hui said that if I fall into the hands of the Earth Army, I will definitely be treated badly. He also told me in advance that he would find a suitable opportunity to send me back to Plant before arriving at the Earth Army headquarters. Maybe this is the right time, so don't be angry with Yang Hui. Lakis said to Kira. On the one hand, she was explaining for Yang Hui. She didn't want Yang Hui to be misunderstood by her good friend. On the other hand, Yang Hui also told him that Kira could be trusted, so Lakis didn't hide it from Kira. But Lakis is not a naive person. She will not completely believe Kira because of Yang Hui's words, so she pushed everything onto Yang Hui. She just acted according to Yang Hui's instructions. She is still a naive, kind, and worldly lady. So, that's the case. I'm sorry, Yang Hui. After listening to Kira, she knew that she had misunderstood Yang Hui and bowed to apologize. Halfway down, she was pushed up by Yang Hui. You don't need to apologize. No matter what the purpose is, despicable coercion is an unchangeable fact. Yang Hui said. Why is this happening? Why don't you explain it to everyone? Kira asked Yang Hui, thinking that he was still angry, especially since everyone had misunderstood him. On the way to find Yang Hui, he heard a lot of rumors. The Archangel is a battleship of the Atlantic Federation. Meru and Natal are soldiers of the Earth Union, and who am I? Who is Lakis? Yang Hui asked Kira calmly. This. Kira understood what Yang Hui meant. On this ship, people from the Earth Union, Plant, and Orb were gathered. Although everyone had established a bond with each other as they moved forward, they were different in status and position, just like him and Aslan. Besides, I don't need to explain to them. Yang Hui added. This was not Yang Hui's character. He cared about his companions, including the people on the Archangel. Although they had not been together for a long time, Yang Hui still regarded them as companions, regardless of whether the people on the Archangel would join Orb like in the original plot, or whether Baki Lulu would change because of him. Yang Hui attaches great importance to his companions, so when he encounters problems or disagreements, he will help his companions solve their doubts. But now he can't, because the two sides have different positions. So what Yang Hui wants to say is I can't explain to them, not no need. Because this is to protect Malu and Bakalulu, and soon, the Archangel will meet with the 8th Fleet. Imagine that the crew of the Earth Army's newest battleship is very close to the top leaders of Orb. What will the top leaders of the Atlantic Federation think? Duan Halbottom won't think much, but what about others? The 8th Fleet has never been his one-man show. Therefore, it is necessary to draw a line with them as soon as possible, and not let the top leaders of the Atlantic Federation embarrass them because of themselves. Lakis put her hand on Yang Hui's hand, and when Yang Hui said this, she immediately analyzed all this. She was a little heartbroken. Yang Hui has always been like this, and he has to protect his companions at the cost of being hurt. Kira couldn't think of so much, but he knew that Yang Hui was not such a person, and he would not say such words. If that only means that he has his own difficulties and can only bear it himself. I'll go see if Frey is awake. Kira left in a hurry. He didn't know what to say when he stayed here. He wanted to tell Yang Hui, just tell him, we will bear it together. But Kira couldn't say it, because he felt that he had taken on too much, so much that it was about to overwhelm him. He wanted to vent with Yang Hui, but now it seems that he doesn't have the qualifications. Why are you doing this? Kira left, and Lux naturally wouldn't wear a mask in front of Yang Hui. She sat next to Yang Hui, put her hand on his hand, and gently leaned her head on his shoulder. Kira has things he needs to bear and face, and these are what I need, and are my own choice. Hearing this, Lakis recalled that Yang Hui once told her in the past, a man is a lone wolf. When he is injured, he can only hide in the cave and lick his wounds secretly. Yang Hui did a good job of this, and he was also a leader, so he naturally had to bear more, and there were many things that he could not vent to others, and Lakis could feel Yang Hui's urgency. This urgency was not for the Earth Union, not for Planned, and certainly not for Orb. It was an urgency for something bigger that she did not know about. You trust him? No. Do you think highly of him? Do you hope he can become your companion? I guess so, but he still has a lot to learn. How can he learn if you don't teach him? Some things cannot be learned by others teaching. You, me, Wang, Liu, Aslan, who is not like this? But it is precisely because humans are weak and flawed that they entrust others, isn't it? So you were waiting for me here. Yang Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head. Without giving Lakis a definite answer, he stood up and left. Where are you going? I'm hungry, looking for something to eat. Come to think of it, I'm hungry too, can you bring me some? Seeing Lakis winking playfully, Yang Hui rolled his eyes. Being cute doesn't suit you at all. But I just like it, what can I do? No big deal, it's something Aslan needs to face anyway. Tisk, you blockhead. Yang Hui stopped again on his way to the cafeteria. You, because you are also an adjuster, so you didn't fight seriously at all? Woo woo woo. Daddy. Give daddy back to me. Woo woo woo. The crying sounded, and before Yang Hui had time to check the situation, he saw Kira running out of the room and fleeing in the opposite direction of Yang Hui. When he arrived at the door of the room, he saw Frey crying in Sayai's arms. Miliario was at a loss, and Yang Hui ignored it. To be honest, excluding his understanding of the original plot and the character analysis he had seen before, he really couldn't like Frey. Yes, she is indeed an innocent group affected by the war in this world, and it is also the most intuitive and normal performance, but, so what? Is she the only innocent person affected by the war? Is she the only one who lost her family? Under the protection of her parents, how much darkness and cruelty did the naive Frey come into contact with? Let's not talk about anything else. Thor, Miliaria, Sayai, Kaz, who is not an innocent person affected by the war? Kira is the same, and he joined the battle reluctantly to protect you. There is a big difference between Ms. and bridge crew. You are in life and death crisis at any time. If you are not careful, you will be doomed. Frey is not as good as Thor and Sai. What qualifications does she have to speak ill of those who risked their lives to protect her? Yang Hui. Why are you here? Yang Hui was about to leave, but Mirialia found him. I'm passing by and going to the cafeteria to get some food. Oh, then you. Why are you here? It's all because of you. It's because of you. Dad's ship was sunk. It's all because of you. You murderer. Give Dad back to me. Frey. Now Frey really turned into a mad dog, biting whoever she was unhappy with. Yang Hui did nothing wrong, whether it was for himself or for the other people on the Archangel. If it weren't for Yang Hui, they wouldn't have sailed safely for so long. If it weren't for Yang Hui, the Archangel would have been sunk now. But Frey just didn't like Yang Hui. She didn't like him teaching her lessons repeatedly, she didn't like him always being high and mighty, she didn't like him being able to get along with everyone easily. That's right. Frey was jealous. That's why she vented all her sadness and pain on Yang Hui. Although Yang Hui didn't like Frey, he wouldn't hit her again when a girl was heartbroken, so he just ignored her. As for her darkening later, what does it have to do with him? It won't be long before the Archangel will meet up with the 8th Fleet, and he will also leave the Archangel. As for Kira, Yang Hui couldn't control it. The master led him to the door, but the practice depended on the individual. He had already changed. The subsequent development was not something Yang Hui could control, and he would not control it. He would not give up the whole world for one person. By the way. But Yang Hui still wanted to remind Milia and Sai. After all, Lakis would not comfort Kira anymore. If you still consider Kira a friend, go see him. He needs you very much now. That was all he had to say. Yang Hui would not care what choice they would make, but he believed that except for the most timid and the least determined Kaz, no one else would abandon Kira. Chapter 265 Kira's Cry, Special Update for Chu Fengzi. Kira was in pain. He was not Yang Hui, a young man with a mature soul in his body. He was not Lakis, who had lived in a complex environment since childhood and had to constantly disguise himself. He could not bear all this. It was too heavy. Kira felt that the whole world had abandoned him. Kira. Are you okay? After hearing what Yang Hui said, Mirialia chased after him. On the way, she met Kaz and heard Kira's crying and shouting. Only then did they realize that the identity of the adjuster did not bring happiness to Kira, but brought him great pain. They also realized how much pressure Kira was carrying on his shoulders. Sai was also worried about Kira, but he also had to take care of Frey, so he could only entrust his share to Mirialia. Kaz. Mirialia. Kira. I don't know what to do. I really don't know what to do. So what if I'm an adjuster? It's not like I want to be an adjuster. I don't want to fight. Not at all. But there's no way. You're on this ship too. Yang Hui is on this ship too. I want to protect you. Only I can protect you. But, why? Why on earth? Kira. Mirialia and Kaz were upset, but they couldn't share Kira's pain, and they didn't want Kira to fight alone, otherwise they wouldn't have volunteered to work on the bridge. But, anyone who has seen it knows how difficult it is to drive a Miz to fight. Kira is an adjuster, but he's not a soldier. In order to protect them, he was forced to drive the strike Gundam to fight on the front line. Who can understand his pain? Who can understand his pressure? It's okay, Kira, whether you're an adjuster or not, we're friends, companions, and the best companions. Mirialia comforted. That's right, Kira, although we can't drive a Miz, we will fight with you. Kaz persuaded. Kaz. Miria. So Kira. It's okay, cry, vent it out, we will be with you. Kira, you are not alone. Woo woo woo. Kira found his companions and found a harbor to return to. He could finally vent all the pain in his heart and cried loudly while hugging Kaz. At the edge of the corner, Yang Hui saw this and left with peace of mind. It was not that he didn't care about Kira, but he couldn't comfort Kira. Yang Hui was the culprit for Kira's becoming like this, and Kira would not confide in him, let alone vent to him. Only Thor, Sai, Kaz and Miria could help Kira. After crying for about a few minutes, Kira's heart gradually calmed down. Thank you, Kaz, Miria. Don't be so polite, Kira, we are companions, aren't we? That's right, don't mind what Frey said, she's just too sad. After you left, she said the same thing to Yang Hui, so she's not targeting you. Frey. Yang Hui. Yes, it was Yang Hui, but Yang Hui deserved it, after all, he was the one who brought us on board, and... Kaz. Miria stopped Kaz, although she also didn't like Yang Hui's behavior, but now was not the time to say these things. Don't forget that Kira and Yang Hui are also friends. Sorry. No, it's nothing, but you misunderstood Yang Hui. He's not that kind of person. Yang Hui cares about his companions more than anyone else. Kira wiped his tears and explained for Yang Hui. But he. Then, Kira told Kaz and Miria all of Lakis's explanations to him. Is that so? I'm sorry, Kira, we shouldn't. Yang Hui has taken on much more than us, but he won't tell anyone else. The reason I chose to continue flying the Mystified is because I want to share some of the burden for him. Kira said, looking at the endless starry sky outside the window. Is that so? Maybe it's because his position is too high. Yang Hui is really ashamed. He won't care about these, but Frey. It's not your fault, Kira. Seeing Kira start to blame himself again, Mirialia and Kaz immediately persuaded him. No, I may not have really fought seriously. Kira blamed himself. What happened? Kaz and Mirialia exclaimed. Actually. Then, Kira told all the stories about how he and Aegis pilot Aslan were friends, how they met in Heliopolis, and how he hesitated during the battle. He had kept this secret in his heart for too long, and he felt that if he didn't say it out loud, he would be sorry for Kaz and the others' trust. So, that's how it is. Kaz and Miria were speechless. They could only sigh that fate had played tricks on them. Good friends had become enemies when they met again. They did not blame Kira for this. If it were them, they might also hesitate and feel distressed. Moreover, Kira was an adjuster, Aslan was also an adjuster, and Plant was the country of adjusters. Instead of being looked down upon on this ship, they might have directly surrendered to the enemy. It's okay, Kira, we don't blame you. Yes, it must have been painful for you to fight with that man named Aslan? I'm sorry, we didn't know all this time. No, you don't need to apologize, Kaz, Miria, really, it's my fault for not telling you, but it feels much better after I told you. Kira smiled. It had been a long time since he had a sunny smile on his face. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore, Kira. Just remember that we are the best companions. That's enough. Yeah, me too. Alice, who could have thought that the first half of the journey was safe, but it suddenly became so dangerous when it was attacked. Even the advance fleet. Alice. But Kira, have you seen the mercenaries that Yang Hui found? They're machines. Yeah, I saw them. They look similar to the Strike Gundam, and they are also powerful, even more powerful than you, Kira. Kaz exclaimed. Not only Kaz, but everyone on the bridge at that time saw that the Astray Gundam Blue Machine of Kong Yun, the Exia of Setsuna, the Cherubim of Lyle, and the Angel of Tieria, four misses that were extremely similar to the Strike Gundam suddenly appeared, and they all showed powerful combat power. No one could ignore them. Well, it might be. He had a guess, but Kira suddenly stopped talking. What is it? Mirialia and Kaz asked. They were very curious, even if it was just a guess. Nothing, let's go, I'm fine. Really, Kira, why are you hiding this from us again? That's right. Where's the companion you promised me? You bastard. Ahahaha. Kira was questioned by Kaz and Mirialia, and Yang Hui, who had just filled his stomach, was also called by Meru, Bakalulu and Mew, just for the four new misses. Don't you have anything to say about these four machines? Bakalulu called up the images of the four machines and asked Yang Hui. What? Is this considered an interrogation? Yang Hui asked Bakalulu back. Of course. Of course not, Yang Hui, we are just curious. If you don't want to say it, we won't force you. Of course, you know the procedure, and we will report it truthfully. Meru interrupted Bakalulu and explained to Yang Hui. Actually, there's nothing wrong to say. This machine, I remember I told you, right? Yang Hui pointed to the blue Astray Gundam and said to Bakalulu. Of course, Bakalulu recognized this machine. It was the same model she had seen at the scrap recycling union before. She didn't want to ask about this machine, but the other three. They didn't look like they were from the same series. I'm not talking about this one. Then you have to ask them. They are mercenaries. We are just a commission relationship. Yang Hui said shamelessly. You. Mercenaries? Commissioned relationship? Did you assume we were not present when you contacted the Emperor? Forget it, Nadal. Malu rubbed her painful brows and said, asking Bakalulu not to delve into it. Since Yang Hui didn't want to say it, he would definitely not get an answer. Mew knew the least among the three people present, but he was also a veteran in the army. He saw the problem at a glance, but he wouldn't delve into it. He had served in the army for so many years and knew a truth: the less you know, the better. Yang Hui. Sorry, no comment. Baki Lulu's eyes were no longer stubborn and coercive, but a request. She asked Yang Hui not to hide herself. She wanted to know the answer. But Yang Hui would not tell her. This was related to the secrets of Orb. If Yang Hui told them, would it be Yang Hui's betrayal? Or would Malu, Bakalu and Mu betray the Atlantic Federation? I know. It was a common helpless answer, but Yang Hui clearly found that Bakalu's answer was a little more distant, and even the state of facing Yang Hui was more unfamiliar. If it's okay, I'll leave first. Thank you for your hard work, Malu said. Yang Hui waved his hand with his back to them, but before leaving, he still reminded them, remember my identity, don't get too close to me, especially now. After saying that, he left, and the back figure that remained in their sight at last had a bit of sadness. Damn it. After Yang Hui left, Baki Lulu punched Malu's desk. What does he mean? What does it mean to get too close? We are not the same kind of people. So after using him, there is no connection. Natal. Malu and Mu looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. They were very calm and understood what Yang Hui meant. It was not that he didn't want to be associated with us, but he reminded us not to be associated with him. We are the Earth Army. Mu reminded Baki Lulu. And he is a high-ranking official in Orb. Malu added. No matter how stupid Baki Lulu was, she understood what Malu and Mu meant, and also understood what Yang Hui meant. This was to protect them. Tisk. Although she was very unhappy, Baki Lulu felt a sense of warmth for some reason. Okay, let's stop here for now. The next thing is the return of Lakis Klein. Be prepared. Understood. Understood, really, what is this all about? Thank you Chu Fengzi for the 5,000 reward, love you, Mua. Ugh sorry, I made myself sick. Chapter 266 What happened to Aslan? The battle was suspended, but it did not mean that the Zaft army gave up the pursuit of the Archangel. The Vesalius followed the Archangel closely with 5 Laurasia-class battleships, heading towards the previously agreed coordinates. However, compared with the previous seas, the Zaft army frowned and felt very difficult. What is it? These form is. Captain Adis looked at the Astray Gundam Blue, Exa, Cherubim and Devil in the picture, and had a lot of thoughts. Could it be another machine secretly developed by the Earth Army? Atherin suspected. No, it shouldn't be. Cruz shook his head and directly rejected this possibility. That is. Have you analyzed their machine data? Cruz asked Captain Adis. Based on the last battle record, we have a preliminary judgment. Captain Adis opened the analysis data. This blue machine has worse overall performance than the X series, and it is not equipped with PS armor, but the pilot skills should not be underestimated. The other 3 machines are also not equipped with PS armor, but their overall performance is not inferior to the X series. They should be machines from the same series, but they are not the same as the blue machine, and the pilots are also good. Hearing this, Aslan also gave up his previous thoughts and was sure that this was not a new machine secretly developed by the Earth Army. After all, the X series was the forerunner. They didn't even get the first batch of MIS produced by themselves, and according to OS, natural people couldn't use it freely. So, which force do these machines belong to? At this time, a familiar face flashed through Aslan's mind. Could it be? He had a guess in his mind, but Aslan still didn't say it out loud. He once again violated his military duties. Well, did you find out what organization it is? Cruz asked. Yes. Captain Adis called up 2 sets of information again and explained to Cruz. It has been confirmed that a blue machine belongs to the Giant Serpent's Tail mercenary organization, and its leader is Kong Yun, an adjuster. The information shows that he and Giant Serpent's Tail are currently the best mercenaries, and the commission completion rate ranks first. The industry also has a very high evaluation of Kong Yun himself. The other 3 machines, only the information of this logo can be found. Logo. Yes, this is the logo of the mercenary organization, Shinrun, but only the name can be found. The members, establishment time, mission records, are all unknown. It's like they came out of thin air. Huh? This is interesting. Cruz raised the corner of his mouth and directly determined that Shinrun was just a mercenary organization in disguise, and their true identity was most likely. Captain, Captain Addis, if Kong Yun is an adjuster, can we? Impossible. Captain Addis knew that Aslan was going to propose the idea of persuading the other party to surrender. It must be said that he was really naive. Why? We are all adjusters. Since Giant Serpent Tail became famous, both the Earth Army and our Zaft have invited them more than once, but they were all rejected. Money, beauty, power, status, they are not interested, just like an eagle flying freely in the sky, unwilling to be locked in a cage. Cruz said to Aslan. He was quite familiar with Giant Serpent Tail. He himself had fought with Kong Yun. The two were evenly matched and worthy of praise. How could this be? Aslan couldn't understand. Kira was like this, and Kong Yun was like this. They were all adjusters, all compatriots. Shouldn't they unite together to resist the brutal and despicable Earth Army? People have all kinds of ideas, Aslan. Yes. Then what about celestial being? Can we contact them? Aslan asked again. Although he didn't know the other party's intelligence, he could only be an adjuster to be able to drive a Miz and was very outstanding. At least that's what Aslan thought. It's already been done. The other party refused the communication request. Captain Addis said. Okay, Aslan, get on board and get ready. We're about to arrive at the designated coordinates. Yes. Addis, how many Miz do we have left? Including the Rachni and Bolt teams, there are 17, Zine. Our team only has the Aegis, Duel, Storm, Thunder, and the captains, Sigu. Is the loss so great? Cruz frowned slightly. Most of them were lost at the hands of 4 unknown machines. What a trouble. Enter the second-level combat configuration. After arriving at the agreed coordinates, all Miz units will attack and stand by near the battleship. Yes. After giving the order, Cruz also left a bridge. This time he was going to attack as well. The 8th Fleet was on its way. They didn't have much chance. If they didn't sink the Archangel here, it would be difficult. In this way, all the decisions he made starting from Heliopolis would become a joke. The people on the Archangel were also quite nervous at this time. They were about to reach the agreed coordinates. Their life-saving trump card was about to be handed over. The 8th Fleet was not far away, but the enemy was too close, and their combat power was qualified to compete with the 8th Fleet. No one knew whether the Zaft army would attack after receiving Lakes. Although Serpent Tail and Astronaut both showed strong combat power, even surpassing the Strike Gundam, the combat power of both sides was seriously unbalanced, and they could not give them a sense of security at all. Arrived at the designated coordinates, Captain Malu looked at the Zaft fleet not far away through the glass of the bridge, and his nervous heart could not calm down. Mobius 0, Fleca machine attack stand by, let Kira and the VIP get ready. Understood. Malu looked at Yang Hui. Yang Hui nodded, took over the communication control work, and contacted Serpent Tail and Astronaut. All aircrafts are on standby for attack. If the Zaft army abandons the responsibility of the VIP, rescue the VIP with all your strength. Understood. XNX 105, Assault, Kira Yamato, prepare to attack. Understood, Yang Hui. Don't worry, I'll be back after sending the people. And Lakes. I know what to do. Leave it to you. Assault, please attack. Kira Yamato, Assault, attack. After the Assault Gundam attacked, it did not immediately deliver Lakes to the hands of the Zaft army, but stayed around the Archangel waiting for Yang Hui's instructions. Yang Hui also immediately sent a communication request to the Zaft army. This is the captain of the Zaft army, Team Cruz, Ralu Cruz. The blonde masked man, with a mysterious smile, even across the screen. The shrewd and sinister temperament made people feel uncomfortable, but Yang Hui's mouth corners curled up. Is this the first meeting with Cruz? It was a new experience, but Yang Hui was also looking forward to the next contact with Cruz, because he needed an old fox and old cunning bee like Cruz in his team. This is Yang Hui. Miss Lakes Klein is in the Strike Gundam. Your fleet retreats to the coordinates, 762.124. Only the X-303 Aegis Gundam can come alone to receive it. We do not agree with your request and cannot guarantee the safety of Miss Lakes Klein and the X-303 Aegis Gundam. You have no choice but to meet our requirements. The fleet retreats and allows the X-303 Aegis Gundam to come alone to receive Miss Lakes Klein. If you do not agree, We will regard you as giving up all responsibilities from Miss Lakis Klein, and the return will be terminated immediately. Okay, we agree to your request, but please abide by the spirit of the contract. Before the return is completed, no form of attack is allowed against Miss Lakis Klein and the X-303 Aegis. No problem, you retreat, arrive at the designated coordinates, and the return will begin. Okay. After the exchange, Cruz had no choice but to accept Yang Hui's request, which made him feel very uncomfortable. He didn't know how long it had been since he had been defeated. At present, all actions were carried out in accordance with his plan, but as soon as Yang Hui appeared, he was defeated one after another. This feeling of being led by the nose was too aggrieved. If possible, Cruz wanted to sync the Archangel together with Lakis Klein and Yang Hui, so that the chaos he needed would be initially completed. But he didn't dare to do so. The identity of the Zaft army was still very important to Cruz and he couldn't give it up. Captain. Retreat, we have no choice, and we prioritize taking back Miss Lakis. Understand? Despicable natural person. Damn it. You actually used Miss Lakis's safety to survive. If you are a man, you should fight openly. Everyone in the Zaft army felt aggrieved and cursed Yang Hui for being too despicable. Since they were all warriors, they should set up their formations and fight openly. Using civilians to threaten them was the most despicable thing to do. But they had no choice, and the Miss troops could only retreat with a fleet. The Aegis Gundam driven by Athrin remained in place. He was in a very complicated mood. He was about to take Lakis back and meet Kira. He was still thinking about how to convince Kira to come to Zaft. With Kira's current ability, he would be reused immediately, and being able to fight side by side with his good friend was what Athrin was most looking forward to. And Yang Hui. He wanted to figure out why Yang Hui did this? Since the encounter in Heliopolis, Athrin has been thinking about this question. Why did Yang Hui help the Earth Army and threaten them with Lakis' life? Is it really because he is not an adjuster? After the Zaft fleet retreated to the designated coordinates, Kira and Athrin received instructions at the same time and moved towards each other. When they were about to reach the face-to-face position, the two aircraft stopped at the same time and opened the cockpit. Seeing that Lakis and Kira were indeed in the cockpit of the Strike Gundam, Athrin breathed a sigh of relief. At least this was not a trap. But when Lakis flew out of the cockpit of the Strike Gundam and came to Athrin's side, he was dumbfounded. Because Lakis's spacesuit was bulging at the belly position, at least 7 or 8 months? What did he miss? Or what happened? Question mark. Chapter 267, Divergent Paths. The Demon Raiders begin to show their prominence. Lakis's belly is big. Aslan felt like he was hit on the head with a club, and suddenly he saw an endless green grassland full of life. Aslan, what's wrong? Nothing. The gentle voice woke Aslan from his stunned fantasy, reminding him that now was not the time to think about it. Lakis was already safe, and he had something very important to do. Kira. You come too. Aslan stretched out his hand in Kira's direction. You have no reason to stay in the Earth Army. I remember that you are the one who hates fighting and war the most, but why do you want to fight for the Earth Army? You have seen what they are doing, is it really just? Kira and Aslan's communication was a full-channel communication. After hearing what Aslan said, both sides were not calm. On the Zaft side, people who were dissatisfied with Aslan, led by Isaac and Diego, raised questions one after another. What's going on? Athrin knows the enemy pilot. No wonder Athrin failed, it turns out they are acquaintances. Tisk, did you show mercy? On the other side, Bakalu immediately asked Maru to recall the Strike Gundam after hearing this. Captain. Recall the Strike Gundam immediately, we can't let the Strike Gundam fall into the hands of Zaft. Maru was stunned for a moment and nodded, but when he turned around, the communication control was in Yang Hui's hands. Yang Hui. Listen, I believe in Kira. Yang Hui said to everyone. Others were skeptical, but Thor and others immediately dispelled the doubts that had just arisen in their hearts after being stunned. Yes, Kira is their companion, they should believe Kira, believe that he will not go to Zaft, and will definitely come back. The initial surprise, the moment of heartbeat, Kira lowered his head, his expression painful. I don't want to fight you either. Then. But, there are people I want to protect on that ship, my friends. The difficult shout struck everyone's heart, the disdain of the Zaft army, the guilt of the Earth army, the touching of Thor and others, and the relief of Yang Hui and the understanding of Aslan. Friends. For many people, friends are a word without weight, because they may be friends in the last second, and they may be strangers in the next second, or even become mortal enemies. But for some people, the word friend is as heavy as Mount Tai, a harbor of the soul, something to stick to, and an existence for which you can give everything. And Kira is such a person. For Thor and others, he was forced to be used by Yang Hui and the Earth Army. For Yang Hui, he went against his own will and walked into the vortex of war. And Aslan. He really didn't want to fight Aslan, but Aslan was stronger than Thor and others, even stronger than himself. Aslan didn't need his protection, but Thor and others did, so he could only fight Aslan. Then, there's nothing we can do. Athrin also lowered his head, understanding Kira's determination. As a soldier and Kira's friend, there was only one thing he could do: next time we fight, I'll kill you. Me too. The former best friends said goodbye and took different paths. The cockpit of the strike Gundam closed and returned to the direction of the Archangel. Athrin also returned to the cockpit with Lakis and returned to the Vesalius. But it was at this moment that the Zaft army moved. The enemy Miz has left. Captain Adis reported to crews. Start the engine, Adis. All forces attack. The Zaft army's actions were immediately discovered by the Archangel. The enemy ship's engine started, and the Miz is heading towards the strike Gundam and the Archangel. Tisk, is that so? Baki Lulu's face was ugly. She had long expected that the Zaft army would lose patience, so she strongly opposed the return of Lakis. Archangel, turn around urgently. Defense line 11, disengage at full speed. The strike Gundam has not returned yet. Yang Hui. Don't worry, there will be no fight. Everyone on the bridge was very nervous, but Yang Hui kept a confident and calm smile. Everything was under his control. Yang Hui. Meru called out in panic, but Yang Hui pretended not to hear him. He was waiting. Sure enough, the next second, what he was waiting for came. Notice to both the Zaft army and the Earth army, please stop fighting immediately. Lakis' voice sounded on the communication channels of both sides at the same time, gentle and firm, full of unquestionable temperament. This is Miss Lakis. Hey, this is terrible. Tisk, we were deceived. Meru, Bakalulu and you were not fools. They felt a completely different side of Miss Lakis through her voice. How could they not know that they were deceived by Lakis' illusion when they first met? At that time, the three of them really regarded Lakis as a naive young lady who was ignorant of the world. And now Lakis showed incomparable charm and temperament. It has been a year since the tragedy of Blood Valentine's Day. Whether it is for natural people or adjusters, that tragedy should arouse our attention. What is the purpose of war and fighting? Weapons and power exist for protection, not for meaningless fighting. As the representative of the Blood Valentine's Day Tragedy Mourning Group, I, Lakis Klein, request both sides to stop all fighting. Tisk, what are you talking about at this critical moment? Crews secretly cursed Lakis for making trouble. The transaction has ended, and the 8th Fleet has not arrived yet. Now is the best time to sink the Archangel. As a result, this disturbance. Captain Laolu Cruz, please stop the action. Do you want to turn the place where I, the representative of the Mourning Group, am located into a battlefield? Tisk, I will never allow such a thing. Please stop the fighting immediately. Tisk, you are really a difficult lady. Can't you hear me? Understood, Miss Lakis Klein. Addis, notify the entire army and return immediately. Cruz really didn't want to give up this opportunity, but Lakis Klein threatened him with justice, and her identity was broadcast on all channels, leaving him no room to refuse, unless defected to Zaft. This was something Cruz couldn't accept, otherwise his plan would be ruined. In the cockpit, Aslan stared at Lakis blankly. He found that he seemed to have never known Lakis. Wasn't his fiancée a soft and cute girl? How could she be so intimidating and temperamental? Lakis responded to Aslan's surprise with a gentle and lovely smile. She also felt that Aslan was silly and cute most of the time. On the other side, the Archangel saw that the aggressive Zaft army retreated as Lakis requested, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone looked at Yang Hui, and the eyes of Malu and Bakalu were even more meaningful. It turned out that he had arranged everything a long time ago. Malu and Bakalu thought more, and they had many questions to ask Yang Hui, such as whether Lakis' behavior was arranged by him in advance. Why do they trust Lakis? Why do they believe that Kira will reject Aslan's recruitment? But Yang Hui has reminded them that they must draw a clear line with Yang Hui and no longer have close contact. Let's pack up. At least we are safe before Lakis is sent away. Yang Hui said to everyone and left the bridge. Okay. He returned to his room and reorganized a plan in his mind. His existence has been exposed, so what kind of offensive will Plant launch against Orb? And how will the Earth Union view this incident? He has to take all possibilities into consideration, deal with the changes that have occurred, and reperfect the entire plan. How can he get the greatest benefit at the lowest cost, and how can he achieve his goal without exposing more? The 8th Fleet will arrive soon. Lakis has limited time to buy. After Lakis leaves, the Zaft army will surely attack with all its strength. So, we can't let the Archangel land directly on the Alaska base, otherwise Kara will be in danger. The 8th Fleet will be attacked. But how can we interfere with the landing position of the Archangel and save Dwayne Halbottom? Dwayne Halbottom is the only general that Yang Hui likes in the Atlantic Federation. He has no extreme ideas, is not controlled by Blue Cosmos, is kind, and is a model of soldiers. He is also called Wise General, which can be regarded as a clear stream in the filthy pool of the Atlantic Federation. Yang Hui will definitely destroy the Atlantic Federation, but not completely, but to destroy the current high-level officials of the Atlantic Federation, Blue Cosmos, and logos, hidden behind the scenes, because they are the biggest distortion in this world. What happens after the distortion is eliminated? What should the Atlantic Federation do? Who should lead it? Dwayne Halbottom was one of Yang Hui's pre-selected candidates. He had a high rank, high qualifications, high prestige, and high ability. After clearing out all those who excluded and suppressed Dwayne Halbottom, he had room to display his abilities. We have to separate for the time being. On the other side, Lakis returned safely to the Vesalius, and the mission of the cruise team was completed. Logically, they should escort Lakis back to the Plant homeland, but Cruz did not intend to do so. Not only did he hand Lakis over to the Rachni team, who escorted Lakis back to the homeland, he also sent a request for reinforcements to Patrick Serra. The opportunity to sink the Archangel cannot be missed, and the opportunity to destroy the 8th Orbital Fleet cannot be missed. The commander of the 8th Fleet, Dwayne Halbottom, is also notoriously difficult in Zaft. Although he has never defeated Zaft on the front battlefield, he has never let Zaft completely destroy them. Not only that, under Dwayne Halberton's command, the Zaft army also suffered a lot of losses. He deserves the title of Wise General and is also Zaft's #1 enemy. This time, the 8th Fleet gave up the defensive tactics and came to support the Archangel. It was the best opportunity to destroy them. It could sink the new battleship of the Earth Army and destroy a powerful enemy. Cruz believed that Patrick Sala would definitely agree. And, the information about Yang Hui and the Archangel. How will you deal with it next? Yang Hui, you also want to taste the taste of being at a disadvantage. Chapter 268, Separation is for a Better Reunion, extra chapter for Chu Fengzi. What a pity. We finally met, and we have to say goodbye so soon. Lakis said regretfully on the way to the shuttle. There are many people in Plant who are worried about you. Aslan said. Although the misunderstanding has been resolved, Lakis's big belly is just stuffed with clothes, but it is a fact that she is worried, and she is still defending the people on the Archangel and Yang Hui. Although Aslan knows that Lakis just wants to resolve the misunderstanding between him and Yang Hui, Kara and the natural man, he is very unhappy and now hopes that Lakis will leave as soon as possible. Captain Cruz, I'm sorry for making you suffer this time. Lakis heard the childish resentment of Aslan, but didn't care. After all, this is Aslan. After a sweet smile, he looked at Cruz. Team Rachni will be responsible for sending you back to the mainland. Although Cruz doesn't like Lakis very much, he still has to keep smiling because of her identity. Although he, like Aslan, is eager for Lakis to leave quickly. Can the Vesalius come back to participate in the memorial ceremony? Lakis asked. Well, I don't know about that. The results of the war are important, but please don't forget those who sacrificed. I will keep them in mind. After getting a perfunctory answer, Lakis looked at Aslan again and continued to do his work. What exactly must we fight against? War is really complicated and difficult to understand. Well, then, I look forward to seeing you next time, Aslan. After boarding the shuttle, Aslan and Cruz were relieved that the troublesome lady finally left. But what they didn't know was that Lakis had no regrets about leaving. She had already completed Yang Hui's request before parting, everything she could say and do, and now it all depends on Yang Hui himself. You are still wavering, Aslan. Fighting, war, do you really know what all this is for? If you can't strengthen your will, you will only become a pawn of others. Yes, just like you now, compared with Yang Hui, you are still a child. Thinking of this, Lakis recalled the goal that Yang Hui had set. At first, she also thought it was a fantasy, but wasn't she working hard for the same goal? It's just, different methods and different paths. I'm really looking forward to the world you described. During the time when cruise was delayed by Lakis, the Archangel also successfully reunited with the 8th Fleet. Turn 180 degrees, continue to slow down by 20%, and adjust the relative speed. The Archangel entered the array of the 8th Fleet and came parallel to the flagship Menelaos. Is this really okay? Stay parallel to the Menelaos. Arnold asked Maru jokingly. General Halbottom must also want to appreciate this battleship. I heard that he will come to our ship in person later. After all, he is the one who has contributed the most to the research and development of this battleship and G-plan. Malu said. That's true. Everyone on the bridge shrugged and agreed with Malu's statement. At the beginning, Dwayne Halbottom proposed G-plan, but the Atlantic Federation did not approve it. It was he who insisted on his own way, requested, threatened, used various methods to pull together a team and sufficient funds to start this plan. Compared with the Chad of the Earth Army, the refugees received by the Archangel were excitedly packing their luggage and preparing to leave the Archangel that protected them. I heard that civilians will be transferred to the Menelaos, where they will take a shuttle to Earth. Kaz said, but suddenly remembered that he was still wearing a military uniform and panicked. But what should we do? We can definitely get off the ship together. Although we are wearing this clothes, we are also civilians. Mirialia said. Yes, isn't this a long-term agreement? Thor added. Don't worry, we can definitely get off the ship. Sayai also persuaded Kaz. In the group, except for Kira who was not present, only Frey was silent. They didn't notice that Frey, who wanted to get off the ship the most, just had a gloomy face and was thinking about something. Huh? Yang Hui. Thor saw Yang Hui passing by and called him. Now they don't hate Yang Hui so much? Although he was used by him at the beginning, Yang Hui did keep his promise and took them to meet up with the 8th Fleet safely, and they can get off the ship soon. And what Kira said to Miliaria and Kaz, Thor and Sayai also knew. They even felt a little guilty, thinking only about themselves, and didn't consider the responsibility and pressure that Yang Hui had to bear. Hey, haven't you packed your luggage yet? Yang Hui asked the 4 people, and at the same time glanced at Frey inconspicuously, and found the hatred hidden deep in her eyes. Did you turn black? Forget it, it's none of my business. Thinking of this, Yang Hui continued to chat with Thor and the other 4. We didn't have any luggage in the first place, did you forget? Thor smiled bitterly. Okay, I did forget. Yang Hui's mouth twitched. He really forgot that Thor and the others did not have any greetings. They were brought to the Archangel in casual clothes. What about you? Yang Hui, will you get off the ship? Sai asked. Yes, the assault is completed, and there is no need for me to stay on the Archangel. Besides, I have been with the ship for so long, and I have to go back to Orb. I don't know how many things have been piled up during this period that I need to deal with. Yang Hui complained bitterly. Ha, you deserve it. That's right, this is retribution, you used us. The distress of being a superior, ha, come on. Yes, get ready, General Halberton will come to the Archangel soon, and you can get off the ship after meeting. If we are destined, we will see you in Orb. Aren't you going to get off the ship with us? Thor asked. No. You will go directly to Earth. I have things to do and will not go with you. Well, it's really hard work. Anyway, thank you very much, Yang Hui, for all kinds of things. Thor and the other 4 bowed to Yang Hui to express their gratitude. They were really grateful to Yang Hui. Although it was dangerous, they would never forget everything that happened during this voyage, and it would become the most precious wealth in their lives. I said. As Yang Hui was leaving, he put his index and middle fingers on his right hand together, lightly touched the corner of his eyebrows, and raised his head. Everything is for Orb, and you are naturally part of Orb. Encountering Thor and the other 4, Yang Hui continued to move forward. Malu informed him that Duan Halbottom knew he was on the Archangel and would soon visit the Archangel in person. He wanted to meet him. Not long after, General Duan Halbottom arrived at the Archangel. When he got off the shuttle and saw Malu and others who were waiting for him, he immediately shouted in surprise. Oh! Oh, when I learned that Heliopolis collapsed, I thought everything was over. Dwayne Halberton came to Malu and said excitedly, I didn't expect to meet you here. Thank you for your words. Long time no see, sir. Well, I already know the report of the advance fleet. Thank you for your hard work. It's my job. It's also Yang Hui's credit that we are safe and sound. Malu knew that Yang Hui was deliberately drawing a line between them, but she still reported it like this. She really couldn't do it, and she was reluctant to let him go. Knowing that Yang Hui was about to get off the ship, Malu felt like she had lost her support. Well, I already know. Dwayne Halberton looked at Yang Hui, who was waiting on the side. Long time no see, Yang Hui, I really troubled you all the way. You are too kind. I was just protecting myself. Yang Hui said modestly. Ha ha ha, you are still the same and hard to figure out, but, thank you very much. Dwayne Halbottom saluted Yang Hui. Because Yang Hui was not a soldier, he could not return the salute, so he could only bow slightly in return. Putting down his hands, Dwayne Halbottom observed the other soldiers. Bakalulu and Mew stepped forward to introduce themselves at the right time. I am Natal Bakalulu, rank 2nd Lieutenant. I am the 7th Mobile Fleet, Mew Fleka, rank Captain. It may be that Bakalulu is indeed not famous in the army, or it is possible that Dwayne Halbottom knew that Bakalulu's style was different from his own, so he skipped her and came to Mew. Oh. It's a good thing you are here. No, I didn't play any role, mainly. Mew paused halfway through, and glanced at the back of the crowd. Oh, they are. Following Mew's little movements, Dwayne Halbottom also paid attention to the volunteers who gathered behind the soldiers. Yes, they are the students of Heliopolis who are assisting the work on the ship. Being ignored by Dwayne Halbottom, Bakalulu was already a little sad. Who knew that Dwayne Halbottom still ignored her, pushed her away with a palm, and went directly to Kira and others. I have asked about your family's news, and everyone is safe. That's great. Mom and Dad are safe. In such a dangerous environment, you all did a good job, and I want to thank you too. Dwayne Halbottom wanted to chat for a while, but the adjutant behind him reminded him that time was running out. I want to have a good chat with you later. After that, he took Malu, Bakalulu and Mew out of the hangar, leaving Kira and others a little confused. Everyone felt that Dwayne Halbottom, the Earth Army Brigadier General, was a, well, kind, gentle, and a little unreliable uncle, not as tough and iron-blooded as imagined. Okay, everyone, hurry up and pack up, we'll be leaving the Archangel soon. Yang Hui reminded the people who stayed. After being reminded, everyone dispersed, but Kira stayed. You're leaving, right? Kira asked Yang Hui. Well, I finished the work on this ship, and you can relax and don't need to be used by me anymore. Yang Hui teased. You bastard. Kira laughed and scolded, and punched Yang Hui. Haha. Are you feeling a little more relaxed? Not bad. Kira, I did guide you down the path of battle, and this is the path I hope you'll take. Don't ask me why, you'll know the reason later, but your words have enlightened me. Yang Hui patted Kira on the shoulder and said to him seriously, think clearly about what you want to do, find your own goals, and follow your own ideas. It doesn't matter if you don't want to fight, I'm still here. Yang Hui. Go, Kira, follow your own ideas, and we'll meet again if we're destined to. Kira saw the shuttle with her heavenly man, Mark, also entering the Archangel, and knew that Yang Hui was leaving. Although he was a little reluctant, Kira was not sad. Yang Hui couldn't always be by his side to take care of him and guide him, and sometimes, separation is for a better reunion. Well, see you again if we're destined to, Yang Hui. Another 5,000 reward? Thank you and be grateful, really. But to be honest, I'm a little stressed. What if I want to evolve into a tentacle monster? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 269 Angels Are Coming. Yang Hui boarded the shuttle, went directly to the cockpit, and sat directly in the co-pilot's seat. Have you had enough fun? Lyle asked with a smile. How can you say you're having fun? I'm working. Yang Hui rolled his eyes and replied. Really? Is it just that work is so exciting? So, I won't dare to do it next time. It's too exciting. Haha, isn't this your own choice? Lyle smiled and started the shuttle, leaving the Archangel. By the way, that kid just now, is he the strongest adjuster you mentioned? Yes, Kira Yamato, that's him. How is the training going? Forget it. Huh? What do you mean? Nothing, I just figured out a lot of things. Although Kira is the strongest adjuster, he is still a student. He should be involved in our fight, at least he shouldn't be forced. Yang Hui sighed. Hearing this, Lyle did not respond to Yang Hui, but there was a happy smile on his face, because Yang Hui saw his changes and found the problem they had been worried about. Without saying a word, Yang Hui returned to the transport ship of Shinrun, and warmly embraced the people who greeted him, especially Wang and Wang Liumeng. He hugged them tightly. I'm back. Hearing the gentle whispers in their ears, Wang and Wang Liumeng were both stunned for a moment, and then hugged Yang Hui with their back hands. Welcome back. X2 all the worries were gone. The man they trusted and loved was back. Letting go of the two women, Yang Hui asked them directly, is my body ready? It's in perfect condition, but the energy problem has not been solved. Bit is in a sealed state. You must pay attention to energy consumption during the battle. Wang reminded. Not only Yang Hui's body, but also Setsuna's Angel of Power, Lyle's Angel of Wisdom, and Tiiria's Angel of Virtue are like this. Because of the seed jammer, the nuclear energy engine cannot be used, and only ultra-compact energy batteries can be used. Although their bodies do not have PS armor, a large energy consumer, but according to the armament and driving habits of each machine, the energy consumption rate is not lower than that of the X series. Previously, it was because of the energy problem that they were restricted in the battle. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Isaac, Diego, and Nigel to hold back Setsuna and Lyle, and it would be impossible for Jean to provide firepower cover. I see. Get ready to attack. Zaft is coming. Are we sure we want to join the battle? The plan has deviated. If we withdraw from the battle, Wang asked. Halbottom can still be saved. After all, he is the only reliable person in the mess of the Atlantic Federation. I see. I will revise the plan. Well, I will be careful. As long as I don't expose it, there will be no problem. Okay, Setsuna, Lyle, Tiiria, recheck the machine, board and wait. Understood. X3 I'll go prepare too. After the battle starts, I will stop near the Menelaos. And notify them that my commission is over. It depends on whether they want to stay and play in the next battle. Pachi Wang and Wang Liumeng couldn't help laughing when they heard it. Still playing around? Don't you know how professional he is? Since the commission is over, he must have left directly. Also, with a machine like the Astray Gundam Blue, why not run away quickly and wait for Zaft or the 8th Fleet to capture them after the war? Well, they seem to have this problem too. It's different. Let's not talk about the fact that there are 4 machines here. Others can't see it or not, but Dwayne Halberton, who is known as the Wise General, and Cruz, the old fox, can definitely see it, and they won't do it. I know, go quickly. Well, I'll go. In the short piece, even with Yang Hui's intervention, the fate of the Archangel has not changed. After Frey turned evil, she chose to join the Atlantic Federation. Sonny and others naturally couldn't abandon Frey and chose to stay. Kira stopped in front of the shuttle that was getting off the ship, watching the complicated entanglement of the people boarding the ship in an orderly manner, not knowing whether he should leave. The little girl gave him a paper flower to express her gratitude, and Thor and others' farewell made him feel even more uncomfortable. Baki Lulu still proposed the idea of using Kira's family to control him, and was then scolded by Dwayne Halberton, and then announced the order of the Archangel. The current crew members drove the Archangel and brought the Strike Gundam directly to the Earth and headed for the Alaska base. It seemed that everything was pulled back on track by an invisible big hand. But there are still differences, but people are not happy, because the difference is that the attacking Zaft army is not just a Nazca-class and Tellurasia-class ships, but a small fleet with Vesalius as the flagship. In addition to Vesalius, there are 3 Nazca-class ships and 8 Laurasia-class ships. In addition to Duel, Storm, Thunder and Aegis, the MIS troops have no less than 60, Zine, with various equipment. Large heat source reaction detected. Confirmed to be 3 Nazca-class ships and 8 Laurasia-class ships. Green Zone 18, distance 500, expected to engage in battle in 15 minutes. Damn it. Why at this time? Dwayne Halbottom received the bad news as soon as he returned to the Menelaos. Moreover, the Zaft army actually dispatched such a large fleet. It was clear that they were not going to let the Archangel go, and they wanted to destroy the 8th Fleet. MA troops, emergency attack. All fleets, dense formation, must protect the Archangel. Dwayne Halbottom immediately issued an order to mobilize the fleet, and the Mobius of the MA troops swarmed out like bees from a hive. The 8th Fleet had an absolute advantage in numbers, but Dwayne Halbottom's face was quite ugly, because in front of the MIS troops, the number of Mobius could only delay, and the pilots were all rookies, and they were not very useful. If there was no external assistance. Wait, external force. At this time, the figure of Yang Hui suddenly flashed through Dwayne Halberton's mind, and he remembered the 4 unknown machines mentioned in the reports of Malu and Bakalu. The transport ship belonging to Giant Serpent's Tail is leaving this space at full speed. After hearing the report, Dwayne Halberton's face became darker, and the helper he just thought of had already begun to retreat. But the next report made Dwayne Halberton's face look much better. The transport ship belonging to Celestial Being is approaching our ship, that is, an unknown MIS. What? Is it from Celestial Being? Dwayne Halberton asked. Yes. 4 unknown MIS attacked from Celestial Being's transport ship. Oh. That's great. Wait, 4. Dwayne Halberton frowned. The number didn't match. In the reports of Malu and Bakalu, there were only 3, and the other one should be Giant Serpent's Tail, MIS. Could it be that Celestial Being didn't completely abandon them? Wait. Celestial sent a message. Read it out. I've been entrusted to assist the 8th Fleet in the battle. If the battle situation cannot be changed, I will immediately withdraw from the battle. Over. Ha ha ha, good. Dwayne Halbottom laughed. He knew it was Yang Hui's work after thinking a little. It seems that he was not wrong about him. Are there any images? Show them. Yes. The images were sent out, and 4 MISs that they did not recognize appeared in front of everyone, and exclamations rose and fell. This is it. The blue-based Archangel held 2 swords and 6 beam daggers hung on his waist, which made people feel extremely sharp. The green-based Archangel held 2 guns and 4 movable shields hung around it to protect it. The white Archangel was heavy and steady, but the huge cannons in both hands and the rapid-fire cannons on both shoulders exuded a destructive temperament and were regarded as a terrifying firepower fortress. Finally, it was the Dawn Gundam that did not appear in the report. The purple-gray paint, the angular body looked slender and smooth, the white wings spread out behind, standing above the 3 angels, looking noble, sacred, and inviolable, just like the omniscient God sent angels to save them. Can you get through to their communication? Trying. The other party refused. Refuse. Keep trying. Must connect. No need. The adjutant wanted to ask the communication control to continue trying to get in touch with Celestial Being, and bring the other party under their command system, but Dwayne Halberton immediately stopped his stupid idea. Sir. As long as they are our companions, it's enough. Dwayne Halberton knew what his adjutant was thinking. He just wanted to use his identity to control the other party, not only to use them to fight for his side, but also to detain them after the battle to get the technology of MIS. Although G has been developed, who would complain about too much technology? Did this idiot really not see the true identity of Celestial Being? Or did he pretend not to know and want to satisfy his greed? It doesn't matter. If he can survive this time, he will be kicked out of his team immediately. Dwayne Halbottom has long discovered that his adjutant is actually the same as the high-ranking officials of the Atlantic Federation and was sent to monitor him. Yes. The adjutant's eyes were full of calculations. Dwayne Halbottom's insistence on implementing the G plan had already made the upper echelons very dissatisfied. Now they are preventing him from getting promoted and making money. No, it is to gain a stronger advantage for the Earth Army. After the battle, he must report to Dwayne Halbottom and let him see how powerful he is. And, if he can get this credit, can't he just kick Dwayne Halbottom out and become the commander-in-chief of the 8th Fleet? Thinking of this, the adjutant has fallen into a strange fantasy and forgot that they are now in an extremely critical situation. Cheer up. The enemy is coming. All ships maintain their formation, and the MA troops deploy to meet the enemy. Chapter 270 Shocking Strength. Update. Happy birthday to Luo Luo. The Zaft army has already attacked, and Yang Hui and his 4 companions are about to take action. They have 3 goals. First, protect the Archangel and let it land on the Earth smoothly. Second, protect the Menelaos and ensure that Duan Halberton survives. Third, ensure that the 8th Fleet can have enough combat power left. The first 2 must be completed, and as for the third, we can only do our best. All aircraft disperse, and give priority to protecting the Archangel and the Menelaos. Understood. X3 The Angelus, Cherubim, and Devil did not disperse directly, but formed a tactical formation and moved together, maintaining a high speed and rushing to the front of the fleet to engage the Zaft army's MIS troops. As soon as they came into contact, the Angelus drew its sword and cut a Xeon in half, and the Cherubim fired 2 guns and penetrated the 2D equipment, Xeon, that followed closely. The 3 aircraft fell into the lake like a huge meatball, splashing huge water. Instead of scaring away the fish, they turned into great white sharks and rushed towards them at the smell of blood. At this time, the beam rapid-fire cannons on the shoulders of the Angels came into play, firing in succession, and all the enemy planes approaching them were shot down. The Xin, who survived by chance, were not afraid, and fired at the 3 planes one after another, but the 76mm bullets hit the armor of the Cherubim and the Angels, which only splashed sparks and left shallow craters, and then turned into dust in the universe. Even missiles could not escape the firepower interception of the Cherubim and the Angels. With the Cherubim and the Angels taking care of it, it became more radical, turning into fish and shuttling through the barrage, approaching the enemy planes, unsheathing the sharp blade, and then pulling out the short knife at its waist without hesitation and throwing it away, and piercing the cockpits of 2 X's, quickly retracting them, and leaving the original place. Captain. The 3 Celestial planes burst out with incredible combat power. Just after engaging the enemy, they lost more than a Xin in the situation. Captain Addis could not sit still. Dual, Storm and Thunder go to meet the enemy, entangle these 3 machines, Aegis and Zion, troops bypass them and directly attack the 8th Fleet. Cruz saw the combat power displayed by the 3 machines of Setsuna, and his face turned ugly. This performance was completely different from before, and the movements were completely different. I will attack too. Understood. The MA troops and fleets of the Earth Army are not a concern. Even the Archangel and the Strike Gundam can only sink in front of such a large-scale force. In a large-scale battle, only 3 or 4 MIS cannot change the situation, but he can't let the loss of the battle be too great, otherwise he can't report to the higher-ups. The Dawn Gundam stood on the Menelaos, quietly watching the battle in front of it, as if everything had nothing to do with it, just a spectator. What is Yang Hui doing? All those who guessed that the pilot of the Dawn Gundam was Yang Hui were thinking about this question. Why did he still stand there as a spectator when the battle had already started? At this moment, the Dawn Gundam moved, simply raised both hands, one left and one right, and fired several shots. The beam seemed to be equipped with automatic navigation, avoiding the dense fleet, bypassing the speeding MA, accurately hitting several missiles that bypassed a firepower network, and saving 2 warships that were about to be hit. At first, they were still wondering if Yang Hui, as a natural person, could not drive them as freely, so he did not move, but just stayed on the Menelaos as a deterrent. Who knew that simply firing a few shots shocked everyone? This is his strength. Malu and Bakalulu were dumbfounded. They recalled the memory of Yang Hui applying to drive the MIS to fight. At the beginning, both of them thought that Yang Hui was a natural person. Even if he wrote an OS that was difficult for others to use, even if his simulation data was amazing, it was very dangerous. After all, actual combat and simulation are 2 completely different things. But now this move. They can still comfort themselves, just fixed point shooting is very powerful, and other things may not be. Just when they thought of this, the Dawn Gundam moved again, and Yang Hui slapped them in the face with facts. With wings spread and flames erupting, the Dawn Gundam left a Menelaos and turned into a meteor, shuttling freely between the dense fleets. The tail flames of the meteors outlined a regular picture on the chaotic battlefield. Green beams shot out frequently, detonating a large number of missiles and saving countless people. Dual, Storm and Thunder entangled the 3 X's. The Aegis Gundam and the Zion troops also followed Cruz's orders and, under his leadership, bypassed the 3 X's and attacked the fleet directly. The Dawn Gundam came to the front of the fleet in a few turns and collided with his aft army. In the blink of an eye, the two guns fired continuously, and the bullets were accurate. There were several more gorgeous fireworks in the universe. The sudden stop and turn, the sword was unsheathed, and the cockpit of a Zion was pierced through. When the opponent was about to explode, the Dawn Gundam grabbed the Zion's arm and faced the Zion, who was about to launch an anti-ship missile. The missile ignited and launched. As soon as it broke free from the support, it hit the wreckage of the friendly army and exploded, covering several nearby Zion's. Stop! An angry roar came from the communication channel. The MA-formed Aegis Gundam rushed over with its fangs and claws bared, and the Siren Warcraft multi-stage phase energy cannon opened fire. The Dawn Gundam slightly stepped back to avoid the red and white phase energy cannon, and fired back at a very tricky angle, almost blocking the Aegis Gundam's movement route. The startled Aslan was almost out of anger, and the Aegis Gundam immediately changed back to Ms form and raised its shield to block the fatal shot. Just as he put down the shield and prepared to fight back, another shot came, forcing the Aegis Gundam to quickly raise its pistol and shield. Damn it, who on earth is driving this machine? Athrun cursed. He couldn't imagine why the other pilot had such excellent driving ability. He himself was a red-coated man, and he was already an ace pilot in the Zaft army. Otherwise, he would not have arranged for him to go to Heliopolis with Isaac and others to snatch the X-Series and let them drive it. You know, the X-Series is better than all the existing Ms of Zaft, and it is definitely an ace-exclusive machine. At this time, Cruz also joined the battle in Shigu and shot at the Dawn Gundam from the side. The Dawn Gundam did not have PS armor, so it naturally did not dare to resist live ammunition, and could only withdraw and dodge. Athrun, Tactical Formation R11, flanking it. Captain. Got it. Athrun hesitated for a moment and agreed directly. The combat effectiveness shown by the Dawn Gundam was too strong. He did not have the confidence to hold it back alone. The losses of the troops were already great, and the battle had entered a white-hot stage. The Dawn Gundam could no longer interfere with the friendly forces. Seeing this, Yang Hui did not escape from the pincer attack of the Aegis Gundam and Zigu, but fought with him. Aslan and Cruz did not know that their decision was just as Yang Hui wished. Although Yang Hui rushed into the battlefield like a god of war, the previous wave of assault had consumed 1/5 of his energy. If he did it 4 more times, the Dawn Gundam would become a floating object in the universe. Moreover, the 4 Gundams of the X-Series posed the greatest threat on the battlefield, because they were all equipped with PS armor, which made all the weapons of Mobius ineffective against them, and even most of the weapons of the battleships could not deal with them. There were also the Mirage system of the Thunder Gundam, the combined weapon of the Storm Gundam, the ultra-high pulse long-range sniper rifle, and the Siren Warcraft multi-phase energy cannon of the Aegis Gundam, which posed a devastating threat to the battleship. The advantage of the Ms was undeniable, but the MA troops, which had an absolute numerical advantage, could also resist their attacks with the cooperation of the battleships, and were capable of shooting down Zion. So, as long as the 4 Gundams of the X-Series were held back, the battle would be half won. Moreover, Yang Hui needed to save energy to prevent the 8th Fleet from turning its back on him. Isn't it worthy of the alliance between Aslan and Cruz? It's really sharp. The Dawn Gundam fired back 1 shot at a time, and spent most of the time dodging the attacks of the 2, but did not allow the 2 aircraft to leave. As long as the opponent made a move to leave the battle group, it would be immediately pulled back by the Dawn Gundam, making Cruz, who saw through Yang Hui's intention, miserable. Next, Meru, it's up to you. I don't know if it was telepathic. Meru saw that the battle was in a stalemate, and immediately contacted the Menelaos. Sir, this ship hopes to leave the fleet and enter the landing procedure. Please approve it. Meru and Duan Halberton established a real-time connection. What? Are you going to abandon us and escape? The adjutant questioned Meru angrily. The 8th Fleet gave up the retreating tactics in order to support the Archangel and found the strong attack of the Zaft fleet. Now the Archangel wants to leave alone. How can he not be angry? The enemy's target is our ship. If we don't break our way, the fleet will be wiped out. Although we can't land in Alaska, we can land in the air control circle of the Earth Army at our current position. As long as we survive the critical point of penetration, we can get rid of Zion and Zaft ships. Malu's guess was not accurate. The Zaft army dispatched such a large force to attack the 8th Fleet. It was obvious that they were not just targeting them. But the Archangel was supposed to land on the Earth, and this place was not far from the scheduled landing coordinates. The Strike Gundam and Mobius Zero had not attacked for this reason. But now, the battle started, and the 8th Fleet and the Zaft Fleet were fighting in full swing. The positioning of the Archangel was very awkward. It was neither going to leave nor fighting. It would be better to land on the Earth here, which would also weaken the determination of the Zaft army. Sir? Malu saw that Dwayne Halberton was still hesitating, and asked anxiously. HMPH, you still like to mess around, Malu Ramias. What goes around comes around. Okay, Archangel, enter the descent program yourself. We will make sure to send you to the critical point and will never let any pursuers through. Dwayne Halberton agreed. Yes. Happy birthday to my best friend Lualuo. Thank you for your company and encouragement over the years. Since we are separated, I can't send you a good gift, so I can only replace it with a burst of updates. I believe you won't dislike it. Love you, Mua. Chapter 271 Divine Judgment. Everyone, start preparing to break into the atmosphere. As the battleship prepared to break into the atmosphere, Mew, who had been waiting on the Mobius Zero, was in a state of confusion. Descend? In this situation, Mew had been waiting on the Mobius Zero and had no idea that the situation outside had become a stalemate. He had been questioning why Maru didn't let him attack. There's no point in yelling at me. Matic, who is accompanying Mew, complained loudly. Besides, it's better than dragging it out here, right? But at this time, a familiar voice that shouldn't have appeared here interrupted the argument between the two. Even if we get rid of the Zaft ship and the Xeon, it's useless. The problem lies with those 4 machines, right? Huh? The two looked in the direction of the voice and were stunned. Kira. I'm going to stand by on the Strike Gundam. Is it still the first level combat configuration? At this time, Kira once again boarded the Strike Gundam that he hated. If it weren't for it, Heliopolis wouldn't collapse. If it weren't for it, he wouldn't be involved in the battle, and he wouldn't expose his identity as an adjuster and suffer contempt and exclusion. If it weren't for it, he wouldn't fight with his good friend. But this time, Kira boarded the Strike Gundam for the first time with a sunny smile. At this moment, he was even happy to meet the Strike Gundam, because the Strike Gundam gave him power, the power to protect his friends. In addition, when changing clothes, he and that kid, didn't he get off the ship? Matic asked in confusion. At such a young age, he was sent to the battlefield. His life in the future will not be easy. Mew laughed at himself, laughing at himself for not being able to protect the children's peaceful life. On the bridge, the lowering operation was proceeding in an intense and orderly manner. Recheck the descent procedure, test the ablative nozzle. Test completed, everything is normal. Descent procedure check completed, everything is normal. Trajectory correction, landing angle 6.1, Greek letter theta angle +3. After calculating the descent trajectory and the scheduled landing area, Malu reported to Dwayne Halberton, and also regarded it as the final farewell. She didn't know what the outcome of this battle would be, nor did she know whether she could see the leader who was like a mentor again. Sir? Well, Archangel, start descending. After getting permission, the tail engine of the Archangel burst into a strong flame. Power 40%, slow forward, and start attitude adjustment in 4 seconds. The Archangel broke away from the main force and fell towards the Earth. Menelaos calls all ships to command. I am Halberton. From now on, this fleet will begin to cover the defensive battle until the Archangel reaches the critical point of breaking into the atmosphere. The battle will be very difficult, but that battleship is indispensable to the future battle. Reorganize the formation and bet on the dignity of the 8th Fleet. Never let any enemy aircraft break through behind us. Let Zaft see the real ability of the Earth Army. Understood. XN The 8th Orbital Fleet was originally a space fleet established by Dwayne Halberton. Although there are supervisors such as adjutants and spies of Blue Cosmos, most of them are Dwayne Halberton's direct lineage, and they are all excellent soldiers who voluntarily follow his ideas. The passionate order raised the morale to an unprecedented height. It is worthy of being a wise general, with accurate judgment and excellent means. Even I am a little excited when I hear it. Yang Hui raised the corner of his mouth and praised this good vision. Dwayne Halberton is worthy of being the only general in the Atlantic Federation that he can take a fancy to. This speech was broadcast on the public channel, So Yang Hui knew that it was not only for the soldiers of the Earth Army, but also for him. It was a secret signal to Yang Hui, asking them to fully assist the 8th Fleet and Archangel, and a friendly signal that they would never turn against each other. In that case, I will trust you once, Halberdan, but don't let me down. As soon as the voice fell, Yang Hui put down the keyboard and lifted a program restriction. The eyes of the Dawn Gundam lit up, and the wings that were originally only flames shone with a faint golden light. Is the Archangel moving? Huh, Halberdan, this guy, is he willing to use the 8th Fleet as a shield to cover the long legs from descending? Edis, have someone chase it immediately. No matter what, we must finish it off before it descends. Cruz's face was quite ugly. The Archangel was his most important target, and its priority was higher than the 8th Fleet. In fact, Cruz didn't know why, but he just felt that if he let the Archangel go, his plan might suffer a devastating blow. It was the inexplicable feeling that made Cruz stare at the Archangel, and he would sink it no matter how much it cost. Yes. After conveying the order, Cruz was ready to order Atherin to leave the battle with the Dawn Gundam and chase the Archangel, but the next scene made him lose the ability to think for the first time in his life. The angel spread its wings, and golden light fell. Whether it was beams or live ammunition, they were useless in front of the holy light. Under the protection of the holy light, the Dawn Gundam was unscathed even if it stood in the hail of bullets and endured the baptism of firepower. The seal program is temporarily lifted, the time limit is 30 seconds, the energy output threshold is set, the mental connection system is activated, and the bit limit contact level is 1. The golden light scattered spots of light as the wings flew. If you look closely, the wings of the Dawn Gundam have increased by about half, and the golden light is scattered from the gap between the wings. Go, bit. The starlight points gathered together, and the small light balls scattered like bees that found the most beautiful garden. What is this? Ah. Damn, what on earth is this? Ugh. Aegis Gundam and Shiko noticed something was wrong and immediately retreated, but their speed was much slower than Bit and they were soon caught up. Seeing the golden light swarming in, both Cruz and Atherin felt like they were in the arms of the god of death, and the air around them became cold. The next second, Bit sank into the bodies of Aegis Gundam and Shiko, turned red, melted, and finally exploded. As the two strongest forces of the Zaft army, Aegis Gundam and Shiko, were left with only broken bodies floating in the continuous explosions. Dawn Gundam directly gave up Aegis Gundam and Shiko, that had lost their combat ability, flapped its wings, turned into golden meteor, and quickly caught up with the Zion troops fighting with the fleet. What is that? Boom. Damn. What on earth is this? Ah. Don't come over. Don't come over. Ah. Monster. Monster. Boom. Dot. The golden meteor moved forward all the way, leaving behind a grand fireworks festival wherever it passed. Ah. Everyone who saw this scene stood up in shock, as if there was no war, no roar, everything was so quiet, no sound could be heard, just immersed in horror. 30 seconds is a short time, but for everyone present, it was infinitely stretched. They only saw the angel descending, the holy light waving, and the existence that was hostile to him was subjected to divine judgment and thrown into an endless hell. In the end, more than a dozen, Zeon, were purified by the holy light, and the Dawn Gundam spread its wings to protect the Menelaos, staring at the remaining enemies without emotion, as if questioning them. I give you one last chance, you fight or flee? No one would hesitate on this question, and the remaining, Zeon, troops immediately turned around and retreated in the direction of their own fleet, not daring to stay for a moment. They were already scared. If they were humans, they would fight bravely, but facing gods, how should they resist? Seeing Zion retreat, the angel put away its fangs and regained its composure, just quietly staying in front of the Menelaos, showing its kindness. Tisk, the energy problem needs to be solved urgently. It's only been 30 seconds, and the energy is only 10% left. Yang Hui, who did all this, looked at the energy display depressedly, looking at the red and black energy remaining, and had a headache. If it weren't for the energy limit, the record of the Dawn Gundam would not be so little. This also made Yang Hui determine that the energy problem must be given the highest priority. Yang Hui, energy remaining. At this time, Setsuna's voice sounded in the communication. At the same time, the Angel of Exa, Angel of Wisdom and Angel of Virtue, who were originally entangled with Duel, Storm and Thunder, had returned from the front line, protecting Yang Hui in the center like a star guard. 10%, Support basic actions. Return to the ship to change energy. Not yet, Zaft has just withdrawn, and the attitude of the Earth Army is not clear yet. We can't let them know that I am now a spent force. Yang Hui said. Okay, if there is an emergency, we will escort you in the transport ship to evacuate. Understood. The three execs suddenly returned and guarded the Dawn Gundam. This was very abnormal. Anyone who is not a fool could know that the Dawn Gundam was in a weak period, and could also find that the muzzles of the Cherubim and the Angel of Devil were facing the direction of the Menelaos, and they could lock the bridge with a lift. But no one noticed this, because they were all dumbfounded, immersed in the miracle of the Dawn Gundam, and could not come back to their senses for a long time. This. What on earth is this? Captain Addis looked terrified, and the veteran who had seen all kinds of storms and waves, his legs were trembling. But Addis was worthy of being Cruz's most trusted captain, and he was the fastest to come back to his senses among all the people. Where is Captain Cruz? Where is the Aegis? Where are they? Captain Addis roared. You have to know that Cruz's, Zigu, and Aslan's Aegis were responsible for the Dawn Gundam before. Captain Cruz's machine. Aegis Gundam, signal is lost. How could it be? At this moment, Addis lost all his strength and fell down in the captain's seat. Zizzy. Ah. Addis. Zizzy. This voice. It's Captain Cruz. Upon hearing the voice, Captain Addis was overjoyed and snatched the headset of the communications officer. Captain. Are you safe? Zizzy. Not safe. Track the source of the signal. Send someone to retrieve it. Zizzy. Me and Aslan. Captain. Hurry. Execute the order. The entire army. Retreat. Chapter 272 Post-War Storm. Yes. Captain, hold on. Have you found the captain's location? Found it. The nearest friendly forces are Duel, Storm and Thunderbolt. Let them go and retrieve the captain and Aslan Zala immediately. Hurry. What's the situation of our army? All ships are alive. There are 3 remaining machines of the Arachne team, Zeon, 1 remaining machine of the Bolt team, Zeon. There are 0 remaining machines of our team. The fleet will form a dense formation. The Arachne team will deploy on the left wing, the Bolt team will guard the right wing, the Miz troops will block the Earth Army's pursuit, and retreat immediately after retrieving the captain and Aslan Zala. Yes. After receiving the order, the panicked troops became disciplined again. The battleships immediately adjusted their direction and moved towards the Vesalius. The Miz troops no longer fled in panic and guarded the front of the fleet. The Duel, Storm and Thunderbolt, which also received the order, immediately went to the designated coordinates, holding the broken Aegis and Zigu, and ran back, not daring to stay at all. At first, the 3 were still wondering why the 3 execs that had been entangled with them suddenly withdrew. Isaac even cursed them for being cowards and asked them to come back for a fair fight. But after seeing the miracle of the Dawn Gundam, all the subsequent curses were blocked in his chest and he dared not speak. Hey, what is that? The Earth Army's Ms. Diego asked terrified. Who knows? That kind of monster. Damn it. Isaac was arrogant and unwilling to admit it, but fear controlled his trembling hands, and he could only resist with a heavy punch. Atheron. Are you okay? Atheron. Nicole was also afraid, but he was more concerned about Atheron's safety and kept calling. But there was only the sizzling electronic noise in the communication. Finally, after calling countless times, Atheron's weak voice entered everyone's ears. Zizzy. Nigo. Zizzy. Aslan. Great. Hang on, we'll send you back to Vesalius right away. You must hang on. Nicole shouted excitedly. What a shame. Yitzhak. Aslan. Among the 4 members of the Red Team, Aslan and Nicole are in the same faction, while Yitzhak and Diego have a better relationship. They often confront each other, especially Yitzhak against Aslan. Before graduating from the military academy, Aslan had always been suppressing Yitzhak, which made Yitzhak very unhappy with Aslan. Nicole thought Yitzhak was going to take advantage of the situation and was ready to scold him back, but the next word stopped Nicole. So you must stay alive. Otherwise, how can you wash away the shame? Yes, I also want to punch you after your injury is healed. You can't just die like this. Yitzhak, Diego. Nicole murmured softly and smiled gently. They were just competitors, but they were also companions, and it was impossible for them not to care about each other's life and death. Duel, Storm and Thunder returned to Vesalius at the fastest speed. The hangar was empty, so they would not leave just like that. They wanted to see for themselves that Aslan and Cruz had received treatment and that they could leave only after the doctor declared them safe. The cockpit door had been deformed and could only be opened by force physically. After it was opened, everyone was shocked. The gentlest Nicole even covered his mouth and exclaimed. Because Aslan and Cruz were in such a miserable state, their driving suits were torn and the glass of their masks was broken. At least 4 or 5 pieces of debris pierced their skin, and the bright red blood floated in the cockpit. Fortunately, the cockpit was not broken, otherwise Aslan and Cruz would have died. Quick! Send them to the infirmary. Everyone carefully helped Aslan and Cruz out of the cockpit, and urgently stopped the bleeding for them and sent them to the infirmary. Horizontal ellipsis. Turning his attention to the 8th Fleet, Dwayne Halberton was the first to come to his senses and immediately scolded everyone. "What are you doing? We are still fighting." Hearing the exclamation, everyone came to their senses and immediately contacted all friendly forces. "Commander, the Zaft fleet has retreated." "Okay. Order the entire army not to pursue, the left-wing fleet to deploy to prevent the enemy from turning back halfway, and the others to immediately clean up the battlefield and rescue the survivors." "Understood." XN 1 by 1. Although with the help of Yang Hui and others, the 8th Fleet's losses were still considerable. 1/3 of the frigates were sunk, and only 1 in 10 of the MA troops survived. This was when Yang Hui and others helped the 8th Fleet to hold back 4 Gundams in Cruz, the ace pilot. It was enough to show how weak the Earth Army was in the war, and it also proved that Dwayne Halberton's suggestion was completely correct. Only the MIS troops can fight against the MIS troops. "Commander." At this time, the adjutant came to Dwayne Halberton's side, called him in a low voice, and signaled the Dawn Gundam and other machines outside the ship. "What do you want to say?" Dwayne Halbottom looked at him unkindly. "You have also seen this kind of power. If we can master it." "No. Shinrun is a mercenary organization, not belonging to the Earth Army. The other party just helped us repel the powerful enemy, and we attacked our friendly forces. If this gets out, where's the face of the Earth Army? Where is the face of the Atlantic Federation? Where is the face of the 8th Fleet?" Dwayne Halbottom scolded sternly, and in his heart he had already sentenced this person to death penalty. "I really don't know what's in his mind. Question mark. Do you want to throw the pride of the Earth Army to the ground and step on it by attacking your benefactor in public? Do you know how many forces will be completely disappointed with the Earth Army by doing this? Even move directly to plant? Moreover, do you dare to attack Yang Hui? Believe it or not, the next second that Aobu no longer knows, he will immediately form an alliance with Zaft and turn around to deal with the Earth Army? That is the object that all the member countries of the Earth Union are fighting for. You pushed Orb to the enemy. Have you thought about how the top leaders of the Union will deal with us? Moreover, there are only our people here now. As long as we strictly order everyone to shut up, won't it be possible? Where are the Zaft troops? Have they gone far? This. Can you guarantee that what just happened to the Zaft troops will not happen to us again? The adjutant shut up. He really couldn't guarantee it. The bad idea he proposed was full of loopholes. Especially the last one, which made the adjutant feel deeply scared. The situation of the Dawnbreaker Gundam was indeed very likely to not repeat the miracle just now, but they couldn't confirm it. If they couldn't confirm it, they wouldn't dare to take action, just like Zaft still had enough troops to fight another battle with the 8th Fleet, but they didn't dare to gamble. Both sides didn't dare to gamble. Anyone who had seen the miracle with their own eyes didn't want the divine judgment to fall on them. There was another sentence that Dwayne Halberton didn't say, that is, the current position of the 4 Dawnbreakers was right in front of the Menelaos. The muzzles of the Cherubim and the Devil were still facing them. If we wanted to do something bad to them, the other party would raise their hands and shoot us and we would be gone. What about the Archangel? Dwayne Halbottom asked. The Archangel was the key and no mistakes were allowed. It has successfully entered the atmosphere. But according to calculations, the landing position has deviated. How could it be, the predicted position? North Africa, the Zaft-occupied area. Damn it. In the end, it's still. Dwayne Halbottom was very unwilling. Even at this point, the Archangel still couldn't safely reach the territory of the Earth Army and had to continue to wander. Fortunately, the data of the Archangel and the strike have been recorded. as long as it is transmitted back to the lunar headquarters or Alaska. Do they not care? Dwayne Halbottom stared at the adjutant coldly and questioned. I dare not, but... Enough. There is no point in saying this now. Rescue the survivors first, and then return to the lunar base to rest. Yes. Okay, let's take a rest too. You are really old. You are too tired to fight this level. But the rescue work. Leave it to the young people. Hey, Clint. Here. Leave it to you. Report to me directly if you have anything. Yes. After saying that, regardless of the adjutant's attitude, he pushed him out of the bridge of the Menelaos. Originally, as the fleet commander, he wanted to rest, and the work should be handed over to his adjutant to complete, but now he just wanted to kick this adjutant out of his fleet, so he could not give him the opportunity to take power again. Pushing the adjutant back to his room, he locked the door of the room on the pretext of ordering him to have a good rest, and used the commander's authority to change a password, and even found 2 personal soldiers to guard his door. In this way, Dwayne Halberton felt relieved to return to his room. But he did not rest, but immediately contacted Celestial Being through a private communication line, firstly to express his gratitude to them and promised some remuneration. After all, the other party was now a mercenary. Secondly, he wanted to issue a new commission. We have other things to deal with and cannot accept the commission. As expected, his commission was rejected. No matter what their current identities were, the 4 unknown and powerful machines had been exposed, and both forces would send many people to find their traces. After all, the combat power shown by the Dawn Gundam was too terrible. This kind of power had only 2 choices, to master it or to destroy it. It was impossible to stay away from it. So they must have a lot of things to deal with. But after all the bad times came the good times. Celestial Being did not accept Dwayne Halberton's commission, but gave him a good suggestion. I recommend you try contacting Giant Serpent's Tail, contact number XXXXXXXXX. Just say it was recommended by us. Okay. After receiving this suggestion, Dwayne Halbottom's originally desperate mood instantly changed. Giant Serpent's Tail is very famous, although he has only heard of it, but with his recommendation and recognition, it will definitely help him. Chapter 273, Proud Sister and Arrogant Brother. A few days after the battle between the 8th Fleet and the Zaft Fleet, the transport ship carrying the Dawn Gundam, Exa, Cherubim, and Devil returned to the Pillar of Heaven after leaving all tracking and surveillance behind. You really did something incredible. As soon as he got off the ship, a proud woman with long straight black hair full of heroic temperament came towards him. Apart from him, there was no one else in the huge port. It's okay, Mina. Londo Mina Sahuk, one of the heirs of the Sahuk family of the 5 major families of Orb, and his twin brother Londo Gina Sahuk are both adjusters. They have been doing their best for Orb since birth. No, to be more precise, since before they were born. They had their genes adjusted for this, and entered the Sahuk family as adopted children. The 5 major clans of Orb value ability more than blood. By implementing the surrealism, it is maintained as a system that works to make the backward blood clan domination a reality. The Sahuk family, unlike the Asha family, which has been active on the surface stage, is a clan that has been responsible for the work behind the scenes of politics since ancient times. For this reason, it has a deep relationship with the violence owned by the state, that is, the army. Therefore, it is deeply connected with the Aurora Society, the military industry center of Orb. Want to appear on the surface stage of politics is the wish of the Sahuk family. Naturally, most people in the Sahuk family have a feeling close to hatred towards the Asha family. Originally, Mina and Gina's ideas were not much different. They were both radicals and advocated that Orb stand at the top of the world. This was consistent with Yang Hui's ideas, but the 2 siblings were different. Mina's ideas were closer to Yang Hui. Before Orb had the ability to fight against the 2 major forces of the Earth Union and Plant at the same time, it must try its best to hide itself, maintain a neutral attitude, and watch the 2 major forces fight to the death. Gina's idea is even more radical. He wants to go to war with the 2 major forces directly, or temporarily join one side to fight against the other side. During this period, he will turn into a vampire, absorb the nutrition of the dependent forces to strengthen himself, and stab him from the back at the right time. This idea. Yang Hui can only say that Gina's brain is really stuck in the door. Whether it is the Earth Union or Planned, they really want to recruit Orb, and they are also really wary. And the fear is even greater than the intention of recruiting. As a small country with great potential, Orb will be stripped naked and put in front of others to be manipulated at will if it joins any one of the forces. Still want to absorb their nutrition to strengthen itself? What are you thinking? Where does the confidence come from? In particular, Gina is more optimistic about the Atlantic Federation of the Earth, thinking that they need Orb's help now. Once Orb takes the initiative to join them, they will definitely be treated as guests of honor. In response, Yang Hui can only respond with a sneer of haha. Isn't the Eurasian Federation powerful? At least it is more powerful than the current Orb, right? Then, look at what the Eurasian Federation has become now because of the Atlantic Federation? Being betrayed, used as cannon fodder, and treated as a son. Do you look like a great power? And, you don't even know what's going on behind the scenes of the Atlantic Federation, but you want to rely on the Atlantic Federation? All your genetic adjustments have been made to your body, and your brain hasn't been used at all, right? If all the heirs of Sahok were like Gina, Yang Hui would definitely find a chance to kick all the Sahok family out of Orb and take back the heavenly pillar from them. Fortunately, Mina recognized Yang Hui's plan and was willing to cooperate with Yang Hui, which saved the Sahok family. If you do this, our plan will be ruined by you. Are you planning to destroy Orb? Facing Yang Hui's casual attitude, Mina didn't have any good expression, and her pretty face like an iceberg made the temperature around her drop sharply. The 8th Fleet and Zaft were fighting fiercely and it was impossible to conceal it. After the battle, spies from all sides got the intelligence. Mina got the detailed battle situation in her hands at the first time. Seeing Yang Hui driving the Dawn Gundam, her first reaction was excitement, because this powerful force would be the pillar of Orb, but the next second, she wanted to hang Yang Hui up and beat him up. Orb was not ready yet, and Yang Hui was exposed too early. Of course not, no one knows that it was me. Do you think everyone is a fool? Evidence, Mina, evidence. Without evidence, neither the Earth Federation nor plan can use this as an excuse to attack Orb. Haha, I didn't expect you to be so naive. Mina sneered, I now doubt whether it is right to cooperate with you. You won't regret your decision, Mina. Yang Hui raised the corner of his mouth and said confidently. Doesn't he know what Mina is talking about? Of course he knows. The war between nations is not like the police investigating a case. They need evidence. As long as they feel threatened and are strong enough, they can find an excuse to attack you. But, is it really that simple? Or, can the Plant and the Earth Alliance really spare any effort to deal with Orb now? Especially after Yang Hui has noticed this threat. Don't worry, Mina, Yang Hui and Sister Wang have revised the plan. I will land on Earth soon and set off to the countries of the Earth Alliance. Wang Liumi said to Mina. Mina was silent, her eyes swept back and forth between Yang Hui, Wang and Wang Liumi, thinking a lot. Speaking of Mina. Suddenly, Yang Hui put away his casual attitude, and the aura of controlling everything gushed out towards Mina, breaking the frost mask on her pretty face in an instant. Why did the Astray, Heresy, plan appear in Heliopolis? Why has it been completed? According to our plan, it should have just started, and the location should be Dawn Society. Humph. I just think the process is too slow and should be more efficient. Mina forced herself to calm down and answered proudly. Why didn't you notify me? Yang Hui had come in front of Mina, and their faces were almost touching, but no one thought they would kiss, because Yang Hui looked at Mina with eyes full of majesty and oppression, like a king about to punish a minister who made a mistake. Faced with such a Yang Hui, Mina's pride was finally not enough to support her to confront Yang Hui. She took a step back and spoke unsmoothly. I don't think it's necessary to report everything to you. You have enough things to do. As a partner, I have to share the burden for you. There will be no next time, Mina. After saying that, Yang Hui walked around Mina and left. Setsuna and Tieria followed closely behind. Lyle saw this and spread his hands, whispered, this is not a rookie, he is a love saint, and followed. After Yang Hui left, Mina suddenly felt her legs go weak and she almost fell. Wang and Wang Liumi, who stayed behind, supported her. Mina, are you okay? Wang asked with concern. Mina glanced at Wang and broke free from her and Wang Liumi's support. I don't need your concern. Seeing this, Wang and Wang Liumi looked at each other and laughed. Hey. Mina, I have a suggestion, are you willing to listen to it? What do you want to say? Being tired is a disease, it needs to be treated. Humph. Mina's Kigen was completely broken, and she hurried away in a somewhat embarrassed manner. When she turned her head, Wang and Wang Liumai saw that there was a lovely redness on Bing Shuang's white face. Yang Hui entered the heavenly pillar, and planned to arrange the follow-up matters of the heavenly pillar with Mina after a short rest, but as soon as he appeared in everyone's sight, he was pulled by someone he didn't want to contact. Yang Hui. A man who looked almost exactly like Mina walked in front of Yang Hui with a proud step. He was Lun Gina Sahuk, Mina's twin brother. Gina, long time no see. Although Yang Hui and Gina were not of the same kind, he still had to do the surface work. After all, he was Mina's biological brother and one of the heirs of the Sahuk family. HMPH, hypocritical person, you are not qualified to dance with me, Gina said to Yang Hui with disdain. Hearing this, Yang Hui knew that the visitor had bad intentions, so he naturally would not look at him in a good face. His expression instantly turned cold. If that's all you want to say, I'll take my leave first. Stop. What? Is there anything else? Yang Hui asked indifferently. I came to tell you that I don't know what you and Mina are plotting. Now that I have obtained P01, Gundam Astray Gold, I have the most perfect dancing shoes and dresses, and I will not let you occupy the stage anymore. Haha. Yang Hui smiled coldly, pushed away and planned to leave. When passing by Gina, he said to him indifferently, if missing arms and legs is perfect in your eyes, this stage is not suitable for you after all, Gina. You. Looking at Yang Hui's departing back, Gina was furious and wanted to vent, but he valued his face too much, so he could only dig his nails into his flesh to suppress his anger. Yang Hui. I will make you pay the price. No one can look down on me. No one. Gina roared in his heart. Away from Gina, Tira whispered in Yang Hui's ear, this person is very dangerous, it is recommended to eliminate him. I promised Mina. But our plan is more important. Tira, don't forget that Mina is also our companion. Tisk, I don't recognize her. Yang Hui certainly knew that Gina was on the road to losing control. After getting the golden machine, Gina began to be arrogant. In the original plot, after getting the golden machine, he attacked Luo and Kong Yun without authorization, and attacked the Zaft army without authorization. After being defeated by Luo and Kong Yun, he was swallowed up by anger and hatred. He regarded Luo and Kong Yun as his lifelong enemies and eventually died in their hands. In Yang Hui's view, Gina's behavior was to be frankly that he was too proud to live and suffered, and finally he got himself involved. He was simply brain dead. I really don't know how such a person was chosen by old Sahuk to become one of Sahuk's heirs. This is why Yang Hui chose Mina instead of Gina as his partner, and concealed everything from him. In all aspects, Gina is far worse than Mina. For some reason, a strange and very reasonable idea suddenly came to Yang Hui's mind. Could it be that old Sahuk only had his eyes on Mina from the beginning, and Gina was the one given as a gift? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.